subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
How's it going, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? You're hot? Hell yeah, dude. God awful. Uh-oh. It's over, man. Before it even began. I'm early? Nah. I just woke up. Dude, I had... I want to say... 3 times as many of the typical, like, requests and shit today at work, so... That was, like, AIDS. I barely had time to go to the post office today. I barely had time to go to the fucking post office today. Yeah, I was watching PWR stream earlier. I watched like the first hour or so. The shit was funny as fuck. He called his mom a hot piece of ass. He called his own mother a hot piece of ass at one point. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think I remember the timestamp because I tried to make a mental note of it. Let me see. Did I spread? Yeah, dude, I was extra positive in the chat. So, let's see, PWR. I hate how you have to type in PWR DSP. Let's see. I think it was like a 52 minutes.
If that is the route you want to take in life. Okay, we got more calls. I can't afford this shit. We got Duve Man.
Maybe this isn't it. Shit. When was it? I can't afford this shit.
We got Big Boy. Ooh. All right. Come forward, brother, and speak your mind.
How's it going, buddy?
Couldn't be better.
Oh, good. You're a legend, man. Came from the casino, but, I don't...
I'm trying to rectify my behavior.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't mean that.
I don't know. We can maybe watch it later. I can't find the timestamp that I had in mind. The only other one I can think of is this.
Your mind tonight. Then you're the F out. I'm sorry, you know, and I hate to be like that, fans. That's not out. Dump in your toilet.
Oh yeah, this one.
It's gracious.
This one was
if
funny.
You want. I love talking with the audience. I love talking to different people, and people message me saying you got to stop doing the call-ins, and I would say we're heading
in front of me.
Okay, well, I'm gonna end the call. All I will say is in the darkness.
All right, yeah, here. This one is funny. I'll pull this up real quick. You called into PWR? Do you know your timestamp, PK? I'll pull it up.
The program.
Yep.
No, it's real. I'm down here. I can't see a damn thing. She took the freaking light bulb out. It's just darkness down here. I cannot see my hand in front of me.
Okay, well, I'm going to end the call. All I will say is, in the darkness is where we find hope, and that's where we thrive. Okay, we are going to get back to the game for a little bit longer, and we'll take some more calls. We're heading out on the 2-hour mark. It's been an incredible stream. I can't see the number. Before I get back to the game, I'm just going to accept everybody for when we do our next round
I think this
of
is
call-ins. I've had some people say the call-ins are boring. I'm gonna freaking stop doing call-ins. But there's a high potential you'll be blocked. Ain't gonna be no email begging. Freaking bad day. That's a speak with. Take a dump toilet and subject my audience to your garbage. Then you're the F out. Dumping your toy. Come on here. Gracious, begging.
Was this
And
not
that's
it? Shit. Hold on. I may have to find... It was hard to do because I was trying to do this while also, you know, rewinding the stream. Because it doesn't give you, like, how long the stream's on.
I see you doing the game giveaway. I see you give it, you give it anything to your mom, you know?
Yeah, well, from, contributions has been thing to do, waiting, you know, to...
Like, screw your parents, but
yeah.
I think for the in your life, too.
Pass it then, but I appreciate... I'm willing to listen, but I just...
Yeah, dude, no. Someone, like, makes a fucking shitting noise in the mic, and he spurred out.
Didn't know how quite to respond to that. Okay, we got Just the Darkness. Welcome to the program. I don't think we've spoken before. What's on your mind? He broke down and cried. Freaking wrestling fan, you can go F yourself and you're freaking blocked. I hope you enjoyed that one call.
Can you just keep going so I can hear it again? Because
Brother, you talk about your Psalms. You talk about I whipped your...
So
made the guy that made...
Oh, this one's funny.
You talk about John 3:16. Well, Austin 3:16 just says I whipped your blank.
There it is. Okay.
Iconic, dude.
So
made the guy that made the guy a millionaire.
I've actually been losing sleep because of this very issue. Because I think that you are using wrestling like DSP uses gaming for contributions and clout.
Okay, and I mean that's my passion. I love wrestling. How am I using?
Yeah, no. Listen. I know you get really emotional, but just listen to me, okay?
Okay, yeah, I'll give you about 5 seconds.
Well, I see this is what happens. So see, I'm not sure. I'm just okay. I'm gonna correct you. He never said I whipped your ass. He says I whooped your ass. So you're not a fucking real wrestler.
Okay, but goodbye. Good effing bye. In fact, you're freaking blocked. I'm not a real freaking wrestling fan. You can go F yourself and you're freaking blocked. I hope you enjoyed that one call because you're done. That's abuse. That, like, that pissed me off. I'm sorry. I don't even have words. Calling me a fake wrestling freaking fan? How am I a fake wrestling fan, dude? Go F yourself. Effing blocked. Good effing bye. Get the F out. They're not going to bring me down. We'll just move on to the next.
You're not going to call me a fake wrestling fan.
Brother, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Great call. Thank you, man. Anytime you're welcome on the show. So thank you. And
in here too to mention it because I mean, we've got people watching the archives of the live streams, going back and right now. I'm looking 624 right now.
Breaking records. We're smashing records, and it's all.
All right, I don't know. I can't find the timestamp that I was thinking of. I should have written it down because I've slept since then. But yeah, there's one dude who called in at one point who like literally just had like that loud ass shitting noise. Where it's like, the shit is hitting the water type sound effect, and he lost his fucking shit over it. He said he butt dumped or something, or dumped butt. I think that's what the word was. Or whatever he said. Hold on, actually. I don't know. How's the chat replay not gonna work? He has his Playgirl magazine. don't know why the chat replay is not working. It should be. Oh, there we go. Here, this might actually help.
I can't afford this shit!
Cool to see you on that show.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's a possibility. Like I say, I mean, I
Ask you, you know, Poir from Dragon Ball?
what? No,
Like this cannot
be wild.
Well, and I saw
All right,
something.
Awesome.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Well,
Thank you.
different things the detractors do every each a different detractor.
And
I was just wondering what you would think about maybe submitting a parody song about detractors. It's called the.
inform.
I'm gonna use the chat to see if I can find it.
Okay, we.
It's nice to finally speak to the lit. Is
I appreciate it now.
friend.
Half out in the glib, you know, out of our community shape. Yeah, they're talking with the fans and want it. You just youth.
I want to congratulate you on over 3,000 members of.
How are you? Being my youth.
I'm hot, dude.
How are you doing, brother? I like this. Oh, wins as long as the fans want it. Oh, thank you. Incredible. I can't. How are you doing, brother? Oh, that's nothing to do. It was from our donation. We should pay it forward, you know, and our community with. So thank you for the kind words about.
It on Jin on good stream.
Bye. You. That
Everybody
here,
typed in the chat dump butt, so that's how I know I can
five
find
and
it.
we got what we like in the butt. Hold on, because you know they'll be clipping that. So if we got to 600, how's it like it?
You've been accused of being a beat thief, and okay, well, I have recently been accused of being a beat thief, and
I got you. I guess the same thing that
about that. You're,
something from them, but I haven't received a
you know, like, who's trying to sue you now?
and you know it's so the best thing to do. Was, but
Bro, this is
no,
annoying.
but I'm making these leg drop, brother. Big work, blowing up. Somebody's sending me a message here.
Oh, there I am. There we go. Oh, that's when somebody called about review text blind daughter. So I think we're getting close.
Somebody's sending me. Freaking oh yeah! Freaking back to the line. All the people. Yeah, we got Tang the Tractor. Welcome to the show, brother.
You're hot. Let's go, buddy.
What's your wear? As long as you don't bully or you don't try to. Oh well, yeah. As long as you can kind of keep it flowing and then.
Respect for your charity.
Big. Oh no. Because you know, being inspired by.
You know, we've got bigger. Just keep in mind.
I will. And how much freaking problem.
Congratulate you.
Leave it every time.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to find it off stream or something. Bro, this is annoying. I don't know when it would have been. Wait, there it is! Shit, okay. That was lucky.
You're freaking blocked. You specifically WWE or just wrestling? Yeah.
Any video of WWE that you've ever played that you enjoy, and would you play it on stream?
WWE video games, specifically WWE or just wrestling in general?
Or just wrestling in general.
Yeah, like actually, a fan came forward and made a recommendation to me. They were showing me this Wrestling Empire, and I downloaded the demo. I played it for about 10 minutes, and
Yeah, this
the
is
demo. I played it for about 10 minutes, and I was like, oh yeah, this is right up my alley. So there could be a potential for that in the future. Oh my god, seriously? You're gonna You effing coward. You go on my freaking air and you dump butt on the line in front. That's just putting my career at risk. you're freaking blocked. You know what? That's absolutely disgusting. I'm lucky I didn't eat supper yet so far, or I'd be ready to freaking vomit all over the freaking switchboard here.
Bro.
You're freaking blocked. Goodbye. Disgusting. And fans,
The fact he beats his phone on the table is what makes it even better.
apologize for that. That content will not be, you know, if you want to see that crap, go listen to Howard Stern or some other that toilet bowl humor crap and listen to their fart button or whatever else, but it ain't gonna happen here. You're effing blocked. Goodbye.
Oh my god, bro, that was the funny.
He read in front, now you go, and I was like, came forward and made a recommendation. Did the demo. I played it for about 10 minutes and I was like, oh yeah, this is right up my alley. So there could be a potential for that in the future. Oh my god, seriously? You're gonna You effing cow, you go on my freaking air and you dump butt on the line in front. That's just putting my career at risk. You're freaking blocked. You know what? That's absolutely disgusting. Bro. I'm lucky I didn't eat supper yet so far, or I'd be ready to freaking vomit all over the freaking...
Yeah, why is he smashing his phone? Like... dude, I wish I remember the part where he said his mom was a hot piece of ass.
Roof. Okay, I'm sitting here eating a freaking some...
Did you see the PWR Danzig music? I'm sorry, it's just, I apologize with that. I
think you would be a really good groiper.
And speaking of coming forward, we got another freaking contribution to read forward. Let's bring it forward to the fans. What do we got? Let's see. We got $1.36. Thank you so much. He says, I need advice. What are 3 tips you'd give to live a no-ass lifestyle? Well, I won't give you 3, but I'll give you 1. You know, stand firm. You know, look at what a lot of these women are doing. And, you know, I'm sure not all women, you know, fall into the same category. Just like fans don't all fall into the same category. But, you know, do your research. You know, find out if, you know, the one you're chasing after is shaking her ass all over this and every other app, you know, available. And proceed with caution. You know, that's my advice to you, brother. So hopefully that'll help you on your journey. If that is the route you want to take in life. Okay. We got more calls. We got Duve Man. 1 second. I'm trying to join your call. It's not... So, just call us back. I'm active viewers. We're not even 10 minutes live on the air. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hot tonight. Now, we're going to switch over to the gameplay here in a minute of what could happen if you...
Oh my god, bro. Alright, yeah, I probably should have gone through this and gotten timestamps, but holy shit, dude, there were some gems today. I didn't watch the second half. The dump butt, I think, was 56 minutes.
And a WWE, is
Yeah.
there any...
Or just wrestling it.
Did the demo? Oh my god, seriously? In the future.
Yeah, so 56:25.
Oh my god, seriously? You're gonna You effing cow, you go on my freaking air and you dump butt on the line in front. That's just putting my career at risk. You're freaking blocked. You know what? That's absolutely
Way better than JKB. Oh, duh. Dude, this is way more entertaining. Holy shit. PWR is a generational talent, man. So, yeah, F the detractors, dude. PWR is the new C-SPAN. What do you mean? Let's see. So Daryl's on with the 2. You ruined gaming by buying the Switch 2 and $80 games. Good. The gaming industry needs to burn. And Z-Herb with the 5. So Trump still has tariffs, stock market is up, and China is isolated. Sound like he did the big ask and got what he really wanted. Like, this is the thing, is all the libs are now backtracking, like, you know, the typical behavior. And now they're trying to say that Trump provided insider trading by announcing on Truth Social that the people should buy, and then 3 hours later, you know, pumping the stock market. You know, it's just so retarded, bro. So fucking retarded. Do super chats really expire? No. I have all the super chats right here. And see here, but the 5, Griffin, the Switch 2 is doing an Xbox One. You're the reason gaming is doomed. I hope so, man. I hope so. It's expansive, and they don't have expensive. They don't have real physical anyway. I love my PC. That's right, man. You know, I'm really upset about, you know, the Switch 2 not having physical cartridges. But I do love Steam. Like, yeah, that's the biggest irony to me, is the PC guys bitching about, you know, the digital key cards. It's like, y'all motherfuckers don't even have physical games. What the fuck are you bitching about? If you cared so deeply about physical games, why the fuck are you using Steam? Shit's crazy, bro. Rocksteady with the 2. Griffin is a fake gamer. I agree. Fake and a fraud. And Skull Y with the 5. Hey, Griffin, been a while. By the way, did you see that Colossal Bioscience brought the dire wolf back from extinction? What are your thoughts on that? So, I've heard mixed things on that. Apparently, all they did was just genetically modify, like, a gray wolf or something like that. So, it's not a 1-to-1. But I guess it's kind of cool. I mean, it makes sense. You can gene splice nowadays, and China's been doing it with people for, you know, decades at this point. So I guess it's reasonable to assume you could bring back an extinct species if you have an existing species with a close enough genetic code that altering it wouldn't create, like, some abomination. But yeah, I don't know, like, how accurate it actually is, because it's based on a different, you know, type of wolf that they just altered.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
And Nick Batista with the 2, I really thought his voice was fake. I know, bro. He doesn't look like he would have that voice either. Like, he just looks like your average, nerdy, white IT guy. Not the fat ones. But, yeah, you get the point. He just looks like your typical kind of, like, nerdy IT guy at, like, a small company. Renadog with the 10. My people of today. By the way, there's no defending Switch 2 except for the console price. It's a joke otherwise. I don't know, man. It's just a Switch, but more powerful, so. Dreamy's still on his rage bait grind. He's mad because the consumer advocates found out the Switch 2 version of Breath of the Wild doesn't have the DLC. Oh my god. Say it isn't so. I didn't even know Breath of the Wild had a DLC. Oh god. Now I get it. Where the fuck even is this? Rival gangs of monkeys. Alright, that was a decision. Fought each other. This usually happens when a group of monkeys, normally well fed by visitors, meets another group, and a feud can take place.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Turf war over the Walmart. But yeah. Turf war over the local Walmart. Let's see. Tim Marco the 7 Synth also said the Switch 2 games shouldn't be more expensive because wages haven't inflated at the same rate in his latest video. Yeah, I strongly disagree with that. I mean, you could maybe make an argument that that's a bad thing, but, you know, every other cost has gone up, so... Femtanga with a 5. Damn, I want to play Stellar Blade. I hate that. I need to wait till June. Well, it's worth the wait, at least. It's a good game. So, it's actually worth waiting for, at least. So. And Brennadog with the 5, even better. Oh, shit. Why did it open over there? Oh, God. Yeah, I've seen this video. This is how you feed animals in a zoo.
All right,
and then
awesome.
stop
Thanks,
acting
nigga. All right.
like it. Yeah, I've seen this.
Look how they taking money at Dunkin' Donuts, y'all. Like, come on, man. What is this?
It's crazy.
Straight bulletproof glass through the whole thing, man. I mean, you can't even breathe on these people. Look how sealed this is. This is a professional seal. Like, you can't even talk to these people barely.
Appreciate you, man.
Getting up every day and seeing something like this, bro, that do something to your mental up here. It tell you, like, this how you feed animals in a zoo, gang. Like, that's pretty much what it's telling your mentality. Like, I don't trust you. You feel what I'm saying? At what point do we be like, we tired of getting treated like animals, tired of getting treated like this? Like,
Then stop jumping over the fucking counter and throwing shit at the employees.
Bro, like,
that's the reason they do it, is because of all those fucking videos online of these, like, you know, fat Shaniquas, you know, getting pissed off and throwing their fucking drinks and shit at the workers, or jumping over the counter and fucking with the food in the back. Like, it's not, you know, just a random occurrence. It's a reaction to the environment they're in.
You telling me I can't even hand you my money?
Yeah, the fucking shops don't want to spend all this money putting in this preventative shit, but they have to after a certain number of times to protect their employees.
Money game? Like, bro, like, the people who be owning these don't be from...
Just remember, there was only one type of hair care product that was locked up at Walmart for decades before they had to start locking everything else up.
Community, they don't be from the city, they don't... You grow up, imagine you see this every day for your whole life, and then you go to someplace else and you see them handing the money, you gonna think something wrong with you, gang. Like, it's crazy mentality.
No, it's a reaction to real-world events. So there's a reason why stores shut down in certain demographic areas. There is a reason why certain products made for certain types of people have always had to be locked up at stores. So it's not because, oh yeah, the employees just love making life more difficult. It's because everything gets fucking stolen. So yeah, it's not... It's just very ironic. It's a cultural problem, not the company. The company is not the issue on that one. Yeah, but you can't fight back in retail spaces. You go to jail if you stop someone from stealing from your store in a lot of these places. Like, you will go to jail if you touch somebody who's stealing from your store. Like, it's fucking mental, man. They need to make it so that if you're caught in the act stealing and it's on camera, you can be shot. That's the only way this is going to get fixed, is if store owners have the right to fucking shoot anybody they see shot.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So, that's at the point. That's the point we're at right now. So, the only way that this theft is going to stop is if people actually have a genuine fear they're going to have a fucking bullet go through their skull. Because they're basically told, oh, steal $1,000 and nothing will happen to you. So, yeah. And then even if something does, it's like, oh, you get a week in jail. Well, shoot, I wasn't doing nothing anyway. Like, it's nothing to them. Like, this isn't a punishment. Like, shit, I get 3 meals a day, a place to sleep, and then I get out like nothing ever happened. Wow. And I most likely get to keep all the shit that, you know, my baby mom's is stashing at her place. So, it's just, bro. It's retarded. Like, it's stupid to expect a different result when you don't do anything to fucking fix the problem. Let's see. Minute World with the 2. What games do the PS5 Pro enhance? Pretty much newer games. But, I mean, it's kind of hard for me to list them off the top of my head, but pretty much anything 2023-ish onwards, I would say, is probably Pro enhanced. But maybe stuff even further back than that. It just depends. But pretty much every new game that comes out has Pro enhancements. And Reddit Dog with the 5, it was years ago, but they removed the video of Taco Bell and the gas stations with the same reason. Well, it's like San Francisco now saying that they are refusing to release mugshots because it furthers racial stereotypes. Like, just come out and say, we don't want to release the mugshots because they're all black people and we don't want to make black people look bad. Like, it's just... It's so dumb, bro. Like, everybody already fucking knows it. Not releasing the mugshot tells you exactly what you already need to know. Because if it's a white dude, they're like, this white aggressor. You know, they make sure to stress it. So as long as you don't see that, it's like, okay, well, yeah, we know exactly who they are. It's just, yeah. Don't release the mugshots of criminals because it might, you know, be racist, dude. Yeah, fuck them. If they want to act subhuman, they can, be treated as such. Like, shit, we're now protecting literal violent criminals, man. Yeah, the Stop Asian Hate lasted about a week when leftists realized they couldn't push it onto white people because Asians and white people have no issues getting along. It was not the white people that were engaging in Asian hate. And the Asian community was not buying into the narrative that the whites were the ones oppressing them. So, yeah. They had to shut that one down real quick because it got in the way of the other oppression Olympics they were trying to run. Because the thing is Asians are a huge number, like disproportionately so, the owner of small businesses. And, you know, what type of company and business gets robbed more than any other? Small businesses. Well, who's the one stealing that shit? It's not the white people, so it's kind of hard to promote Stop Asian Hate and throw it in the face of white people like, do better. So, because I remember that it lasted for like maybe a week. And then they shut that shit down real quick when they started posting the crime statistics against Asians. But good times, man. Don't you just love racial grifting? It's amazing. I love racial grifting, bro. Soycast guy with a 5 had 2 Serrano peppers today, and as PWR would say, they were hot. Had to loosen my collar for real, but actually I love hot peppers. Want a third. Nice, man. Yeah, I like hot peppers too. Other than when you eat too many of the seeds and then you get the, you know, fireball shits, but that's another thing. The I advance of the 2, one of my best bros is a guy from Korea. Lives equals shit. Yeah, exactly. You know, white people and Asians get along pretty, you know, effortlessly. There's not really any animosity whatsoever. So that's why Stop Asian Hate didn't last very long. Had to loosen my collar for real. But actually, I love hot peppers. 1/3. Nice, man. Yeah, I like hot peppers too. Other than when you eat too many of the seeds and then you get the, you know, fireball shits, but that's another thing. The I advance of the two, one of my best bros is a guy from Korea. Lives equals shit. Yeah, exactly. You know, white people and Asians get along pretty, you know, effortlessly. There's not really any animosity whatsoever. So that's why Stop Asian Hate didn't last very long. See her with the 5? They like to feed on racial division. Only one keeps falling for it, though. Yeah. Well, for a while, you know, the Hispanics and Latin Americans were kind of falling for it because of the immigration shit. But I think they're coming around now, too, and realizing, like, yeah, nah. So... yeah, the whole racial, you know, narrative shit is only really working with one group of people that, you know, is solely reliant on government money to exist. Shocking. I can't imagine how great that feels to play. What is that? Oh, okay, I see now. Yeah, I was downloading this to play tonight, but it's taking a lot longer than I thought. I figured it would be short, like it's a small game, but apparently not. It's taking a while. Let's see. How much longer does that? 13 minutes. Jesus, man. These download speeds are brutal. It's like the one thing I do kind of miss about Steam. Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement that we should have mandatory military service. I think so too. At least for men. Because the thing is every single man will come out of military service being buddies with pretty much anyone they're, like, put together with. So, if you want to talk about, like, unifying the country and shit, put a bunch of guys together in, like, physical, you know, situations. And 99% of them will come out as, like, you know, good friends or, like, you know, the brotherhood mentality type stuff. I don't know. So, that would be truly good for, you know, national unity, and also it would promote, you know, healthier people. So that'll just put a bunch of useless people in the middle. Well, not all of them are gonna stay. That's the thing. It would be more so just like mandatory military training than anything else. Like after high school, you go into the military for 2 years, and it's mainly just training and working out and, like, doing basic shit. It's not like, oh, yeah, here's a fucking gun. Go blow up this fucking terrorist outpost or something with a zero training. It would more so be basically a nationally mandated physical fitness program. That would more so be the thing. Soycast guy with the 2, men also lack a purpose now, which is by design. Well, everybody does, dude. They've literally tried to strip away the most basic biological, you know, reason for our existence at every opportunity. You know, don't have kids, have a fucking career, buy a bunch of shit you don't need, have no fucking goals in life, just consume, get on the fucking hamster wheel, order your Uber Eats, watch Netflix, go to sleep, rinse and repeat. So, I mean, that's basically the only... It's like, you know, literal human battery type shit, you know? Power our portfolio. That's it. You basically exist to power, you know, the wealthy people's portfolio. Because most people literally do own nothing. Like, most people cannot even afford to... Like, this is the thing that's crazy, is people will say, like, you own your home. Well, they're still paying it off. It's like, well, if you lost your job, could you keep making payments? No. Well, you don't own your home. So, that's, like, the thing a lot of people don't realize. It's like, you know, in reality, you're very powerless. You know, you miss a few payments on your house, it gets repossessed by the bank. You're in foreclosure. So you don't own that. Even if you've been paying it off for 20 years, they can snatch that shit away from you. And then if you don't pay property tax, the government takes it. So very few people actually own anything. Soycast guy. Oh no, I read that. We're good. Z-Herb with the 5. It's always the same. Trump does the big ass. Doesn't get that, but still something in his favor, and people act like they won and Trump lost. Well, yeah, I mean, the main target of this entire thing has always been China. So, and that's what everybody's focused on now, and China overplayed their hand. Because not only did China put retaliatory tariffs on the U.S., they put it on every other country that deals with the U.S. too. And then on top of that, they blocked the flow of rare earth metals to everybody. So that's the thing, bro. It's like the Chinese kind of blew their bargaining chips in this one. Very, very reactionary. Because now all the other countries are thinking like, oh shit. China's not just going to block off one of us, they're going to block everybody off. You know, is that really something we want to deal with?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
They kind of overplayed their hand.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Soycast guy with the 5. By the way, Synth uploaded a new video on the Switch too. So give it a watch. I'm sure it'll be entertaining with your opinions vastly differing. Okay, we can watch it later. Hayden Akers with the 5. If you were president, what 5? Well, the thing is if I'm president, I wouldn't be able to implement anything. So you'd have to rephrase that to if I was a dictator, then that would be the effective way to do it. But yeah, just 5. That's kind of hard to think about at the top of my head, but. I don't know. That's kind of tough to do off the top of my head. Like 5 things. I would say number 1 would be abolishing the tax system we have now. I would do a 10% tax on revenue across the board for every single company. I mean, I wouldn't have to worry about voting, so none of that would have to change. Because, you know, who needs a pesky election at that point? I don't know. That's kind of tough to do 5 things, because, like, if you're in charge, you can just say whatever the fuck you want. Make gaming a human right? Yeah, absolutely not. No, I would put a tax on all revenue. So you would be taxed at the revenue line, not at the profit line. So companies would bear the entire tax burden. That would be the way I would do it, is the entire tax burden would be bared by revenue generation. Not income, not paychecks on individuals, like actual operating revenue from active businesses. and it would just be a 10% flat tax across the board. Also, I'd probably get rid of the Federal Reserve. That would be gone. Auto turrets on the southern border. Nah, that's too small. That's too small. The age of imperialism would begin again. I would revive the Roman provincial system, but for the United States. I'm trying to think. What else? I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want. I don't know. I have to think about it. Those would probably be my three things, is get rid of the tax system and overhaul it, get rid of the fucking Federal Reserve, and then also start expanding the United States to absorb countries that have large mineral deposits, but keep them as independent operating provinces that basically pay tithe back to the United States, but maintain their autonomy. Those would be my top three, because now we're in a resource war where basically whoever has access to these materials is in charge, so... You wouldn't like the new DMC anime. Well, yeah, I wouldn't like it anyway, because I don't really watch anime. Adi Shankar put politics in it. Legit war on terror, war in Iraq, but it's in hell. Make weak demons good. Poor refugees like a certain group of people. Jesus Christ. Cringe. There's no such thing as a good demon. Shout out to this channel for being the only one calling outside the midnight for being woke. Well, dude, I'm a racist for doing that, so, you know, I hope you're okay with shouting out. A real racist, dude. Yeah, once I get the Switch 2, I'll definitely stream games off of that for sure. Because I would assume most people won't be able to get one day one. Or just won't get one in general for a while. So yeah, I'll stream probably the majority of whatever big first-party Nintendo games come out. I'm planning on doing what I wish I would have done with the Switch 1, which is just buying every single first-party Nintendo game as they're announced, so that I have like the complete Nintendo catalog for the Switch 2. So, yeah, I plan on streaming probably the majority of them at least once. Stellar Blade might come to the Switch 2. That's possible. I don't know if Sony will let them or not, but... because it's published by PlayStation, but maybe. It'd be cool. I would definitely pick it up again. I would definitely pick that up again. I need to play Astral Chain at some point too. I just bought that recently. And then I bought Bravely Default 2 as well, which maybe I should wait and play the remaster on the Switch 2 first, because I don't know if they're actually chronological or not. But I never played those. Yeah, that's what I heard. Astral Chain is good. I bought it, so. I don't think they've given a release date for Metroid Prime 4 yet, but I could be wrong. I don't think it's a launch day title, no. The only launch title they've confirmed is, you know, Mario Kart, and then I think the remastered games. Alright, this thing should be done. There we go. Finally, bro. Yeah, no release date for Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, Nintendo doesn't really release dates until it's like right about to come out. Are you going to play GameCube games on Steam? Yeah, if they have Gale of Darkness there day one, I might do that immediately. I'll probably do an XD Gale of Darkness playthrough as soon as that becomes available. If Eternal Darkness comes to it, you're playing. What is that? I'm not familiar with that.
Since the dawn of time.
Yeah, well, they said that one Mai chick was too hot for Smash Bros. But then they put in Pyra and Mithra, who had literal jiggle physics.
An entity bound by ancient laws to preserve order and balance. It held that any great power, unchecked, threatened the very fabric of the universe. In time, heaven and hell came to honor the council and its laws. For none were beyond the swift and terrible justice of the council's enforcers.
Well, dude, what is not revealing about Pyra and Mithra? You can literally see every fucking inch of their curvature. There's nothing left to the imagination other than how big their nipples are and whether or not they keep it hairy.
Someday be integral to the balance. Thus, a third kingdom was named. The Kingdom of Man. By order of the council, a truce was forged between heaven and hell. The great pact was bound by 7 seals to be broken at the appointed time. When
I want Eve from Stellar Blade and Fortnite, lol. It's sad that Samus didn't get into Fortnite as well. Has Nintendo put any of their characters in Fortnite? I don't think so. I don't play Fortnite, so I have no fucking idea if they've put anything in there or not. I have no clue. We need this to happen today. Yeah, back in the day you had like cool pre-rendered cutscenes and shit. But now it's all in-engine. Now it's all in-engine. Just, you know, walk and talk sections. Like, cutscenes used to be the reward for doing shit in games. Like, the cutscenes used to be a fucking badass reward. You get to see, like, some crazy shit. Now they're just pure filler. The Wilhelm scream, dude.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Well, I think the directors don't find it serious, which is why they put it in their games. Or not games, but movies. Same difference nowadays. I thought it said L2 and R2. Yeah, what's stopping developers from making games like this now? Absolutely fucking nothing. You can't tell me an indie game studio couldn't make this nowadays. Like, why are indie studios not making shit like this? Instead, oh yeah, here's 16-bit retro nostalgia boner title number 7000. Alright, let me read these real quick. Fallen Shadow with the 5. Hey Griff, I want a new game. Achilles, a TDS game. Fate Remastered, old PC game. Or Disorder. Oh, the, hold on. The, like, Fate Stay Night game. Or, Disorder, a Stellar Blade knockoff. I thought was cool. Thoughts. I'm not really familiar with, I think I've seen Achilles. But, I don't know. I haven't really heard of either of those two. I know about the Fate remaster, but... I don't know, bro. I have no idea, honestly. I'm not really familiar with them. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. Timed Barista. Or Barista. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. There we go. Banned. Gone forever.
What is happening?
It's still crazy that we've never actually gotten a true Darksiders 2. Like, Darksiders 2 was a prequel. So we've never actually gotten a follow-up to this game.
I can't
was thinking of splurging on a PS5 Pro, but I already have a PS5 and the updates don't even look that drastic, so I think I'll pass. Yeah, that's the thing. If, like, you don't really play on PS5 as, like, your main platform, or you just don't really care that much, it's not really worth getting. So, unless you just got some expendable money to toss, then, yeah, there's not really any necessity to upgrade. It's just kind of like, you know, nice, I guess, little differences. Shit. But yeah, I'd much rather get a Switch 2 and have a normal PS5 than not get a Switch 2 and have a PS5 Pro. Shit, I'm gonna die. Yeah, Gamefly is still a thing. I buy used games from Gamefly quite frequently. Nah, they're Blu-rays, so you can't really scratch them. Oh, shit. Fuck. I forgot to jump. Yeah, they're complete in box because they only ever send out the disc to people, so usually the cases are in perfect condition. Oops. I just love how this game actually looks like a video game, bro. It's not photorealistic, it has like an actual art style, but it also looks really fucking cool. The eye advance with the two Roblox devs can easily make games like this. Yeah, I don't know, man. Indie game devs just... that's why I refuse the just play indies narrative, because it's like, indie devs could make cool shit like this, but they don't. They absolutely fucking don't. They make a bunch of slop tier garbage that nobody fucking wants to play.
What is this? Where are my brothers? This cannot be. A final seal.
My lord.
Titties!
How did this happen?
Johnny's with the 2. Is this the War Master diversion? Yeah, it is. It is.
I can't afford this shit!
Answer the call.
Dude, he's got some bad breath. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oops. No. Crunch. Damn, bro.
Your claims. The seals were broken. I was summoned. Then where are the other horsemen? Were they not summoned as well? The 7 seals are hidden, as they have been since the pact was forged eons ago. All of them intact. There was no call. You aided the Dark Ones, broke a sacred covenant that has doomed mankind, and threatened the balance. When I rode, heaven and hell were already at war. Abaddon was there. He knew something. Abaddon fell, fighting off the chaos you unleashed. I fought powerless against the demons, and still you accuse me. Your defeat proves nothing. Likely the Destroyer cast you aside when he was finished with you. You have defiled the law, horseman. You will be punished. I serve only the council. Only the balance. As the horsemen always have. Send me back. I will punish the ones responsible. How? What hope do you have against the Destroyer's armies? You are powerless. Then I will fail. And the demons will have carried out your sentence. Very well. You will return to the earth. But you will be watched. Come forth.
Why does that voice sound so familiar? Well, it's just the default edgy, you know, voice of the 2000s.
Remember that, or I will really get under your skin.
Get it? His arm. Genocide King Revive with the 2. The voice actor for War also voices Grimoire of Weiss. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They're similar genres, too. Hell yeah, dude.
The souls of the dead will be your currency. Some enemies are more easily bought than killed.
Griff, does your wife's boyfriend let you stay up past your bedtime? That's right, man. He's just really such a great guy. I'm glad she found him. Genocide King Revive with the 2. The voice actor for Volgrim is also Sam B. Hell yeah, dude. Hoodoo voodoo, bitch.
I can't afford this shit!
Whoa. The Sneeko chair?
Like our trajectory was a little off. Not so fast, horseman. Let's lay down a few ground rules. Until this is over, you're a dog on a leash. I say bark, you bark. And if I have to kick you, you'd better not bare your teeth. Understand? Or should I teach you to play dead?
Soycast guy with the 2. Weiss voice actor voices Scent and Drakengard 3, apparently. That's not surprising because, you know, Nier came out before Drakengard 3, so it would make sense that they reuse the same cast. Oh, wait.
The council ordered you to seek out Vulgrim, so start seeking.
Yes, master.
I can't afford this shit!
Wait, Griffin. What? I'm not supposed to have fun? That's right. Well, I can only have fun in old games, I guess. Oh, shit. Where's my yellow paint? Genocide King Revive with the 5. Really appreciate it, man. I missed the era of edgy games from the late 2000s to early 2010s. 2004
All right,
to
awesome.
2011
Thanks, nigga. All right.
was the golden age of gaming, in my opinion. I agree, man. 100%. We're currently in the dark ages of gaming. Nah, we're in the age of decadence right now. Like, we're just in the super degenerate, wealthy, you know, fat and postulated fucking form of the gaming industry. Where companies can literally pay billions of dollars to lose money. This is Darksiders 1. Sorry, Griffin, you gotta suffer. Oh, shit. Suicide bomb. When glue. Okay. Crack they head like a Pepsi.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but...
Was I not supposed to come all the way down?
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Huh. What the fuck am I missing? Was I not supposed to come down here? Fuck. Oh, I guess up here. Okay. Yeah, that whole thing was bait. I forget if that execution gives you an invincibility window or not. I think that was one of the exploits you could do in this game. Even the sound effects are just peak, bro. Yeah, this is exactly the type of game I would make if I was a small indie developer, dude. Like, this type of game is just missing from the market now. Alright, what the fuck happened there? Like, the closest we've gotten to a game like this is Stellar Blade, I would say. Which, even that was kind of on the more difficult side, so not entirely the same. But... Oh shit. Lunge. I thought I saw something to push, but maybe not. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I don't like Jedi Fallen Order. That's the thing, is like, at least Stellar Blade, with it being more difficult, you at least have something to look at. Jedi Fallen Order, you get like some fucking redhead twink.
How long was I gone? In Earth years? About a century. Long enough for the last of the mouth breathers to die off. Then, the Third Kingdom is lost.
Let's see. So, Soycast out of the 5 never played the Darksiders games. It's nice that I can play, or find plenty of old games to play when barely anything that comes out today is good. I never played Darksiders 3 or Genesis, but I've heard Genesis is good. 3 I've heard is mixed, because it's more of a Souls clone, which is unfortunate. Is Mind's Eye, and I don't know what that is. What is Mind's Eye? Is that like an older game or something? An E-Man with the fit. Oh god. Dino Crisis? It's on PS Stream. What the fuck is that? Alright, I'll check it in a second. Mind's Eye is an IOI game made by the same people who made Hitman 3. I'm not familiar with it. I need to check it out. Oh yeah, I am curious. Whoa, dude, I got a trophy! Alright, let's see. What is this shit? Oops. Too far. Oh. I'm more hyped for their 007 game Yeah, I don't know. I've never really played too many Hitman games. I've only ever played whatever the fuck it's called, Absolution. That's the only one I played. Which I didn't play it as a stealth game. So what is this shit? Very descriptive screenshots. An anime girl and T-Rex mouth. That's kind of crazy that the PS5 version is smaller than the PS4 version. That is kind of cool technology-wise. It's Resident Evil, but oh god, so it's gonna be dog shit. Gotcha. It's gonna be limited ammo, shitty controls, dog shit. Gotcha. Big boy. This combat is just so satisfying, man. I miss games like this so much. It's just such a shame, bro. We really had it good. We had it good back in the day. And this was like not even one of the better games that would have come out in like a 3-month period. That's what's wild, is this was kind of just like a throwaway title in reality. Oh shit, am I stuck? Maybe I... Oh, you can swim. I haven't played this in so long, I don't even remember it really. Yeah, I agree. The mainstream appeal of Dark Souls, once it became mainstream, it ruined action games. 100%, bro. Can I save? Yeah. Yeah, I really miss the days of just, like, going to GameStop, picking up, like, a random game that looks cool, taking it home, playing it for, like, a day or two, beating it, either shelving it for the time being to have my gaming collection, bro, or, you know, taking it back to GameStop, trading it in, buying something new, rinse and repeat. Like, I really do miss that process. Like, that genuinely was one of the most enjoyable aspects of gaming, is just being able to get, like, so many different types of shit that weren't overly drawn out, weren't retardedly difficult, didn't require you to basically treat it like a second job, and you could just play the game, beat it, have fun, rinse and repeat. Not anymore, man. Yeah, the one thing I didn't really love about Solstice is the fact that it has, like, that really, really, I would say, over-reliance on the color change.
All right,
mechanic.
awesome. Thanks, nigga.
Aside
All right.
from that, it wasn't that bad. That was, like, my one gripe, is, like, the mechanic where you have to hit them with red or blue damage kind of becomes annoying at a certain point, where it's like, okay, this is a little bit too autistic at times, where it's like you're just changing it every other attack, basically. Yeah, Souls was extremely niche, bro. When Dark Souls 1 came out, every GameStop had 2 limited editions of the game for people who pre-ordered. That should tell you how niche Dark Souls is. Like, I was one of the 2 people at my GameStop that got one of the limited editions of the game that came with, like, a metal fucking case for the game. So that's why that thing is worth a shit ton of money now. Super niche. It's only until it became a meme, like, oh yeah, prepare to die, and then, you know, the Dark Souls of X. That's when it blew up. And then Dark Souls 3 is what really made the games mainstream. So Dark Souls 3 is what really blew the games into the mainstream. And then, you know, games like Bloodborne, obviously, not as much, but, you know, kind of similar. But yeah, Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring is really what made the genre super fucking mainstream. So Minute World with the 5. Anyone remember that Ubisoft Breath of the Wild clone, Immortals Phoenix Rising, replaying it on PS5, and it's criminal how much they stole from... Yeah, I've seen that game. I've never played it. But yeah, I'm familiar with it. It is basically a Fortnite copy of Breath of the Wild. It looks like Breath of the Wild if somebody built it in like a Fortnite custom game. And Johnny's with the 5. I always thought Darksiders was like a peak Zelda-style game. So I've never really played Zelda, so you're saying, like, these are, like, the actual Zelda games and not, like, Breath of the Wild? Because I've never really played Zelda at all. So if the old Zeldas are kind of like this, I might actually like them. Breath of the Wild was peak? Shit, I strongly disagree with that, but, you know, to each their own, man. To each their own. I would definitely not use the word peak to describe Breath of the Wild, but hey, different strokes for different folks, right? Breath of the Wild is trash. I tried it. It's easily the worst Zelda. I just think it's boring, man. Like, you're just wandering around this open world, and it's just boring as fuck. I don't know. Same reasons I don't like Ubisoft games. So I keep that same energy. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. You've never played Breath of the Wild? I have 30 hours in Breath of the Wild. I just do not care for it. I think I got through 3 of the 4, like, walking statue things.
You're broke!
So I got pretty close
You're
to beating the
fucking
game. It's just I
poor!
could not force myself to keep playing it. So I got pretty close to finishing it. Well, yeah, Zelda was supposed to appeal to a Western audience. Like, Link was originally a Christian. I think a Catholic, more specifically. So, yeah. The Legend of Zelda was mainly supposed to appeal to the Western market. Because, you know, it's literally a Western RPG, basically, with the inspirations and lore and mythology and all that type of shit, so. It's based on Western mythology. Alright, let's get this slop over with. I'm sure it's going to be a great time. Oh my god, no! Alright, I gotta stop playing. Sorry, guys. My mom says that I play violent video games. I can't have Burger King, dude. So, sorry, I can't play it. I need the Roadhouse King. How do I know it's slop? Because it's Resident Evil with dinosaurs. I fucking hate Resident Evil. What's your wait, what cereal am I eating? The wasabi pea kind. They're not, it's not cereal. I got like this thing of wasabi peas from the grocery store the other day. So that's what I'm eating. Gotta eat my vegetables, dude. Easy.
I have successfully infiltrated under the guise of a researcher as planned.
I can't afford this shit!
I have encountered no information regarding top-secret development of new type weapons. But I have discovered there is an unexpected individual at this facility. The man is Dr. Kirk, the leading authority of our nation's energy research. Dr. Kirk was alleged to have died in an accident during the course of an experiment 3 years ago.
Chaka Shaka Gaming with D5. I've noticed Zelda fans are the most butthurt if you don't like their games. I'm like, bro, sorry, I don't like games from the N64 era. I was born in '99.
Regarding the staged accidental death, it appears
yeah,
that this country is
I don't know,
somehow
dude.
involved.
The Zelda fan base
Recommending that
is
necessary actions be taken
interesting. You guys remember that one chick we watched over the Skyward Sword announcement who was like literally crying her fucking eyes out over like that fucking remaster or whatever? It's like, holy shit, man. So yeah, they definitely have a very fanatical fan base, that's for sure.
Operation instructions.
turbulence.
Once you hit the ground, head straight to the designated convergence point. Got it?
Oh shit, dude. I love that it takes up like what? Maybe 50% of the screen, if even that. Well, wasn't Skyward Sword the only game they didn't remaster yet? So, I guess that kind of makes sense. Because they did Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and some other one on the 3DS. I have physical copies of all of them. And then the Wii U, they did Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, so I guess it was the only one left. Wowie zowie, dude. Oh my God. Do you think he's okay, guys?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
This is the first checkpoint. Playtime is officially over, kiddies. Something's wrong. The lights in the guardhouse are out.
Maybe this
Run a dog with D10. Appreciate it, man. You're being tortured at this point, dog. Yeah, I know. Slop tier gaming. Also, I'll add on, I'm sorry, for the class. Alright, yeah, I'll pull it up in a second.
Leave the guards to me.
Let me go ahead and get it. Once this cutscene ends, I'll pull it up.
Hey.
Oh my God, yeah, I saw this earlier. I saw that earlier, bro. It gets worse every time you see her. Yeah, that shit's horrific. That will go down as the worst casting in the history of television, hands down.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, let's do this.
Bro, I already know I'm not gonna like this game. It has shitty tank controls. It's a Resident Evil clone, just with dinosaurs instead of zombies.
As soon as I've cleared the room.
So, I don't need to give a game a chance when it's a carbon copy of a game I already don't like. Alright, here we go. Drag this over here. Oh, shit. The song's gonna start playing. Yeah, we'll put it on in the background just to liven the mood a little bit. I guess it's not gonna work.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So gross. What's wrong, guys? Don't you appreciate a nice adult girl? This is a woman. Obviously the perfect representation of Ellie. Alright, there we go. We got some bass music in the background too. We need the album. Yeah, World War III needs to drop, man. Johnny's at the 5. Breath of the Wild is not peak Zelda. It's the biggest departure gameplay-wise of all the mainline games. That's a negative, bro. Yeah, I did not. I really, like, forced myself to put that much time into Breath of the Wild. Like, because, you know, I saw everybody, like, soying out, and they were like, oh my god, bro, it's a 10 out of 10. It's, like, one of the highest-rated video games of all time, dude. It's amazing. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm just the problem here, because I'd never played Zelda. So I was just sitting there, like, trying to fucking like it. I got, like, what, probably 3/4 of the way through the game, just waiting for it to get good. It has the most obnoxious fucking breakable weapon system in the history of gaming. It has the biggest empty open world, the most repetitive slop activities, aka the shrines. And it just genuinely was boring as fuck. Like, I just eventually was like, yeah, I am done, bro. I got tired of playing that shit, and I just never went back to it. Yeah, the shrines were fine for the first 10 hours, but when you're doing it for 30 hours straight, it's like, holy fuck, bro. Like, enough is enough. It just became too much. It was long for the sake of being long, not because it was actually meaningful. Renadog with the 5. A Brit. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see. Next time you want to crap on the blue, remember they deal with this daily.
Don't sit your fucking ear.
What is the deal? Sergeant Walker said if needed,
Don't touch me.
the guys can.
See, at that point, it should just be legal to beat them.
I want a woman to touch me.
Put the bag
only.
over her head.
Woman only.
Choke out that fat bitch. Hell
Woman
yeah.
only. Okay, the fuck off.
I'm here.
No men shall touch me.
How can we get this off of you, okay?
I'll just take it off.
Okay.
I'll just take it off if you remove the men from the situation.
Okay. Correct. And do I have permission to touch your hair?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
You asked it for consent.
It's too bad she can
She don't
breathe
gotta
through
ask for
it.
consent. You don't ask for consent, do you? Not even from your wife. You just take her whenever you fucking want, don't you? Then you're lucky.
Well, we don't want you to get out of cuffs. Can you stand up for me and can you walk over?
Obviously fucking not. I'm in cuffs.
She's
okay. Oh, okay.
That's the most she's moved in her life.
No.
I'm not going to. I don't ever. No, I didn't hate you because I got very close. I already knew where you were.
Okay.
I was just pretending because you're being stupid. I can't walk over there.
How was I supposed to know that you were touching her?
Because I'm sitting here next to the cuff thing.
Okay. That didn't mean that you were touching her.
Well, obviously.
I'm trying to get you off the wall. Will you
Oh,
chill
am I
out?
scary to you? Okay, you're gonna break my shit. You're gonna cut up my cross. You're gonna stick in my ass when I'm sleeping.
Bruh.
Come over here.
No.
You just said you were.
No, I don't want to. This guy is touching me.
Oh, no.
No guys will touch me. No men will touch me. Stop it. You're
good as any trustee. Are you ready to get up? Yeah, I know, right?
Don't touch me.
You're gonna fall and hit your head.
Don't touch me. You're a man.
Okay, well,
What
I'm
the
gonna need
fuck?
help by one of these men. So.
Okay, I
You're
don't
a
trust any of them
man.
except the black guy.
Okay, all right. Well, we're both going to help you up there now. What are you talking about?
I hate white men.
All right, let's go.
Typical, dude. Oh my god, the fucking obese white woman wants a black man. I never would have guessed. Like a moth to a flame, bro. Like a moth to a flame. The black man and fat white woman stereotype is alive and well.
I hate white men. I hate white men. I hate white men.
They hate you too, you fat, disgusting hog.
I hate white men. I hate white men.
The woman was charged with damage to property, resisting arrest, and assault on law enforcement. Thanks for watching today's video. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe for more of our content.
Yeah, bro, honestly, I think that might be my biggest beef with black dudes, is their love of obese women. Like, black men single-handedly, I feel like, enable these fucking cows to feel like they should be, you know, beautiful at any size. Because it's not really any other race of men that will put up with fat chicks. But black men will. And it's like literally destroying the fabric of society. Because these fucking chunguses think that, you know, they're beautiful in any size. Because they can point to examples like that. Do Mexicans like fat chicks, though? I think it's more so just, you know, Mexican women get fat. I don't think they start out liking fat women. I don't know. I've never heard that Mexican dudes like fat chicks. I've just always heard they get fat. Like, Mexican chicks get fat later in life. Not that they, you know, they like them fat in the first place. But that's also because of their diet, so, yeah. Reddit Dog with the 20. Comments obviously off. What's more intimidating, her or Bella? My favorite game, and we have Bella. Alright, we'll see. Is this... Oh, shit. Alright, we'll watch this real quick, and then we'll get back to the game. Let me see. I gotta find a re-upload of it, because it's age restricted. There we go. We'll watch this real quick. Yeah, but I thought tortas was like a insult. I thought that was like an insult. Is the sound just like not? Maybe it's not coming through on my end. Never mind. Yeah, I have the wrong headphones on. Rent-A-Dog's back to his old ways. That's right. Some things never change, man. And maybe they shouldn't. Claus Mystery with the 20. No, Mexicans do prefer fit women. Big difference. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's more so that Mexican women start out skinny but then get fat. It wasn't that they like them fat in the first place.
What are you doing, kiddo?
Why is she just chilling over a
You really
corpse
gonna go
playing
through
the
with this?
guitar? It's like kind of retarded. Like, yeah, I just want to smell his rotting body and shit and piss coming out of his dead fucking asshole. It's edgy and cool, yeah. Yeah, dude, like when you die, you shit yourself. So, you quite literally would have shitty pants. Your bowels empty themselves and your bladder as well. Yeah, Ellie looks normal compared to that fucking goblin, bro. Like, where was it? Bro, that is foul. Like, what in the fuck, dude? It's like literally the this should be like the poster child for why you shouldn't drink while pregnant. Like, hey, mothers out there, this is why you shouldn't take a fucking tequila shot every night. Or, you know, the dangers of smoking while pregnant. Like, what the fuck, man? Put the chromosomes in the bag. Yeah, exactly. It's just so creepy looking, dude. Alright. Let me close out of these. Let's see. Neoverse animation with the 2 synthetic in it as well. He called Nintendo Disney. I don't know if Disney is the right comparison for Nintendo. I would say Disney is more of Xbox at this point. But maybe classical Disney is like Nintendo. Like 1990s, early 2000s, I guess you could say, is similar to Disney. But not Disney of today. Claw's mystery with the 50 pesos. People want to fix Ellie by romancing her. I would just fix her by taking her out back, dude. Yeah, take her to the swamp. That's right. Oh, where is it? There we go.
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them. Look here, there's 2 choices in life.
Wings.
You pretend you're straight, or I beat you to death.
She's infected after all. Pew, pew. And that would not be the sound of,
shooting thick, milky ropes.
Shooting thick, milky ropes.
Ugh. God, I hate the controls in these fucking games, man.
Let me guess. This is some of your handiwork, right?
The brass is still warm. These guards were shooting at something very recently.
So who were they fighting?
This wasn't much of a fight. I don't think these guards hit anything before getting sliced and diced. Whatever they were shooting at came in through there.
Run-a-Dog with the 5 Avengers and older shows like Lost did marketing to avoid spoilers. It's done off. Yeah, but having Abby in the game trailer wouldn't have been a spoiler when she's half the game. That's not really a spoiler, though. Like, just featuring her image in the trailer once would not have been, like, spoiled anything, because nobody would have known who she is. You know? Like, they just completely excluded her from any and all marketing material. Joel dies first 30 minutes. No, he doesn't.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I don't think he dies in the first 30 minutes, does he? I feel like it's further in than that. Like, what? 3 or 4 hours? I don't think it was, like, right at the beginning. How do you get up there? Okay. Yeah, they should have done the anthology route with The Last of Us, where it's like independent stories and stuff. This game is probably older than me. I'm not sure, though. I know the original Resident Evil is older than me. Obviously, there's something else I'm supposed to do in here, I guess. You said Princess Peach Showtime was... Compared to this, it is. It's actually playable. This shit is cheeks, bro. Oh my god. What in the fuck? This sucks, man. I'm already ready to quit. I'm already ready. This shit would have already been done. This is pure fucking garbage.
How's the progress going with that security?
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know what's been going on here, but it looks like all the power...
Yeah, E-Man can't put down the slot, bro.
As long as that's the situation, there's not a lot I can do. Why don't you see if you can gain access to the backup generators on the ground level?
I'm on it. What are you doing here?
I caught the last part of your conversation.
I don't get the hate for South of Midnight. I'm on Chapter 6 and the combat is fun. It's not, though. It's the exact same 3-hit combo the entire game. The combat is not fun. It's repetitive as shit. And there's like, what, 2 to 3 enemy types in the entire game? I literally did get the upgrades. I have the achievement for buying all the upgrades. So, yeah, no. I'm not you. Okay, yeah. Keep making excuses, retard, please. Keep justifying your ex-slop. I have no idea where the fuck I'm supposed to be going. Rage bait used to be creative, yeah.
That's disgusting.
This guy's been eviscerated. Something tore his intestines straight out.
Yeah, going from Darksiders to this is pretty jarring, man.
Okay, let's move on.
Can we go back to Darksiders, please? Fuck this game. I wish. I don't get how this is considered fun, man. I really don't. I struggle with it every day. I don't fucking know. It doesn't get me hot. It does not, man. Consumes a slop, yeah. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Let's see. Dino Crisis button puzzle. Generator room. Oh, you're supposed to do right, center, right. Fuck. Oops. Alright, well, I guess I can rewind.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
This again. Or can you even? You can? Here, let's see them. I guess it won't say. Oh, shit. Oh my god! A raptor? I'm guessing that's what it is. Yup. How do you run? Oh, it's square. This is fucking trash. Oh my god. Oh shit. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? That's all it took.
Good news. I got the control system back online. What's the situation over there?
Let's see. Neonverse animation of the two. We need to save Synthetic Man from Bookie's hater? What do you mean by that?
You're not gonna believe this. He was attacked by some
Who is the Bookie's hater? Run a Dog with the 5. The vast majority of the trailers is post his death. Even the flashbacks for him are that. This game is awful, by the way, lol. Good for its time, I guess. I don't know, bro, because I played PS1 games back in the day, and they were not this fucking jank. Like, this control scheme, by far, is probably one of the worst in video games I've ever seen. Now, I understand it's because they didn't have analog sticks, but still, bro. It's, like, really fucking shit. And then also, Run a Dog with the 5. Copyright, it's 12 seconds. This is you on this game. Alright, let's see. I can pull it up real quick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Rip. Destination, your position. Okay. Well, doesn't really show me my position, but alright. Ooh. Why not? Okay. So I have to find the other disc. Oh my god! Let's see. So, Lance Manliness with the 5. Just watched Synth Switch 2 video. He's on the Rage bandwagon. But ain't gonna dissuade me from buying it, though. I'm waiting for a special edition. Yeah, is he really like a big Nintendo fan, even? I don't think, what, he's only ever reviewed, what, Breath of the Wild, not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, right? So, is he even really a Nintendo guy at all? So, I don't know. Loves the GameCube? Based. The GameCube is peak. GameCube appreciators are far too few. But I wonder what he thinks is better, the GameCube or the PS2. Oh, that's a save spot. The fuck? Oh shit. DSP's rage quit this game 3 times. I don't blame him. It's shitty. I don't like these controls, man. This is like, I didn't grow up playing this type of stuff, so I have no nostalgia for it, therefore I have no desire to learn how to play games with just genuinely bad controls. If I had nostalgia for this, maybe it'd be different. Because it's like, okay, yeah, I grew up with this, I have good memories of it, blah, 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 but it's like, I don't. Where's the plug? I know I picked one up.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl's one of the 2. Griffin is Naruto and Synthetic Man is Sasuke. Nah, dude. I can't be Naruto because I, 1, don't have any friends, so I can't use the power of friendship to talk no jutsu my way out of things. It's impossible. Run a dog with a 2. This or GTA 3? GTA 3 because it's actually playable. This, like, genuine. I would consider this to be borderline unplayable, bro. Like, I don't want to fucking play this shit. There's nothing redeeming about it at all. It's got shit graphics, shit gameplay, terrible camera angles. Like, I don't know, bro. Not for me. Resource management, inventory management.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
At least you can move in 3-dimension
Anyway, our
in
first
GTA
priority is to
3.
complete the mission.
What we ought to do is just call in the chopper and get off this death trap.
That's a great idea, but Cooper has the radio, and he's missing.
Remember, guys, we live by the no life, no wife, no friends, no hope moniker now. So, as part of the PW Army, no life, no wife, no friends, no hope.
Still hasn't been restored to the area.
Exactly. They must have that area wired to a different power system than the ground level.
We can investigate that area after we finished our sweep of the ground level.
Okay, then I'll take care of the shutters that are blocking the way. You work your way in, grab the dock, and then rendezvous back here.
100% hot, though. Yeah, we always appreciate hot young guys.
What's the deal with this place anyway?
Man, I don't know.
Yeah. Now what I want to know is where those things are coming from.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, I don't know if, like, Kiwi Farms would bully PWR, though. Because PWR is not, like, a, you know, an asshole. You know? Chris Chan was a fucking piece of shit. Like, that's the thing. So that's, like, kind of the difference. Now, granted, I don't know. Maybe they will. But... he's pretty harmless for the most part. Like, he's not vindictive at all. He's positive. He's already given back to his community. He's doing charity. So, unless he has, like, some massive, you know, rage fit where he starts attacking people for shit, I don't know if they would mess with him. Well, let's see. Dino Crisis safe code 0426. An entrance key. Okay. What would the way she look like with modern graphics? Like that. A red-haired anime girl. Synth said he gets more Fuda than you, Griffin. Nuh-uh, bro. That's not true, man. I've gotten so many chicks with dicks and I'm drowning in their cum. Oh, yeah, I have a graded copy of PN03. I actually have a graded copy of that.
Ready? That was quick. Thanks.
Hey, girl, just get going.
Will it die if it does that? No, I guess I just did a big ass loop. Alright. Can't wait to be Nah, Pokemon ZA is gonna be $70. They've already announced it for the Switch 1, bro, so it's gonna be $10 more on Switch 2. So it'll be 70. Oh, wow. So yeah, if you buy the Switch 2 version of games, you can put it in on the Switch 1 as well. They just tweeted that out. That's pretty neat. Uh-oh, dude. I thought they were ruining physical gaming, guys. I thought Nintendo was killing physical gaming by not letting you actually have your game on the cartridge. Well, apparently now, if you get the Switch 2 cart, you can play it on the original Switch and the Switch 2. Both versions are on it. What I love about this game is the fact that the basic enemies take around a clip to kill, so it makes you have to really save ammo. Bro, bait used to be believable. You love sinking endless amounts of bullets into normal-ass enemies for no fucking reason.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
That's bait. I ain't taking it. Lance Manliness with the 10. Gonna go back to sulking in my solitude chamber. Been binging your Switch 2 content. Great stuff. Just don't swallow the Fuda girls cum unless that's what you like. No judging. Why does it like have the same effect as like a succubus's aphrodisiac? Where it just drives you fucking insane and the only thing you crave is more fucking Fuda? Is that what happened to many others before me? I'll be careful, man. But yeah, I'm excited for the Switch 2, personally. I think it looks good. It's everything I wanted out of the Switch 2. It's just a more powerful Switch, so I got no complaints, personally. Games that resource stretch you are the worst. I'll never understand masochists that enjoy that kind of vicious cycle. Yeah, I don't either. Like, oh fuck, dude, I shot my shotgun too many times. Time to restart the game.
Bruh.
It's like, how is that fun? Like, bro, that is not fun. That's like literal misery. Like, yeah, let me restart the entire fucking game because I used too many grenades early on.
I can't afford this shit!
People are talking about me on Kiwi Farms now. Yeah, apparently I've already been on there because when I donated to DSP.
Griffin Gaming just did a super chat, said, Gaming!
Apparently I've already been on there for that too. That was a big no-no, I guess. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happens, dude. Kiwi Farms is like a website. It's basically like, I don't want to say it's like 4chan, but it's basically what? A forum just for lolcows and shit. And internet drama and shit, I don't know. I've never actually been on it, so. Liberal for? I don't know if it's liberal. I've never heard anyone say it's liberal. But yeah, I have no idea. Because they fuck with like trannies and stuff, so I don't think it's liberal. That's the website that like found all the shit on Keffels about him grooming kids and stuff, so. Yeah, I don't think they're liberal at all. You know, if they were liberal, they would have viewed Keffels as an ally. Like, yeah, he needs to troon more kids. So, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Run a dog with the 2. I'm going to regret this, but Fuda. Basically think anime girl with a massive penis. That's really all you need to know. Is take your average anime girl and give her a massive, comically large penis. Sometimes with balls, sometimes not. But also, which I don't know, maybe there is a distinction, but I believe they maintain their vagina as well, too. So just literally a girl with a cock on top of her vagina. It's I don't fucking know, man. Not my wheelhouse. Synth is very particular about the balls. Does he like the balls or no balls? He's like, yes, he likes the ball. Oh my god. I don't know if that's better or worse. So he must be a fan of the girl Kaine from Nier. Let me go back. I used too many bullets. Oh. Got him.
I can't afford this shit!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
afford this shit!
Bro, what? Huh? What the fuck does this mean? Code HBCEF. Oh, look. My favorite words in there. Hell yeah.
Skip it a button, faggot.
So BCFGI. I had no fucking idea. Enter the password to my channel. There's no number, so I can't do that. Sorry. My passwords are mostly numbers and symbols nowadays. I only have like 1 or 2 letters in them. Synth legit lights up when he talks about Sphere Hunter. Do you think maybe it was a case of maybe Synthetic Man was a fan of Sphere Hunter and then he was fooled? Like that was the great deception? Like he was a fan of Sphere Hunter, realized, oh shit, this is actually a man, and then that sent him down the Fuda rabbit hole? You need to wait to read a document that explains how to figure out the code. Okay, well I can just look it up. Door code H.
I can't afford this shit!
Cheater! That's right, dude. With the H pass. Here we go.
First, you will need a DD. Third, you'll need to go to the chief's room, which is located on the 2nd floor of this facility. Fourth,
okay,
you will need to set the DDK.
You gotta enter in what she's gonna give you later, which is... Yeah, I had never heard of Sphere Hunter until y'all mentioned him. So, I don't watch Resident Evil content, so it would have never come across my desk.
Yes, I am. Do you know where I can find Dr. Kirk?
Kirk? That fool. What's he plotting now?
What are you talking about?
Well, Sphere Hunter didn't used to show his face. That's the reason why. It was just the voice.
What's this for?
I don't know. Told me extremely vital.
Honcho Reckless with the 2. Fuda Gang. Hell yeah, dude. And Run a Dog with the 5. Okay, then this is me for class. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Very true. This is a better fate than Fuda. I wonder if that's an Arab household.
صغير تولع وحرك رب الغرفة وقلت شو لا امسكوا
why are they doing that though?
صغير تولع وخرج رب الغرفة وقلت شو لا
Why? Yeah, no more back shots. This is our way out. You know, things are supposed to go out of that hole, not in. The goats understand. Yeah, both of them did it. It was weird. I don't know. Tim Marco the 7, the fact that some people really advocate for the pruning of kids on one side of the political spectrum is absolutely insane. Yeah, remember, oh, they just want to get married. Now it's, oh, we just want to chop your kids' genitals off. It's fucking insane, man. Absolutely batshit crazy. Verdict Polar with D2. Thumbnail and video title is Peak. Thanks, Griff. Well, I appreciate it, man. I just wish it was true. My wife's boyfriend just texted and said that I cannot have a Nintendo Switch too, so sad hours. And DJ Aftershock with the 2. India Superpower. Sar. Ancient Alien Spaceship. Sar. Yeah, that's right. Great God Shiva. Come down. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Call it a scapegoat. Ack, indeed. Yeah, I guess he was watching PWR's stream and was feeling hot. He was feeling hot. Bruh, a house fire is going to start and they're laughing. Well, that's what happens when you're of average to below average IQ, man. Well, that's what they say is stupid people have more fun, which I actually agree with. I actually do agree with that. Like, if you're just really dumb, I feel like you'll probably have more fun in life because you just don't think about shit or the consequences or really anything. You just, like, live in the moment always. So, yeah, there's something to that. That dumb people are typically more happy on average, and the higher your intelligence, the more prone you are to be unhappy or depressed or whatever. Literally me for real. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Literally me too, dude. The SG bullets. Well, I don't have an SG. Whatever that is. Yo, the end disc. Oh, fuck. I thought the game froze for a second, but nah. I was like, oh shit, is it gonna crash? And it's like, nope. Big ass monster. I guess T-Rex. Actually, I don't know what breed of dinosaur it is, dude. Yeah, grab me. You can't do shit, bitch. What? Boo. DJ Aftershock of the 2, India had advanced Vimana spaceship 4,000 years ago, sir. Yes, and they have advanced Brahmin engineering and intelligence. That's the thing, bro, is like for as large of a country that India is, has India actually invented anything? Like, honest question. Like, I'm not even trying to be like hashtag racism or anything. Like, what has India ever, like, invented? Like, think about it. There's no, like, extremely, you know, innovative Indian companies. They don't really lead on anything. They just reproduce other people's shit for cheap. Like, the only Indian export I can think of is, like, spices, which is, like, agriculture. Alright, let's see. So... Dino Crisis... Bar safe code... 8159. How do you check your health in this? Or can you even? Damn. Combine your health stuff together. Oh, use mix. There we go. Let's see. Run a dog with the 10. Well, I was wrong. Pricing like older and newer games, still not worth it. What is that? Nintendo Switch spokesperson confirms the physical Switch 2 edition games will have original Switch game and the upgrade pack on the same game card. No download code, no download required. Exclusively Switch 2 game cards. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine, personally. Like, that basically gets rid of everybody's concern, because you can use the old, you know, Nintendo Switch with the new carts, and you still have your upgraded version, so... Digital only, but they kind of still leverage over... Well, there's not really any digital... The only digital only games are the key card games, which those are not going to be Nintendo first-party titles. Those are only going to be third-party games that otherwise would have been download only anyway. So the thing the key card does is it allows you to sell your digital games, which is nice. So that's just an option. But Nintendo's own games are going to be on cart. That's never been an issue. Well, if they were worried about leaks, then Nintendo would be using the key card system, which they're not. They're still putting their games on the physical, like, cartridge. So it's only third-party devs that are doing it. And it's the third-party devs that probably otherwise would just do it digital only so they didn't have to pay for the storage. Well, that was a waste of time. Oh my god, bro. Ugh, I hate these controls with a passion. I would imagine Fortnite's not going to have any physical copies. Well, Fortnite takes so much storage because it's a huge game. Like, it's actually a massive game for what it is. Does Griffin have a fan like PWR out there that's been watching his content since day one? I don't know. Probably not. But maybe. I hope I don't have anyone like PWR that's like, alright guys, let's ask our mom for Burger King. Hopefully nobody's like that. Yeah, I never got into Fortnite. I don't know. I just don't like Battle Royales. Personally.
I've unlocked the shutters near the entrance. One more thing.
Ugh.
I just caught a glimpse of something on the monitor that looked human.
I wish I had all the comics. Yeah.
Front of the training room. So, check there first.
Anytime Griffin Gaming gets a sub, you should say it like PPP and say Juan with the 5 subs. Alright, we'll test it out. Yeah, honestly, I should shill for memberships, but... Okay, how do I use the device? Oh, I guess I don't have the other component. It's fucking gay, man. Okay, I can turn this off now, at least. I should sing for some... Yeah, no, you should give me subs to not sing. That's probably the better deal. That's probably the better deal, man. You don't want to hear me sing. That's for sure. I know for a fact I have a shitty voice for singing. You can sing? Well, congratulations. Don't we all just wish we were you, huh? Do I like this chick? Not really. I'm not into the anime haircut. I still haven't gotten the shotgun. Oh, the N-word disc. Alright. Surprised a raptor didn't jump over that. See, I signed up for the Switch that was not bundled with Mario Kart World on the Nintendo, like, I guess, website. Because I figured that everybody would be signing up for the bundled version. So in order to ensure my chances of getting it day one, I figured it'd be better to put in a request to purchase the non-bundled version. And I'll just pay the extra $30 for the game. Griffin could be as quirky and wholesome as... I honestly, like, I'm not quirky, but I would say that I am pretty wholesome in real life. I'm a pretty nice person in real life, generally speaking. N I G G E. Oh wait, wrong code. That's to my cell phone. let's see. So N E new D O M new com mer. I'm guessing it's gonna be a. That's what it is. That seemed like the right code to me, yeah. Let's see. So, Brett with the 2, what happened to your Black Ops 4 review? I have no idea. I don't even remember if I did a review for that. I have no clue, honestly. And Kazuma with the 2. $80 for Mario Kart World is chump change. I agree.
That's right! That's right!
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't know. As a working adult, $80
awesome.
for a game
Thanks,
is
Digga.
not
All
putting
right.
me in the poorhouse, especially if it's a game I want and know I will play for probably hundreds of hours. So. And also, E-Man with the 5, mute Juanold.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking
Yeah, he
lot.
didn't gift 5 subs, dude. I still can't believe Fluff Butt is it. Yeah, dude, that shit's so gay. That game genuinely sucked. Like, I really fucking hated playing that. Like, genuinely fucking hated playing that shit. Dude, I don't have enough butt plugs to open the box. Damn it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
One for me and one for my hooker. Oh, shit. Where is it? Oh. It's not dead yet. There we go. Yeah, Brink is very bad. I remember my friend convinced me to buy it. He's like, bro, this looks awesome. And we got it. It sucked. Yeah. Yeah, Rent a Dog with the 5 for Britt. Is it a love song? Oh, pretty much. If lesbians were real, their sex toys would be shaped like pussies, but they aren't. Hey, man, that is pretty true. You know, it really does make you think, right? Why do women who claim to not like men still want their cocks? It's a myth. They just need a good femboy in their life. Well, I don't think it's like really open world. It's more so like you can explore the maps in your own like free time. Like the maps now have like this open area type layout. So you can go to the different tracks and areas and like drive around and like practice, you know, taking shortcuts and all that type of stuff. I don't think it's like open world like Forza Horizon like a lot of people are saying. I think it's more so you can just kind of explore the environments to figure out like the best routes, you know, just get a feel for the courses outside of a race. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm excited to try it out though. Like I genuinely think that Mario Kart game looks really good. Like I wasn't really sure how they were going to one-up Mario Kart 8, because Mario Kart 8 is pretty much perfect. But, yeah, I think it looks good. What Pokemon game would you recommend getting for the Switch 2? My personal favorite Pokemon game on the Switch is Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, but it just depends if you like the open world games. I mean, if you like open world, you could always try Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet. I'm not huge on Scarlet and Violet, but yeah, I would say probably Shining Pearl or Brilliant Diamond. Those are the two best. Is Mario Kart 8 the best? I would say it is, just based on the fact that it has so much content. Now, personally, I am partial towards Double Dash because I have the most nostalgia for it, and I love Balloon Battle on that game. That's what me and my friends all used to play all the time. But, yeah, I would probably say Mario Kart 8 is probably the best in the franchise. Mario Kart 8 is supposed to be played with friends. Didn't think you would like it because you have no friend. Thanks a lot, bro. Thanks for reminding me. But, yeah, I do like Mario Kart 8. I mean, I mainly just played against computers when I played it, so... You know, I just played the solo experience. I'm just here playing Mario Kart by myself. Life is good, man. Yeah, none of my, like, in real life friends play video games anymore, really, so it's just me chilling by myself, gaming. Sad. But yeah, I don't really care. Doesn't matter. I don't really talk to many of my in real life friends very often at all anymore, so I don't really... No love lost there. What are friends? Exactly, man. I don't even know anymore. It's just a completely foreign concept to me. Alright, he's dead. You could make friends, but you don't feel it. You should make friends if you can, man. If you got places that you go or you have the potential to meet friends, you definitely should. I don't go anywhere with the capacity to meet friends, so unfortunately, You know, it's just me and my dog chilling. Dude, that looks like the Hellgast logo from Killzone. A military flag. Dude, the Guerrilla Games just straight up ripped this shit off. Bro, it's identical. Wowie zowie. Look at that. It's the exact same logo. Bro, they really jacked that. That's actually funny. I thought I recognized that. I was like, oh wait, that's the Hellgas logo. I have online school and I'm trapped at home. RIP. You seem to live a very isolated life just like me. To be fair, I am introverted, but even us introverts get lonely from time to time. Well, it's not really that I live an isolated life by choice. It's just that's how it is. You know, I work remote, so I work in my apartment. I go to the gym, you know, not really a social environment. I walk my dog and then I stream, so. And then on the weekends I sleep. Is there anyone you're... No, I don't think so. I think everybody I work with is older than me. But again, I don't even know what half the people I work with look like. So, yeah. That's another aspect, too, is nobody, like, actually, you know, wants to interact with each other. No, there's no women on my project anymore. It's just me and a few other guys. But they're definitely older than me, it sounds like. But they don't live in my state either, so that's the other thing. So none of them even live near me.
Hey, it's always eat or be eaten out in the battlefield, no matter who or what you're up against. Any word on the dock yet? I've got to hook up with Rick again. My radio's dead, and he's the only one who can fix it.
We need to get Griffin a stripper. Yeah, that'll cost $500. You see that little money symbol in the chat? Just send me it right now and I'll get one, I promise. No scam at all. I thought I had a research ID card. I was trying to interact with this sign. Nope. Oh, you can. Yeah, I was wondering if that would give you the map. Looked like one. Found out a girl from Ukraine moved into my neighborhood and she doesn't know a word of English and she's around my age. Nice, bro. Slavic women are fire? Yeah, especially if they're tall, skinny, and white. Like snow. Oh, the dinosaur disappeared, dude. Where did it go? It got back up. Yeah, just walk up to the Ukrainian chick and be like, yeah, girl, you can call me Putin because I'm trying to invade your boundaries. Alright, I have no idea what I'm looking for here. I've kind of just stumbled my way through this shit so far. To varying degrees of success. Dude, Xenoblade 2 has some of the worst voice acting in the industry. Especially that fucker Rex. That shit is terrible, man. Absolutely terrible. Alright, how long have we been playing this? Almost an hour and 30 minutes. I think that's probably good. Save just in case, but I highly doubt I'll ever touch this game. Yeah, basically an hour and 30 minutes. Too long now? I've never heard those words before. I'm shocked that a Ukrainian is living in the middle of Arizona desert, out of all places. Why is that? They probably got displaced here, and, you know, Arizona's a pretty good place to live. Did you hear Phil's wife doesn't want to work at the mall anymore? Why is that? I mean, every woman doesn't want to work, so. No woman actually wants to work if she's being honest. Unless you have one of those weird, you know, boss babe types. Every woman is like waiting to hear the words, "You don't need to work anymore." Like, how much storage
subscribe,
space you
donate,
got?
or get the fuck
Not
out.
much, bro. I'm in a small apartment. Do you mean on my console or like in real life? Yeah, I consumed, dude. I consumed the survival horror experience. Did you see DSP Spurg on anyone that made fun of South? Yeah, yeah. He was mad that people didn't shower him with super shekels while he played it. Oh fuck, there goes the chat. It'd be really nice if one day it didn't just keep crashing, you know? I probably should just start saving up for a new computer, man. I should just start putting aside like $600 a month or something. I just don't want to. I really don't want to spend the money is the problem. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. I mean, I have the money for it. I just don't want to spend. I don't want to spend. Like, I just sold a, like, basically $4,000 card. So, I mean, that basically would pay for my computer almost. But I just don't want to spend it on that. I'd rather buy more cards and stuff than another computer. Just use my money that I used to give you back in 20... I never got that, Britt. What are you talking about? That was given to me by a wonderful member of the community by the name of Brittany D. And Brittany D has not been around for a very long time. So... Damn, bro, with that money, I would buy a computer immediately. Yeah, I don't... It's just, I don't want to spend the money on it, man. It's like, I'm going to get it, and then nothing's going to change. It's going to be like, alright, cool, OBS runs slightly better. Now, nothing... then, like, I have to go through the headache of moving all my shit over, you know, setting up all the scenes in OBS again, installing the fucking Elgato... downloading all my Stream Deck stuff. Like, it's just effort, bro. None of my games will be installed. Like, it's just... Which, even then, that's not going to be many, because I'll just put Halo on here, and that'll probably be it. And Minecraft. Halo and Minecraft will probably be the only two games I have on this thing. What else? Maybe the new Doom game, I guess I'd download, but... You'll do all that for free? Oh, cool, PK. You can come in. We can have a sleepover, and you can work like a little slave on my computer. Get excited for the next Yeah, I'm not excited for a new computer, like, because, like, basically, what modern games am I looking forward to? Mario Kart, not on PC. I guess Doom will be on PC, but my current computer can run that fine. What else? What other games are even coming out? The fact that I'm struggling to even think of games that are releasing that I'd want to play is very telling. Like, yeah, shell out $5,000 for a new computer that you don't even want to fucking play anything on. Well, Donkey Kong will be on Nintendo Switch, so. DK Banana, yeah. GTA 6 won't be on PC, Britt. But yeah, I'm not getting that anyway. I have the Samsung G9 and G7. So I have the 49-inch ultra wide. And then I also have the G7 32-inch 240 hertz monitor. Well, both of my monitors are 240 hertz. But Tides of Annihilation is 2026 at the earliest. Let's see. So Jethro's Fried Chicken Emporium with 15 months. First, Raymond's an inbred illegal alien. Also, here's my main rig. This is PC inspiration. Why? What the fuck? I'm dragging one tab and it's dragging everything. Hold on 1 second. Let me swap over. That's not enough rainbow
Either
lights,
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Needs more rainbows. Doom Eternal is peak. Yeah, but I can run that shit fine right now. Just selling your PC and all your Xboxes. It's red like his soul. Nah, it's red like the name of his favorite Taylor Swift song. My sister's PC similar. Ooh, you hear that? You have a woman's PC.
Get fucking wrecked.
Will I play Borderlands? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really want to play Borderlands 4, to be honest. Like, I don't really have a desire to touch that series again, but I probably should. I probably should play it. It'd be easy to review. It's a popular enough game to where you could shit on it and get decent views. If it's bad. Raymond will say Steam Deck is better. Oh, that's right, bro. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Switch 2 and Steam Deck, you know, go at each other. I guess graphics and performance wise. Alright, I just want to play a little bit more of Darksiders and then we'll do videos. I was really in the mood to play that. So, before we had a wrench thrown in the machine. And my evening was ruined! So we'll play a little bit more of this and then we'll do videos and shit. Yeah, the Mafia Old Country game I'm somewhat interested in. I'd probably get that on console though, just because it's probably like crap. That's the problem too, is every modern PC port sucks. Blacksiders. Yeah, stealing souls. We're stealing souls and shit. So I wonder how you get up there. Oh, that's really loud. There we go. So I wonder how you're supposed to get up there. I never did any like completionist run in this game. I just basically just got through it very quick. Which is how I played games back in the day in general, so. Wait, the furniture gives you souls? Let's go, baby. Oh, big guy. Oh, shit. I'll never shit the same after that. Wonder how you get up here. It's gonna bother me. It's like, what's that? And there is a chest up there too. Hmm.
We have enough souls to feed Vulgrim's hunger. Now, maybe he'll feed our curiosity.
Let's see. Honcho Reckless with the 2. The ending cutscene in this is raw as fuck. Yeah, this is just a cool game. Genuinely cool. How the fuck do you get up there? It's bothering me. It looks like you would have to like shimmy across. I don't know, bro.
These ancient gates have a mind of their own, but with this, you may reach an understanding. Beyond the gate, seek out Samael's prison. Once, Samael was close to the dark.
You're fucking poor!
Some might even say a threat.
Vulgar Viking of the 2. Time out Brenda. Alright, well, it's only gonna be for like a minute.
Seek me out when you've gathered more souls. I will make it worth your while.
To move a mountain. Mapping gear.
Awakened at last from the dreamless sleep. Then we are free.
None are free while the Destroyer still breathes.
The Destroyer, yes. To his service we are bound.
Dude, I kind of wish I had just like an ultra deep voice. That shit would be kind of cool. Oski Woski with the 5. It's funny that Mark Hamill voices the Watcher. Knowing what happens to him at the end, it's more satisfying. Yeah, exactly.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
It's justice. Well, you ain't black?
I'm Key. That's a harmful racist stereotype that only black people have deep voices, dude.
Kick that shit. I probably shouldn't have used that. I don't need health. I've never been a Mark Hamill fan. I never liked Luke in Star Wars as a kid. He always kind of irritated me. Because he didn't become a Sith, for one, but also not a very likable character. Oh shit, it's R1 to dodge. I'm so conditioned by fucking soul slot. Oh, fuck. Griffin is hooked up to an oxygen. Yeah, I'm like the God Emperor of mankind. Like, just sitting in my gaming chair, wired up with life support devices. In order to maintain my peak gaming form. Oh, shit. A jihad demon.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't need health, so I'll just leave that there. In case I want to backtrack. Chaos Eater levels up. Nice, dude. No somber smithing stones required. Pokemon Sword and Shield's alright. It's not the worst of the Switch Pokemon games, but it's alright for the most part. It's still like a traditional Pokemon game for the most part design-wise. Other than the Elite Four, but it's okay. I would say I enjoyed Pokemon Sword overall. It's definitely better than Scarlet and Violet. When do we get to near automata? What does that have to do with anything?
On your journey, you may come into possession of certain items that are of particular interest to me. Artifacts of the Fallen Legion. If you discover any Legion artifacts, bring them to me. I will make it worth your while. Take your time.
Home run swing. Dash in the air. That's probably good.
You are as wise as you are powerful.
The harvester.
Please take your time.
Alright. Honcho Reckless with the 2, more like Mr. House. That's the dude from Fallout New Vegas, right? I'm not really familiar with him, but is he kind of like hooked up to a machine constantly? Oh shit! Fuck. Damn it. Uh-oh, guys.
Do you know what's imprisoned here? There are things even you should fear, horseman. Once you were strong, but now...
Fritz fat confirmed? No!
Even now, he moves his legions against you.
And then I'll make this quick.
Uh-oh.
I will take your head!
That's barely even healing me. Although maybe they're not dropping green, that's why. Yeah, they're not. Oh shit! Slice. Chopped his ass up like sushi, bro. Hell yeah. How many baby mamas do I have? 0.
Just one hideous blood-puking gargoyle. The plumbing must be stopped up. Whoa.
War. Are you here to play execution?
Damn,
bro. Set all 4 of you.
I have no interest in killing you, Samael.
Ah, the Destroyer. He's beyond your reach. Beyond mine.
Has prison made you a coward?
Perhaps there is a way, but you will need to get inside the Destroyer.
This game's just so edgy, bro.
The tower is guarded by 4 of his chosen. Bring me their hearts.
It's just truly a product of its time. A better time.
Where can I find these guardians?
First, seek the Twilight Cathedral, where the Bat Queen Tiamat has gone to roost. The whole of her domain is a blistered inferno. By land, you will never reach it. Find the high ground with this.
Whoa!
And bring me her still beating heart.
Majora Jeff with a 5. Synthetic Man recently made a video saying Nintendo was killing it. Yeah, we're gonna watch it later. Or I guess right now.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
I just
Alright.
wanted to play a little bit more of this, but this is probably a good stopping point anyway. Yes. Let's see. I like to double save. Alright. Oh my god. What are you doing, dog? I think you just made it for the shekels. Probably. That's why everybody makes videos, man. That's why everybody makes videos. It's for the shekels.
Alright, awesome. Thanks,
Whether they
nigga.
want to
Alright.
admit it or not. So, nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Oh, speaking of Synthetic Man's video, I saw this. Do you guys think this is true? Do you guys think this is true? How does everybody feel about this? Is this a factual statement or not? Believe it or not, this would fix the most depressed, black-pilled man on Earth. What do you guys think? Is that factual or not? Probably, maybe, fact. No. It would fix me for real, for real. It would fix me. Well, obviously the woman wouldn't be ugly, bro. Because why the fuck would you be with an ugly woman anyway? Well, that's not pussy, bro. That's literally not pussy. It's actually, I'll just leave it over here. I'll just drag this one. Bro, what the fuck is he talking? Zelda on the Nintendo Switch 2 is downgraded? Where the fuck is he? How is Zelda on the Switch 2 downgraded? What is... He's so fucking retarded, bro. It literally has a 60 FPS patch. It's the definition of upgraded. Oh my god, bro. Dreamcast guy's really doing too much. He's really doing too much these days. Alright. Well, there he is, so that's actually...
Well, that's got to be one of
Let's see.
the worst console showcases I've ever seen. It's been a while since I made like a gaming's dying style video, and I don't really talk about Nintendo a lot on this channel. Believe it or not, I used to be a huge fan.
No, the PWR motto is no life, no wife, no friends, no hope. That's the PW Army motto. So you gotta live by the moniker of no life, no wife, no friends, no hope. And obviously no ass is part of that, but yeah.
I grew up with a GameCube and a Wii. Man, I'm just one of those people who really loved my...
Majora Jeff with a 5. Okay, that's cool. I was about to recommend it to you. Nice. And Majora Jeff also with the 2. Dreamcast guy's been milking the Switch 2 stuff. Yeah, he's got to pay for those teeth, man.
GameCube, not as much as my PS2, of course, but Nintendo had such...
Ew, that's a big L. That's a big L.
Nintendo a lot on this channel. Believe it or not, I used to be a huge fan. I grew up with a GameCube and a Wii. And man, I'm just one of those people who really loved my GameCube. Not as much as my PS2, of course, but...
L. The GameCube's better than the PS2. And I'll die on that hill. Way better.
But Nintendo had such great exclusives back then. Super Smash Bros. Melee, Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, which is probably still the best Pokemon game to this day.
It's not the best. It's the best non-handheld Pokemon game, though.
Kirby Air Ride, the most underrated party game that has ever existed. Oh, and how could I forget one of my favorite games of all time, Metroid Prime? And this is all without getting into third-party exclusives at the time, like the Resident Evil 1 remake or even Resident Evil 4 for about a year. And the list goes on. There were so many great games.
Yeah, the GameCube's goated. See, that's why I have no problem saying it's better than the PS2, because I never fucking used my PS2. Like, the PS2 for me was, like, literally just a second-class citizen. I used it for, like, Battlefront and a few games here and there, like Sly. Bro, I struggle to even think what I had for the PS2. I don't know, man. Like, I really didn't use it much. I used my GameCube for everything. Like, I played Smash Bros, Mario Strikers, the Mario Baseball game, Mario Kart. I played the Rogue Squadron game and Rebel Assault, I think it was what it was called. The Star Wars games. I had Star Fox Assault. I had the Pokemon games. Like, bro, the GameCube was just goated. Honestly. I had so many great games for the GameCube. Such an awesome console, man.
Games I played on my GameCube. And yeah, I ended up liking my Wii as well. Yeah, the whole motion controls gimmick has aged like...
I really didn't like the Wii that much because I didn't like the controllers, but I loved Super Mario Galaxy and Super Smash Bros. Brawl. But yeah, aside from that, I didn't really like the Wii that much. I mainly used it for Pokemon Battle Revolution with my friends.
Milk, and the exclusive game selection definitely wasn't quite as strong, though I think Super Mario Galaxy is still one of the most visually impressive games that has ever released to this day, and it will forever stand the test of time, proving that aesthetics are far more important than graphic fidelity. Oh, and of course it also has one of the greatest original soundtracks in gaming history as well.
What's really cool about the Galaxy soundtrack is that the composer for Super Mario Galaxy was done with the soundtrack. And he listened to it back and was like, nope, I can do better. Scrapped the entire thing. And the only reason we have the soundtrack that we do now is because he started from complete scratch. Like halfway through the game's development. Which is actually a pretty cool fact. Like, imagine Super Mario Galaxy without the soundtrack, bro. Like, would it even be the same game at that point? It'd be like Skyrim without, you know, the amazing soundtrack. Which I guess we'll figure that out pretty soon whenever Elder Scrolls 6 comes out.
Well, and then of course we got the Wii U, which was the biggest Nintendo bomb since the Virtual Boy, and I'm not going to get into that, but I will say I think people didn't quite give...
Jethro's Fried Chicken Emporium with the 2. Can you make a low funktism noise for Raymond? There you go. PlayStation destroyed the GameCube. That's when Nintendo had to change their approach. Dude, I don't care. The PS2 was dog shit by comparison to the GameCube. The superior GameCube is just a fact of the gaming industry. The GameCube had a much better games lineup. It aged a hell of a lot better. Like, most GameCube games still hold up today. PS2 games really are starting to show their, like, age. Like, I challenge you to go bar for bar with GameCube's game lineup. Like, you can't. Most GameCube exclusive titles hold up incredibly well to this day.
Give the Wii U a fair shot. The whole consumer confusion, whether...
I never bought the Wii U. I almost did at one point, but I decided not to.
Not it was even a new console. It kind of just speaks to how dumb the average person is. But I will admit that the gamepad was probably an even dumber gimmick than motion controls. And then finally we got to the Switch, which I have always thought was overrated since fucking day one. Now, yes, I think Breath of the Wild is an amazing game. Honestly, I do. I don't know.
Oof.
If I would think that on a second playthrough, because I think you guys already know by now how I feel about open world games. But the first time playing it, it really felt like I was playing a very well-polished, huge sandbox where there was constantly new exciting things to discover. Yes, some of the shrines sucked absolute dick, but I'd say for the most part, world exploration was actually kind of exciting. Now, personally, I hate Super Mario Odyssey, but I'm not going to get into that right now.
I didn't
I'll
like
just say
it
that
either.
Joseph Anderson's review pretty much covered every single problem I had with the game.
I did not like Super Mario Odyssey either. I got bored after like 7 hours and stopped playing it.
It truly took baby game to a new level. I don't understand why we need to even further infantilize games that were already designed for children. Nobody ever had a problem beating Super Mario 64. Why the hell is Super Mario Odyssey so fucking condescending? And how frequently and often it rewards the player for doing literally nothing of value. And look, I'm not going to give you a brief history lesson on the past 7 years of the Nintendo Switch, but let's just say that I wasn't truly impressed by any game on the console except Breath of the Wild. Yes, there were quite a few good games I played. I really liked
Did he play Mario Wonder? That game was actually really good, and I don't like 2D Mario, so...
Metroid Dread. I thought Shin Megami Tensei 5 was good. Although Pikmin 4 wasn't exactly what I wanted, I still liked it as well. But if I had to sum up the Switch's library, I would say a third of it was just sequels to long-running franchises that didn't really impress or innovate in any significant way.
Well, that's Nintendo for the most part.
Another third was literal re-releases and ports either from the Wii U or of current-gen console games, which I have no idea why the hell you'd want to play significantly graphically downgraded games that probably run like shit just because you can do it on the go. And the last third I'm simply going to refer to as weeb games, which is completely fine. I don't care if you really like anime games, at least they have attractive women in them. But I won't say that most of those appealed to me personally. So yeah, obviously I'm not crazy.
The Nintendo price increase on what? What did they increase the price on?
Definitely acknowledge that the Switch has a better library than, say, the PS5 or the Xbox One X, but the bar is so goddamn low at this point. The Switch definitely did not impress me. Actually, I was pretty fucking disappointed. If you think about it, Nintendo completely canceled their handheld line, and all of those development studios that normally made these, like, bite-sized budget fun games. I grew up with a shit ton of great ones.
So this is Kirby Air Ride, right? I've never actually played these before, so I will be picking that up on the Switch too.
All of those studios then were supposed to make games for the Switch, right? So you'd think we'd get like twice as many games, since now all the console exclusives and the handheld exclusives are combined onto one system, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Now, I know a lot of this is just due to the fact that games take a lot longer to make now, and I'm not going to get into that because this video has nothing to do with that shit. But no, I don't think the Switch has even as robust a library as the Wii, certainly not like the Nintendo DS.
The Wii, maybe. Definitely not the GameCube, but I don't know about the Wii. Because aside from what? Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, you had Legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword, New Super Mario Brothers, Wii, or whatever the fuck it was called. What else did they really have? I mean, Brawl, obviously, Mario Kart, I don't really feel like the Wii had that great of a game lineup. I don't really feel like they had too much. Xenoblade? Yeah, that came out at the very end. I forgot about that. Like, what other Nintendo games, though, came out on the Wii? Oh, let's look this up. First party Wii games. Oh my god, it's like tiny. Okay, let's see. So, I'm not going to count re-releases. So, there's a Wario game, Paper Mario, Mario Party, Pokemon Battle Revolution, Mario Galaxy, Fire Emblem, I forgot about that. Donkey Kong, Barrel Blast, Metroid Prime 3, Mario Strikers Charged, Pikmin 2, Mario Tennis, Excite Bike, Pikmin, Animal Crossing, Wii Music, oh my god, ew. Mario Baseball, Mario Kart Wii, Brawl, said that. Donkey Kong Country, that's a remaster, that doesn't count. Kirby's Epic Yarn, Metroid Other M, Mario Galaxy 2, Super Mario Bros. Wii, Skyward Sword, Kirby's Dreamland. It's kind of hard to read these, so if I get the name wrong, don't fucking sue me. Xenoblade, and Wii Sports. So, I mean, I don't really think that's that great by comparison to the Switch. I feel like the Switch had a better lineup, but I don't know. I guess it just comes down to personal opinion. Yeah, Twilight Princess was a GameCube game. I'm not counting the re-releases. But I don't know. I've never really looked at the two lists together.
And just because maybe those games have higher budgets and better production values than Wii or DS games, doesn't mean they're actually better games. They absolutely are not. Honestly, I think the only Switch title that will be considered one of the greatest games ever made in the long run is probably Breath of the Wild. And if you name anything else, that just says to me that you haven't played enough video games, that you didn't actually grow up with the Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, because I guarantee you there's an equivalent game from 20 years ago better than anything you could name. I don't care that Smash Bros has 100 characters. I don't care that Mario Odyssey lets you turn into random ass, like, enemies and use their ability for some fucking stupid gimmick. I don't care that Tears of the Kingdom added a bunch of stupid ass Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts mechanics. None of that stuff actually fundamentally improves the game. Well, I guess you could make a case for Smash Bros being better, but either way, it's not exactly one of my favorite series anymore. So you may be wondering, why am I starting off with this huge introduction when this is supposed to be a video about the reveal of the Switch 2? Well, essentially, this whole thing is just a setup to show you that I wasn't exactly impressed by the Switch 1. And so Nintendo is now having their huge Disney moment. And what I mean by that is they're trying to milk the customer for everything they're worth. They've got our childhoods by the balls.
Well, that's what Nintendo's always done, to be fair. Nintendo has always been like death by accessory and everything. So Nintendo has always existed off of milking you for as much money as possible. Like, they sell their console for a profit, controllers for a profit, their games for a massive profit, accessories for a massive profit, you know, amiibos, merchandising, like all this shit, bro. They are the kings of FOMO. Nintendo's been on this type of shit for a long time, but they have that experience from the toy industry, so it's just always been in their DNA.
They know that we're attached to their core IPs, and for the most part, they're no longer interested in making new ones. They know the type of power they have over millennials, and now they're going to test just how willing the customer is to empty their pockets. Nintendo truly is the Disney of video games. The difference is, unlike Disney, Nintendo...
I wouldn't say they're the Disney of games. That's more Microsoft. They buy a bunch of shit and then ruin it. I'd say that's more Disney's business model these days. Buying beloved franchises and ruining them. That's more of modern day Disney. Now, this might be old school Disney, to which I would agree. But modern Disney? Nah. Modern Disney doesn't even have any existing IPs people care about anymore. They just buy new shit in order to kill it.
Hasn't made their political propaganda so blatant just yet. Now, if you know where to look, you could certainly see it in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That was some of the most obvious cases of DEI I've ever seen, and the Pokemon Company literally has a DEI page on their website before one of you morons says something stupid. But for the most part, they have stayed out of modern cultural Marxism, wokeness, whatever you want to call it. But Nintendo is truly...
Scarlet and Violet is trash, bro.
Jump the shark with the Switch 2. I don't want to repeat the opinions of what many other YouTubers have already said, but just know, obviously I agree with them that these prices are absolutely fucking ridiculous. But for me, it's not necessarily about the number itself. I don't think a $450 console is that insane, even though Nintendo has been known for being the affordable option until recently. And I'm more mad about the price hike of physical and digital games, more because of what it represents instead of the actual number itself. Games just got standardized to $70 like, what, 5 years ago? And now Nintendo seriously expects us to pay $80 for digital, $90 for physical. Well, a small important correction here, as it turns out the whole $90 for physical thing technically is not confirmed. It's based on a price...
Yeah, it's not. It's not confirmed or true, because these are European prices, which include an added tax. So it's $80.
Conversion from Spain, so honestly there's a pretty good chance that part isn't actually true. Regardless, at bare minimum, the standard price of video games is going up another $10. Physical has basically been borderline dead for about a decade now, and I think this is pretty much going to kill physical games for good. Why the hell would you pay $10 extra for a tiny little case on your shelf? Yeah, sure, some people will do that, but given that you're paying $20 more than the standard price of a video game, yeah, I think people are just going to stick with digital. Another thing that people are bringing up is the fact that Nintendo games very rarely go on sale, at least the first-party ones. So it's going to be sticking to that price for a long time. You can't just be a patient gamer, wait a year, and then pick up Donkey Kong for $20.
Well, yeah, for $20, yeah, but you can get it for like $30 to $40 off.
No, that's just not going to happen. But again, like I said, it's not necessarily about the money.
Unless you get it pre-owned. Pre-owned, you can get pretty decent prices, but new, nah.
I have the money. I can afford to buy these games and the consoles, no problem. And I will because I'm a game reviewer. Even though I probably won't make videos on a lot of these games because most of the people who come to this channel don't come to see Nintendo games. Even though I do love baby games, as people like to call them. Hell, the Croc Remaster is utter dog shit, and yet I was having a great time playing it. So I'm sure I'll really like Donkey Kong Bonanza. But like I said, it's more about what this represents. If Nintendo gets away with this, that means the standard price of video games for everyone is going to go up to $80 or $90. Let's say hypothetically it doesn't, because Sony and Microsoft don't think they can sell games for that price. Has Nintendo proved to you, to anyone, that their games are worth $90? As I was
Depends on the game.
just talking about a couple minutes ago, they certainly haven't proved it to me.
Well, yeah, isn't Kirby Air Ride made by Sakurai? So it would make sense why it's similar to Smash Bros.
I definitely was not that impressed with most of the Switch's exclusives. And just judging by the gameplay footage they showed in the presentation, the new Switch games don't really look any better than the Switch 1 games. I mean, what are they using the new power of this console for exactly? And it's not like the Switch...
Probably for frames. That'll be the biggest leap.
Which 2 really
smart.
has any interesting gimmicks except maybe being able to use a Joy-Con as a mouse. That's something I would actually use. But nothing else I really gave a shit about. What, you gotta buy a special Nintendo camera peripheral and then use their discount Discord app? Which of course requires the Nintendo online service that you gotta pay every year for just to use. And this is Nintendo we're talking about, so you're probably gonna get banned for saying slurs. Likely using
Of course the woman's playing Animal Crossing. I didn't catch that before. Of course, bro.
And this is Nintendo.
The woman's playing Animal Crossing. Fitting.
No, we're talking about, so you're probably going to get banned for saying slurs. Likely using AI in some fashion to detect your speech. Not to mention the elephant in the room of all of the grooming that no doubt is going to go on. I wouldn't be shocked if this turns out...
That was our first thought when we watched the stream. Everybody was saying that in my chat. Like, bro, the Splatoon community is about to be fucking ravaged. Nintendo will never make another Splatoon game again if there's on-console grooming mechanics. Holy fuck, man. Because there's already supposedly a huge problem with that, with like the Splatoon like little bubbles that appear over people's heads. So imagine if there's voice and video chat. Dear God. Not good, man.
To be the Omegle of Nintendo, and people just start flashing their genitals at children. You know the type of people Nintendo fans are. Don't even pretend for a fucking second that I'm pulling this idea out my ass. Honestly, this just seems like a horrible idea. I mean, this shit is a fucking joke. They even showed in the enhanced version of Mario Party that it had, like, Connect functionality with the stupid-ass camera. So now Nintendo is copying off of Microsoft, which copied off of them. Not to mention, another thing with the physical games is that some of these carts don't even have the fucking game on them. So you're paying $10 extra for some worthless plastic, which then you just insert the card in your Switch and then have to download it online anyway. This whole thing is just fucking ridiculous, man. And I've heard some people give some kind of weird excuses for the prices, saying like, well, realistically, things like free gacha games are way more expensive because over the course of years, you'll probably spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars if you're a whale.
Not the best comparison.
So that you can jerk off to your favorite slut's ass on screen. Which, again, my counter-argument is...
Hey, man, you take that back. I don't know, actually. Dude, I don't even know any of the gacha characters' names. Fuck it. What's a gacha character's name from, like, Gay Shit and Ass? Or Zenless Zone Zero? I don't even fucking know, bro. I don't play gacha games. Those gacha games from, like, the Chinese slop companies are garbage. Lisa, we believe you. Bro, I think I might actually still have Genshin Impact installed on my computer. I just thought about that. I was like, wait, where did I even play? I played it for like 30 minutes, I remember. I played it on stream for like 30 minutes, and I don't remember what I think I played it on computer. First Descendant fell off. Yeah, well, I couldn't get the game to run well while streaming, so I stopped playing it. If I could sign in, I'll show you my account. I don't have anything on there. I think I still have that Nikkei game downloaded, though. Which everybody got pissed off because I kept getting, like, the 5 stars or whatever on my free rolls from when I first started playing. I remember that. but that game was literal fucking slop, bro. You just sit there. You don't do anything. It's the most boring shit ever, bro. Nikkei was a trash gacha game. At least Genshin you played, but I don't like Genshin because it's literally just Breath of the Wild. Let's see here. Why did this fucking crash as I went to look? Zongzina with the 10. Watch the tariff backlash has begun by Leah Miller. She made a real banger. Lol. Alright, yeah, we can check it out. You're supposed to look at the bouncing booties? Nah, I'm not straight, bro. I can't do that. Obviously.
Gacha games are not fucking video games. I don't really care what these Coomers do with their free time. It's not exactly the same market. Another excuse is that if you adjust old game price...
But nah, in all seriousness, man, the only female character I'm allowed to look at is Aerith, obviously. She gets very jealous.
Is for inflation, video games should actually cost like $100 or more now, but that never takes into account if the wages have inflated at the same rate, which they haven't. People are fucking poorer than ever, and again, you guys know I'm not a socialist or a communist or whatever the hell, but it doesn't matter if games should cost $120 or whatever ridiculous number. The only thing that matters is the value proposition to the customer. Yes, you can deceive people into spending more.
Yeah, that's why I think it matters game by game. Like something like Mario Kart's definitely worth $80. But let's say Pokemon Scarlet and Violet 2 comes out for 90 or 100. Hell fucking nah. Or even $80 I wouldn't pay for a modern Pokemon game. Those things are fucking shit. So, yeah. It depends on the game. Like Mario Kart I think is worth $80. The next Smash Bros I think is worth $80. But something like Donkey Kong I think $70 is fine. So, it just depends on the game.
All right,
well,
awesome.
dude,
Thanks, nigga.
I will pay, like, literally, Square Enix could come out and say Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 is $1,000, and I would say I'll take 10. Like, at this point, I don't care. They could literally, you know, just direct deposit my entire checking account. I need that shit, bro. I need it to survive. It's the only thing keeping me alive at this point, guys. It's my reason to live. I'm so used to buying deluxe editions and premium editions for games. I'm used to spend. Yeah, that's how I am too. Like Doom, I just spent $100 on, so I don't really care. The price doesn't really matter to me. It's more so, is the game actually worth buying? Is the bigger issue. You don't get it, Griffin. If one AAA game costs $80, every AAA game, well, then why is Donkey Kong $70 and Mario Kart is $80? You've already disproved your own logic. The same company, the same publisher, and the same platform has price discrepancy between two of their own AAA games. And they've already come out and said not every game's going to be $80. So, false. Already disproven. But, yeah, I mean, GTA is going to come out for 100, man. Does that mean every game's going to be 100 from that point on? I don't think so.
Money with microtransactions or shitty copy-paste DLC, the type of stuff we've been seeing since the PS3 era.
We'll never see Aerith again. I see Aerith every single time I'm sitting at my desk because next to my Groudon, I have Aerith as well, so I've got my two goats.
But ultimately, they still have to convince you to buy the game. I would unironically pay $100 for a masterpiece because
yeah, I would too. Agreed. It's more about the quality versus the price.
Game that is truly a 10 out of 10 is extremely rare these days, no matter what journalists or shill YouTubers tell you. I don't think I've played a single new game release that I'd consider a masterpiece in the entire time that I've been making videos on this channel. So over 5 years. So yes, with Nintendo games, typically you just pay one time and then you enjoy the game, which is better than most other AAA releases, if we're being honest. But this shit is still scummy no matter which way you try to spin it. Another good example is that they're fucking selling you a tech demo that teaches you the features of the Switch.
Yeah, I agree. This is scummy. This should have been bundled in, bro. If Astro's Playroom, which is by all definitions a far superior experience to whatever the fuck this is, was free, it should definitely be free.
Switch 2. Yes, it costs money. This is something that would have been free software on the Wii. And even if we just take the presentation itself at face value, the show was fucking ass. Half of it was literally just ports or slight upgrades on older games that they can sell to you again, though I guess you pay less money if you get the upgrade. Oh, and did you guys notice that they slipped in that the Switch 2 isn't entirely backwards compatible? It's only select games, not that we know what the full selection is. And to touch on the wokeness subject again, they're fucking developing a wheelchair basketball game.
Cripple cart.
Are you fucking kidding me? This had its own trailer.
I will be getting Cripple Cart
during the show. So what does that leave us with that's actually exciting from the Switch 2 reveal? Well, we have Mario Kart World, which I have to admit does look pretty damn good. Even though I'm not a fan of sandboxes in general, the way that it looks like it's being handled in this game is really interesting. There's Donkey Kong Bonanza, which again, I have to admit does look good. It looks fun. I love when you can destroy environments in video games. Though I hate the new Donkey Kong design, and I know I'm far from the only one. I just can't stop thinking of Seth Rogen's obnoxious laugh, and I just hate how friendly he looks now. The Rare design was perfect. Now he just looks like a harmless goofball. Of course, there's Metroid Prime 4, but that's also on the Switch 1, so you don't need to buy a Switch 2 for that.
Yeah, but do you want to play it on the Switch 1 is the better question, because it's going to run like ass.
And I'll be honest, it really doesn't look that great. Metroid Prime 1 is in my top 10 favorite games of all time, but the Metroid Prime 4 footage just didn't show anything interesting at all. The psychic gimmick doesn't really look fun. It was just used to open doors and shoot a homing shot. Oh, wow. Do we even know if we can switch beam types in this one? Because that was my biggest problem with Prime 3, that they got rid of the whole switching guns feature, which made Prime unique in the first place. And of course, the final interesting game they showed, which I, sort of implied that I was interested in at the beginning, is Kirby Air Riders. Guys, Kirby Air Ride 2 was in my list of games that are never getting a fucking sequel in a million years. So honestly, I am a little excited. I never thought I could get excited for another game release, but yeah.
Yeah, this was like me with Space Marine 2. Space Marine was one of those games I never in a million years would think would get a sequel, and then we got one. So, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am. I actually really wanted that game to get made. Now, obviously, I'm not that excited because Dragon's Dogma was another game I thought would never get a sequel, and well, you saw how mediocre that sequel was last year. But between this game and Okami 2, at least there's a couple things I'm looking forward to in the future. The thing is, out of these 4 games, only one is actually releasing on launch day. That being Mario Kart World, which is...
Well, yeah, that's because they figure most people won't have their Switch until Christmas time, so they're just spreading it out because not everybody's going to get it day one. So they don't want to just spam release 4 games that nobody can play.
Also bundled with the console.
That's how every console launches.
Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming out just a month later, so at least it's a launch window title. But Metroid Prime 4 still doesn't even have a fucking official release date. I can only assume it's coming out at the end of this year, unless it gets delayed yet again. And as a game that was trapped in development hell for like 7 fucking years, because you might remember it was revealed with the Switch 1, I don't exactly have high hopes that it's going to be as good as Prime 1 or 2. And supposedly Kirby Air Riders is also coming out this year, but we didn't see any gameplay, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets delayed. And some of you might be thinking, well, I'm forgetting a game. That being the From Software game Dusk Blood, which has to be the worst title they've come up with yet. It reminds me of Dustborn. And look, I was as hyped as everyone else when I thought this was going to be the unofficial Bloodborne 2, but as it turns out, it is a PvPvE game. Like Hunt Showdown or something to that effect. Yeah, I'm fucking out, dude. I don't care. From Software had their last hurrah with Elden Ring and Armored Core 6, and it looks like now their golden years are finally done, and they're going to sink into the abyss. That is just my prediction for the future based on Elden Ring Night Rain, and I'm sure as soon as influencers get to touch this, we're going to hear similarly worrying feedback. I don't think anyone buys From Software games for a shitty forced online experience. We play...
There is a pretty big online community for the Souls community. Yes and no. There is a lot of people that love the PvP for the Souls games.
Because they're awesome single-player games. Or at least they used to be. I'm kind of sick of them now, but they're still high quality at the end of the day. I can admit that. And another thing, too, that I'm sure like 5 people are excited about is that they're adding GameCube games to the Switch Online Plus service or whatever.
This is my main selling point. I'm Key with the 2. Can't wait to say I told you so. I hate Nintendo. It's alright, I'm Key. We're going to exchange friend codes and stay up all night playing Mario Kart, bro. You'll have a great time. No worries. And real controversial truth with the 2. Earlier, I was referring to Nintendo pricing games at $90. Oh, that's not true. The $90 price thing is fake. So, it's only $80. Same as digital. So that whole $90 thing was just pulled out of somebody's ass.
Whatever the hell. Have none of you people ever heard of Dolphin? I guarantee it's gonna fucking run better than Nintendo's own emulator. And it's for free, no less. You have to pay like $50 a year just to play a few GameCube games on Switch 2. So yes, I realize I'm rambling a bit here, and there's plenty of other things I could cover, like the fact that the Switch 2 only comes with 256 gigabytes of storage, which is pitifully small in this day and age, especially when you're gonna have to probably download half your games anyway. But I think I more or less covered everything important. I just wanted to quickly get my thoughts out here on this. Don't buy Switch 2 at launch. Just don't do it. Because if you do, you're sending Nintendo a message that it's okay to crank up the price of video games even further. And yes, there's probably some people want me to bring up Trump's tariffs. That $450 price tag applies to everyone, at least, you know, adjusted for your local currency. Or at least that's what I thought until I figured out that apparently it's cheaper in Japan for some reason by a significant amount. And yeah,
they're selling it at cost to the Japanese, which is based.
Yes, because of Trump's tariffs.
That's what Microsoft should be doing.
Pre-orders have been canceled in the United States, so it's very possible that the Switch 2 could be even more expensive here, which I'm not going to get into.
Well, it's actually not now because, you know, Trump announced today that essentially any country that's reached out to negotiate will be exempt for the next 90 days, which means that Vietnam, which is where I believe the Switch 2 is being manufactured, is exempt. So we should be good to go.
Get into real politics here. Just know that I find it hilarious that every Redditor is now an armchair economist just because they hate Trump. Either way, video games are a luxury, not a necessity, and I don't think the Switch 2 itself, by any stretch, is a necessity, which was kind of the whole point of this video. You shouldn't buy it anyway because there's no fucking point in buying a modern console at launch. Oh boy, you get like 2 games. And then what are you going to do with it? It's just going to collect dust on your shelf, probably like your Switch 1, or your Xbox One X, or your fucking PS5. And look, I'm not going to get into a PC master race rant at the end of this video, but just know that I absolutely do about 99% of my gaming on PC these days. Another thing to consider is the emulation angle. Now, yes,
yeah, I literally need the Nintendo Switch 2 to survive, bro. Like, that's what people on Twitter told me, at least. You know, without the Nintendo Switch 2, day one, they will literally fucking die a slow and painful death. That's why they're so angry that it's $450. Drewski with the 5, I went to Target to see if the rumors are true, and yes, all the Pokemon cards are sold. Oh, yeah. You didn't need to go to check it out, bro. You literally can't buy them anywhere. eBay is the only place you can buy Pokemon cards at all. But there's plenty of Disney, Yu-Gi-Oh, and baseball cards. Yeah, those Disney cards used to be super hyped. The Lorcana cards, and they completely fell off a fucking cliff. Like, everybody who bought into those early got fucking wrecked. But George F. with the 2, just want to ask, are you agreeing with him or not? I agree and disagree on certain things. Like, I don't really see a problem with going out and buying a console at launch. Like, it's your money at the end of the day. And I don't really think you're sending a message by buying it or not buying. Like, in the grand scheme of things, man, the YouTube, Twitter, social media ecosystem is so tiny compared to the overall general population of consumers that it doesn't really matter. You're not sending a message. You're just missing out if you want something. I only bought Pokemon cards when I was like 11. Hopefully you kept them, man. They're worth a lot of money now.
Has been cracking down hard on the emulation scene, at least with the Switch. Rest in peace for you, Jinx. But I guarantee people will find a way to not have to pay money for these games. This is one of those times where the consumer absolutely needs to vote with their wallet. Nintendo has to be taught a lesson. They cannot get away with this because it's going to ruin the rest of the video game industry. Even if you personally don't give a flying fuck about Nintendo, you need to try and convince other people not to buy this thing, just so that every other game publisher doesn't.
We will be buying.
Doesn't want to charge $90 for their games. This is absolutely just ridiculous. I know the people defending Nintendo are kind of just being contrarians. This is one of those times where I kind of side with the left, but, you know, for slightly different reasons because I'm not a communist. Regardless, you just have to ask yourself if it's worth the money. And the answer is no. If you say anything other than no, then you're a mindless consumer NPC, and there's no hope for you. Just don't buy the Switch 2. That's all
I will be consuming, bro.
You gotta do. All right, that's about it. See you next time, guys.
Oh god, no! Get off my screen! Go away! You can't hurt me! Fuck. Alright, we're free. I can't deal with that, bro.
What's up, guys? Cum sock penis fart here, and yeah, Nintendo really bent us all over and fucked us no lube. Straight up the shitter, man. So hard that it's tickling my uvula. And well, they think they can charge $90 for their Bing Bing Wahoo simulators. Well, Mario, you better hop on this mushroom tip if you think I'm going to be paying $90 for the latest iteration of jumping on a turtle shell. Alright, guys, that's the video. Peace.
You did that a little too well. I mean, that's literally what it is, man. That's all it is. That's the video. Like, I don't know. Had to be scripted? No, I did that straight off the dome, bro. I did not script that. That purely came straight from, you know, an impromptu thought. Look at Ubisoft. Dude, Ubisoft is mainly flopping because they can't sell their stuff. It's not because Redditors said, "We did it, guys." Because Redditors also were shilling the fuck out of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So Redditors, you know, spurging about a price is not the reflection of reality. Ubisoft is failing because they have way too many employees. Their games keep getting delayed. And generally their formulas are just getting bland. Like, people who played Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla are probably sick of that format of game. Like, think about the TikTok attention span. Do you really think the average consumer has the mental capacity to sit there and play an 80-hour Assassin's Creed game?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
probably
out.
Not. Oski Woski with the 2. Jeff is scared you're going to turn on Nintendo.
Groovy!
No, I'm not going to turn on Nintendo. I don't, like, this is the thing. When it comes to prices and things that I want, if I view it as fine, I don't care. Like, genuinely, I don't give a shit. And I want the Switch too. I don't think $450 is that much money for a console in 2025. And $80 for a game like Mario Kart, I don't fucking give a shit. I will pay that. I'm ready to, dude, in order to get the Switch 2, sometime around launch, I will spend up to $1,000 because I will have it day one or close to it. Week 1 or 2. But yeah, it's fine. We will be buying. I know a bunch of people with bots, so I will be able to get one if I need one, so through my connections of, you know, buying and selling PS5s, buying and selling Pokemon cards and stuff, I know people who will be able to get a Switch 2, and I know people who will sell me the Switch 2 minus eBay fees if I ask them to. So I will be getting it. Majority F with a 5. Me personally, I've never been a fan of Synthetic Man. I think he makes bad opinions sometimes. That's fair, man. To each their own. And Big Blue Ass Baby with 19 months. I'm going to be buying a ton of Switch 1 games for day. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this is what's nice about the Switch 2 versus Switch 1 is you have like the massive back catalog. So games like Xenoblade Definitive Edition, Xenoblade 3, and then also Xenoblade X, I'm purposely not playing right now because I know they will run better on the Switch 2, even without a patch. So I've been holding off on playing those games for that exact reason. So there's actually several games I have on the back burner right now that I do want to play that I've just been holding off on. You'll probably get it day one. Dude, just try to. You will be able to get it. I will bet you money. Anybody who does like the proper steps, get your payment information loaded into all the websites, sign up for the Nintendo lottery, just follow the Switch restock accounts and everything like you'll probably get it. You'll be fine. You'll be good. Most people don't try, and most people don't put in the effort to get one on day one. They're like, oh, the pre-orders went live 10 hours ago. Why can't I buy one, dude? That's 90% of people. Real controversial truth with the 3 months. Forgot to cash my sub to Griffin Critical Gaming.
Alright, thanks, man.
And I'm Key with the 2 Nintendo fans. I want you all 6 feet under. Much hate. Oh my god. I'm Key. That's horrible. How could you say such a thing about your fellow gaming fans? That's like terrible, dude. Wowie zowie. Oski with the 2 never had an issue with the price, so I'm ready. Yeah, I mean that's the biggest thing is if you care about the price, then
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
If not, then full steam ahead, baby. Let's go. And Majora Jeff with the 5, that Charlie frame jump scared me though. Not gonna lie, I know. All right, so here's this video. Let's see how this goes. I'm not promising we're going to watch the entire thing. We'll see. It's long.
Last week and continuing.
And it's a woman. So. Bruh, I can't. Female content creators are just a no-go. I can't listen to them.
Into Monday, markets plunged as Trump's tariff palooza reached new heights, roiling markets, baffling even the most astute economic experts, and plunging the entire global economy into uncertainty. Today, we're talking about the absolutely bad economic theory behind the tariffs, the architect of said theory, the negative responses even from the right, and how
Yeah, that's a slam pig, bro.
Supposed to survive the next few years. Let's get into it. The news these days has had literal wall-to-wall nonstop coverage of the fallout from Trump's tariff announcement last week. And while Trump's facing backlash from both sides of the aisle, you can still see bias in the way the media is reporting on the issue. For example, Ground News is covering this latest update that Trump just announced today. Trump threatens new 50% tariffs on China if Beijing doesn't remove retaliatory duties. In the 183 articles Ground News gathered covering this topic, the left emphasizes the ongoing market crash while the right focuses on Trump's negotiating tactics and China's unfair retaliatory tariffs. For example, left-leaning Business Insider uses the headline, Trump threatens to hit China with extra tariffs of 50%, ratcheting up trade war. While far-right American Wire News uses the headline, Trump to crank tariffs up to 50% for biggest abuser China, as they call him a big bully, painting China as petulant and misrepresenting the size of the tariffs. They're not being cranked up to 50%. He's threatening an additional 50% on top of the existing tariffs. Those details matter, and these two headlines show very different takes. If you're only reading content that skews left or right, you may not know how.
Well, now they're getting cranked up to 125%, baby. Let's go. Fuck the China. Dude, fuck the Chinese. Those little fuckers can cope and seethe, and their economy is going to collapse because their currency has already reached a 20-year low as a result of this shit. So, yikes.
How the other side is interpreting the situation. This is where Ground News comes in and why I've been using them for over a year. Today's partner, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read.
Blah, 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 blah.
Slammed and marketing Republicans are the Democrats, because what a load of baloney. In the official White House fact sheet published in tandem with his announcement, the reasoning for the tariffs was pretty clearly laid out. President Trump refuses to let the United States be taken advantage of and believes that tariffs are necessary to ensure fair trade, protect American workers, and reduce the trade deficit. This is an emergency, it said.
That's factual. Majora Jeff with the 5, did you hear? DSP is trying to sue a fan because he's more yeah, PWR, man. PWR is innocent. He didn't do nothing. Phil is jealous of his, immense success and positivity. And PWR is a better streamer than pretty much all of us could ever hope to be. And it's just a fact.
And so, because this is an emergency, Trump is, quote, invoking his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977 to address the national emergency posed by the large and persistent trade deficit that's driven by the absence of reciprocity in our trade relations.
The literal only bad thing about this is Mario Kart being 80 for some reason. Everything else, including the console, seemed priced pretty well. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with it, but, it is very, very, very profitable to talk shit about a new popular thing. So, I think that is a lot of what it comes down to.
relationships, and other harmful policies like currency manipulation and exorbitant value-added taxes perpetrated by other countries. Trump's going to impose a 10% tariff on all countries, and that took effect April 5th, though certain individual countries will receive an individualized reciprocal higher tariff for those with which we have the largest trade deficits. During his press conference announcing the tariffs, he had a handy little chart, which I'll put on the screen for those watching. It laid out which countries are getting individualized treatment, including the percentage of tariffs that other countries charge us, and next to it, what the U.S. will begin charging them starting this Wednesday, April 9th. The numbers are misleading, to say the least. For example, China is at the top of the list, with the graph indicating China charges the U.S. 67% tariffs, and that the new U.S. tariff on China will be 34%.
Oh, they charge us way more than 67%, because in order to become a company that can actually sell their product in China, you have to enter into a joint venture with a Chinese company. So already China charges a tariff on the United States. But then if you want to sell your shit in China, you have to split your profits 50-50 with a Chinese company arbitrarily.
All right, awesome.
Thanks, right? Like, if China's adding 67% tariffs on all U.S. goods, then 34% from the U.S. is less than half what China's charging us. Frankly, it could be higher. It's not fair. The problem is that China literally does not charge 67% tariffs on U.S. goods. The fine print out of the heading on the chart that says tariffs charged to the USA, in case you can't read it, says, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. What does that mean? Well, we have pretty clearly defined categories of trade barriers. The U.S. Trade Representative in the Executive Office of the President issues a yearly report called the National Trade Estimate Report on Foreign Trade Barriers, laying out exactly what trade barriers exist in each country. They fall into 14 general categories that include things like import policies like tariffs, as well as technical barriers like restrictive and excessive regulations, government procurement like binational policies, inadequate intellectual property protections, overly regulated digital markets, market subsidies, anti-competitive practices, labor protection violations, harmful environmental practices, things that get in the way of free trade. These are things that all countries have to a certain extent, including the U.S., and knowing what barriers to trade exist in each country is a helpful tool for understanding trade with those countries, because it turns out each country is different and requires individualized economic policies, at least in theory. However, the problem is that what's written on Trump's pretty little graph is a lie. That percentage is not based, as the graph says, on tariffs, including currency manipulation or trade barriers. That percentage is based largely on a fancy-looking formula that emphasizes the size of the trade deficit we have with each country. That's to say, the difference in how much we export to China versus how much we import from China, for example. So we import more than we export to that country, therefore there's a trade deficit with that country. And my God, look at Vietnam. Vietnam puts 90% tariffs on U.S. goods. So our new 46% tariffs are only half of what Vietnam charges for U.S. goods. They could probably go even higher, except for the fact that that's not true. The 90% number includes our trade deficit with Vietnam. We import more from Vietnam than we export to Vietnam. And that's true. And when you pause for a second to rub your last remaining brain cells together, you can understand why. Vietnam has a lot of factories and a large workforce that works for pennies. And there's all sorts of human rights and other discussions we can have about that. But from a basic economic standpoint, Vietnam is able to undercut the global competition because it can produce things for dirt cheap or grow things in its insanely tropical climate that cannot be grown anywhere in the U.S. So we want those things because they're cheaper than the same things coming from elsewhere, or because we cannot make them ourselves. That's the basics of why.
Griffin, how drunk would you have to be to hook up with this girl? I would have to be so drunk it wouldn't matter because my dick wouldn't even get up at that point. There you go. Majorage F with the 5. Not going to lie, I saw some clips from PWR. He's actually hilarious. Yeah, PWR is very funny. PWR is a quality content creator pushing positivity and wholesome gaming fun.
Why people trade. On the other hand, U.S. manufactured items have to comply with U.S. laws about minimum wages and other restrictions. So anything manufactured here is going to be more expensive. Who the f*** in Vietnam making 15 cents an hour is going to buy an American-made item? The demand for expensive American-made goods in Vietnam is very low. So when the demand is higher in the U.S. and lower in Vietnam, we're going to import a hell of a lot more than we export to Vietnam.
Yeah, but Vietnam can buy our agricultural products. They can buy our oil. They can buy a lot of different things. It's not necessarily just consumer goods.
Slapping a 46% tariff on goods imported from Vietnam is not going to make the factory owners there think, wow, it would be so much easier and cheaper for me to move my factory to the U.S. Instead, they're going to mark up the price of their goods to cover the new tariff, and we will all pay more for those items here. Or they'll look at that list that he showed in his graph and say, the Philippines are pretty close to us, and they provide cheap labor, and they're only being charged 17% tariffs. So let's start moving our manufacturing there instead. On top of that, basing these new retaliatory tariffs on the import and export of goods, of items, dramatically misses the full picture in many ways. But specifically, according to the New York Times, the United States is the world's largest exporter of...
It's like these people don't understand posturing. This is all just Trump flexing his muscles, which has proven to be true, especially today. This isn't about a long-term policy. It's about showing these countries we can fucking ruin you. So you're going to drop everything. You're going to come to the negotiating table, or else these will stick.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
That's the point. It's not because, Trump wants to permanently put a 46% tariff on Vietnam. It's showing the Vietnamese, like, hey, we don't want you to have a singular tariff on a single thing we bring into your country, because look how much more business we do with you than you do with us. You need us, we don't need you, so stop acting like a little bitch. Essentially, like, that's it. That's it. So... it's all posturing, and, most of these people are too dumb to realize it. This is literally Art of the Deal 101. Like, if people want to understand what Trump's mentality is, go read his book about how he literally talks about how he makes deals. Might give you an insight into how he does things. Drewski with the 5, I hope the tariffs don't affect the price of my Japanese denim, Cuban cigars, freshwater pearls, and Moroccan wool. Well, unfortunately, the Cuban cigars won't matter because we can't get anything from Cuba anyway.
Services, streaming services, media, technology, banking, tourism. None of these services fall into the trade deficit calculation because they're not goods. So the U.S. imports more goods from the EU than it exports, but it exports more services than it purchases. According to the New York Times, quote, if you counted services in the trade gap in Mr. Trump's formula, the tariffs on the EU would shrink almost in half. And on top of that, there are certain countries with which the U.S. has a trade surplus, meaning we export more than we buy from them. And according to Trump, that's supposed to be good. And yet there are at least 100 countries and territories with which we have a trade surplus, and they were all included in that blanket 10% tariff. They now have 10% tariffs, whether or not we are in a trade surplus with them. And
yeah, the 10% tariffs are staying forever. We will always have a 10% tariff moving forward on every single country, but the reciprocal tariffs are going to go away.
when asked to explain how they got to these random tariff numbers, the U.S. Office of Trade Representatives put out a document trying to make the formula seem fancy by using little Greek symbols. The problem is that there are people in the world that have studied math and know what the symbols mean and were able to look at the formula and call bullshit. Many have pointed out that a couple of the symbols mean literally nothing. The tariff rate is multiplied by two variables, one meant to approximate the, quote, price elasticity of import demand, and one to approximate the tariff pass-through to retail prices. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm not an economist, but what I do know is the number approximating the price elasticity of import demand that they chose was 4, number 4, and the number that they chose to approximate the tariff pass-through to retail prices was 0.25. So they take those two numbers and multiply them by the tariff rate. The problem is that 4 times 0.25 equals 1. So they're multiplying the tariff rate by 1. And what do you get when you multiply a number by 1? The same number. It does nothing. It is made up math to sound smart, and they're betting based on accurate historical data, frankly, that their supporters won't know the difference. The formula that the White House used then, boiled down, was our total trade deficit with the country in dollars divided by the value of the goods in dollars that we import from the country. Why? I don't know. So using an example reported on by MSNBC, we have a $66 billion trade deficit with South Korea, and we import $133 billion in goods from South Korea. 66 is 50.3% of 133. So South Korea's tariff rate is listed as 50%. And then to get our new tariff on the country, they then just divided that number in half because Trump thinks he's being nice by just charging half of what they charge us in these made-up tariffs. So the made-up formula is weirdly applied in a blanket manner to almost all countries, regardless of underlying factors and actual trade barriers that are important to consider when setting tariffs. But also there are exceptions put in place that complicate that and kind of don't make any sense either. For some reason, Afghanistan's tariff numbers were calculated using a different formula. China's tariff numbers are cumulative, so they amount to a total of 54% tariffs on China. So these new additional 50% tariffs Trump is threatening against China just today would put tariffs on Chinese goods at 104%. Steel and aluminum and cars
It's at 125% now.
are not included. Neither are copper, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, lumber articles, bullion, and, quote, energy and other certain minerals that are not available in the United States. So it applies blanket tariffs where it doesn't make sense and exceptions where it weirdly complicates things. And get this, even the American Enterprise Institute, like ground zero for kooky right-wing economic think tank theories, was like, wait, this math is bad. They literally published a blog post titled, quote, President Trump's tariff formula makes no economic sense. It's also based on an error. That's the whole title. Because in addition to posting the formula that they used, the U.S. Office of the Trade Representative also cited their sources.
Well, actually, it's a mathematical...
Like, listen to these fucking dorks, bro. Listen to these fucking dorks. Do you think Trump doesn't have access to mathematicians that could have double-checked this shit? He's doing these for a fucking reason. It's all deliberate. It's just so retarded, man. Honestly. These lib shits love to get, like, technical and, like, actually. It's like, oh my god. Like, just imagine actually having to live amongst these people. Jesus Christ, bro. You never get it. No wonder why the government's so inefficient, bro. These are the fucking people who are in it.
And people then check those citations. In the American Enterprise Institute post, the authors write, quote, even if one were to take the Trump administration's tariff formula seriously, it makes an error that inflates the tariffs assumed to be levied by foreign countries fourfold. Remember when...
Who cares? No one fucking cares, woman. Like, honestly. It's not about being reciprocal in the sense that it's a one-for-one match. It's the total economic effect that is felt by trade imbalances, tariffs, and barriers to markets. It's just, it doesn't matter how they arrive at the number. Trump has the right to do it, and he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Simple as that. And look, it's working. All these countries are coming crawling back, begging us to come to a solution.
One of those numbers, 0.25, which when multiplied by 4 cancels itself out in the formula and doesn't make sense. That's in part because it was the wrong number. The number should have been closer to 1. 1, when multiplied by 4, equals 4. So the top number should have been divided by 4, not divided by 1, meaning the tariff rates are 4 times higher than they should be by the government's own reasoning. So Vietnam's rate of 46% should actually be 12.2%. As the American Enterprise Institute authors state, and I cannot believe I'm quoting approvingly from that institution, quote, our view is that the formula the administration relied on has no foundation in either economic theory or trade law. But if we are going to pretend that it is...
no one cares about the math. And you said maths, so I'm automatically discounting your opinion because that means you're British. So, no one cares about the fucking math. It's not about being a one-to-one representation. It is about putting pressure on these countries to drop any and all restrictions they have on the United States. It is not a fair, tit-for-tat type scenario. No, this is to put the fucking hammer of the U.S. economy on these foreign countries that take advantage of us and have barriers to our products, but we don't put barriers up to them. It is to show them that they are nothing. They are literally ants underneath our shoes, and we will fucking crush you with the full weight of the world's most powerful economy, military, and everything else in between. It is not mathematically significant how these numbers are arrived at. All that matters is the shock and awe factor of we will fucking ruin you.
Is a sound basis for U.S. trade policy, we should at least be allowed to expect that the relevant White House officials do their calculations carefully. Sick burn, and from a far-right extremist think tank no less. Proving officially once and for all that there is one hard line that conservatives do actually have when it comes to Trump's behavior. It's the economy, stupid. Not to say he hasn't messed with the economy before in detrimental ways, but this time he's gone so far that even people with the cognitive dissonance necessary to overlook his past actions are able to stop and say, hold the damn phone. So not only are the numbers a lie and the math faulty, the basis for these tariffs is completely illogical. Not least of which because these aren't retaliatory tariffs, because to be retaliatory necessitates the existence of tariffs to retaliate against, and these tariff numbers are entirely made up. Here are 3 more reasons why these tariffs make no sense. Number 1, multiple of Trump's own cabinet members, not least of which is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, have said that this is part of a long-term plan, and yet they are bragging that countries are coming to the negotiating table to work out a deal to lower or eliminate the tariffs. So are these tariffs long-term, or are they just bargaining chips? That uncertainty.
The 10% is long-term, and the deals that will be worked out will be long-term. Wowie zowie, you dumb cow.
Is roiling the global markets. On the one hand, Trump is promising that these tariffs will bring back manufacturing jobs to the U.S. On the other hand, they're being touted as simply how.
Can you please explain to us exactly what you plan to do at every step of the way so that we can let all the countries that are opposed to the United States know exactly how to counteract what it is you're planning?
Like, do these people have any... This is like literally asking a fucking Super Bowl coach to give out their fucking playbook before the game starts. Are you fucking retarded? You, like... Oh my god, these people are insufferably fucking stupid. They're so fucking... It's like literally trying to tell a target that you're about to airstrike 10 hours before. Like, hey, you guys may want to leave. We're gonna drop a bomb here. No, you fucking dumb hag. Why the fuck would they tell you the strategy before it's been executed? The whole point is to negotiate. You don't fucking lay all your cards on the table. When you're playing poker, you don't show everyone your hand. It's just incredibly... Like, this is why libs are so insufferable, man. They're so insufferable. They're like so fucking retarded and just programmed to be literal fucking cogs in the machine that they're incapable of strategic thinking of any sort. Everything has to be perfectly spelled out and perfectly done in the specific order that's supposed to be done in, and every puzzle piece must fit exactly where it's supposed to. Like, they're just not actually like competent. They're literally just bred to fit into one specific function and just exist. There's no actual elasticity or any sort of creativity. Nothing. It's just literal fucking slave mind individuals. They don't know how to function without strict guidance and structure telling them how to live their lives. It's sad. They need their fucking celebrities to tell them what to believe. They need their movies and TV shows to show them how to live. They need, the government to make sure everything they do is okay. It's just pathetic, bro. Absolutely. They actually believe that media institutions are the arbiters of truth and set the morals by which we should all... It's fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible.
How Trump makes a deal to make countries pay more. But if the countries do come to the table, like he says they are, and they do make a deal to pay us more in exchange for lower tariffs, for example, that means that those markets will open back up and these tariffs will be short-lived. Getting companies to move manufacturing back to the U.S. isn't something that happens in a couple weeks or months. It takes multiple years and tons of money to relocate a factory from construction.
Yeah, and the threat of tariffs is what will put people in the position where they do that, and that'll be part of the deal. Like, hey, you're going to come over here and build factories, and we'll get rid of the tariffs. We don't want to do that. All right, the tariffs stay. Whoa! No economics, degree required. Figured it out.
Construction to legal compliance and everything in between. So is the goal to bring back manufacturing, or is it to get countries to come to the bargaining table and give us more money? Because you can't have both. Second major contradiction, which many have pointed out, these tariffs are not going to be paid by these countries. They are going to be paid by businesses, private entities, attempting to import items from those countries into the U.S. And as a result, those businesses, because they are money-making ventures, are going to charge us more in order to not cut into their bottom line. And of course, the smaller the business, the greater they'll be hit by these tariffs because their margins and borrowing ability is much smaller than, say, a Fortune 500 company. So that boutique down the street that sells clothes made in Vietnam, or
that is not true at all. Smaller companies typically have larger profit margins than Fortune 500 companies because Fortune 500 companies are bloated. So that's actually not the case.
corner store that sells imported Chinese food products that you can't find anywhere else, they're not going to turn to American-made goods to supply their inventory. They're going to raise prices to cover the tariffs, and then they're going to go out of business when people don't buy their stuff because it's more affordable at big box stores, or because these tariffs wipe out their retirement savings that they were living off of and they can't afford it anymore. And the third area of faulty logic is the idea that these tariffs are mitigating against currency manipulation and other anti-free trade practices that other countries are committing. Tariffs are the antithesis of free trade. They are regulations put in place to try to control the free market. Increasingly high tariffs are a very strange tactic for a party that has for decades been staunchly free trade. It doesn't make logical sense on so many fronts. When these tariffs are analyzed,
we don't have free trade, you fucking dumb cow. If China doesn't allow us to sell our shit in their country and we allow them to sell their shit in ours, that's not free trade. That's called us getting fucked. It's just like lib shits are so fucking stupid, man. Honestly, they really are. If the EU puts a 200% tariff on our agricultural products, that's not free trade. It's just... Oh my god, bro. They're so dumb. They really are dumb.
From a typical Republican stance of free trade, laissez-faire economics, and smaller government with fewer regulations. And I think that's why we're seeing a pushback even from the right, which we'll get into, but it is worth quickly examining how we got to these tariffs in order to understand them, because they cannot be understood through a traditional Republican lens. They have to be understood through the lens of the people behind the scenes pulling the strings to enact these tariffs, because Trump didn't come up with it himself. Enter Peter Navarro, the chief architect behind Trump's tariff plan. Here's how the New York Times describes him: a Rasputin-like China hawk who whispers anti-China musings in President Trump's ear. Love any opportunity to bring Rasputin into things, honestly. Navarro holds a PhD in economics from Harvard University, and honestly, I'm starting to believe Harvard will give those out to anyone, because good lord, this guy is a kook. He's written 13 books and is incredibly pro-tariff, anti-China, and also generally written off by most economists as a fringe theorist at best. It was revealed
Everyone should be anti-China. They're our biggest adversary in the world. They're actively trying to undermine us as a country at every opportunity. Only a fucking idiot wouldn't be anti-China.
6 years ago, though this information is once again making the media rounds, first published in an article from the Chronicle of Higher Education that a lot of his most asinine theories are based on the musings of a fictional China expert that Navarro made up and cited to at least a dozen times in his books. That made-up person is named Ron Vera, a name which, in truly Voldemortian fashion, Navarro crafted by taking the letters of his own last name and rearranging them. Navarro, when rearranged, turns into Ron Vera. Again, this man has a PhD from Harvard. They must be giving doctorates out like candy over in Cambridge, Massachusetts. When asked to comment on the revelation, Navarro simply compared himself to Alfred Hitchcock, saying that the Ron Vera character was like a Hitchcockian cameo, and saying it was, quote, refreshing that someone finally figured out his little inside joke. In a text message to the New York Times, he wrote, quote, as Ron Vera might say, lighten up and have fun reading the books, which is actually insane for an academic to say about his academic nonfiction writing. Like, I need a psychologist to go into the White House and figure out just how many of Trump's advisors have personality disorders, because I imagine the number is not zero. I listened to an interview with Peter Navarro recently. It was on the New York Times podcast The Daily, February 18th, titled "The Conversation with the Architect of Trump's New Trade War," and was struck when he said that Trump was once asked about his favorite books about China, and Trump listed Navarro's book, The Coming China Wars, by name. Like Trump knows the name of a book off the top of his head and maybe even read it. Everything I've known about the man is turned out on its head. Turns out though, probably not. In fact, that recent interview I listened to wasn't the first time Navarro had spun his yarn that Trump had read The Coming China Wars. Back in 2016, in an interview with KPBS San Diego, he told the same story. That in 2011, an LA Times reporter was trying to corner Trump in a gotcha moment, asking him what his favorite books on China are, but Trump showed that reporter when he listed off 15 books by name. But that story's been debunked, and it's unclear whether that interview with Trump ever even happened at all. Despite numerous reputable news sources mentioning it over the last nearly 15 years since it happened,
Listen to this. Like, this is what they obsess over. Trump didn't actually name 15 books. That news report was never proved. Like, oh my god. Oh my fucking... These people are not real. They're genuinely not fucking real, man. It's just like...
the New York Times has never actually specifically stated that was true, dude, so we don't actually know.
Oh my god. Who the fuck cares?
Trump didn't actually order 2 double cheeseburgers. He ordered 2 Big Macs and a large fry. Like,
oh my god. Holy shit. Women.
there is no primary source evidence indicating that it actually ever did happen. The interviews that have actual evidence of ever happening, in which Trump is asked about his reading habits, show him either deflecting, saying he's too busy to read because he watches TV instead, or saying that his first favorite book is the Bible and his second favorite book is his own book, The Art of the Deal. I guarantee you he's never read either of them. In fact, according to recent reporting by MSNBC, Trump likely only knows Peter Navarro exists because his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was...
Trump never read his own book. Yeah, that makes sense. Jesus Christ, dude.
Looking for new economic advisors and did a search of books on Amazon and was impressed with the title of Peter Navarro's book, Death by China, and cold called Peter Navarro to see if he would step in as economic advisor. Like, he scrolled through Amazon book recommendations and was like, this guy'll do. As always, it's hard to exactly suss out the truth when relying on known compulsive liars, but the point is, Peter Navarro comes from dubious origins and espouses made-up...
Dude, I just genuinely cannot fucking stand lib shits, honestly.
...series backed up somehow by a PhD from Harvard.
They're not real people. They just genuinely are not. They're literal fucking drones that just repeat whatever mainstream media bilge that passes in front of their eyes within the past 24 hours.
You can say pretty much anything, and people are like, well, he went to Harvard, mustn't question. And it's one thing when it's a kooky professor publishing unfounded, miscited information in books nobody reads. It's another thing when that man, as the New York Times put it, is a Rasputin-like China hawk who whispers anti-China musings in President Trump's ear. And this Rasputin has even put a rift between Trump and his very favorite special sidekick, Elon Musk, who said the following in a video meeting with Italy's right-leaning League Party.
Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero-tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America.
He also took a swipe at Navarro on Twitter, saying a PhD in econ from Harvard is a
What the? Listen to this.
favorite special sidekick, Elon Musk, who said the following in a video meeting with Italy's right-leaning League Party.
Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero-tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America.
He also took a swipe at Navarro.
That's exactly what we're trying to do! You fucking dumb slut! You dumb fucking whore! That is the entire fucking point of these tariffs, you dumb bitch! Holy shit! It's just incredible how that's the entire fucking point! Oh my god! Dude, I really can't. These fucking women, bro, they're so dumb. They're so fucking dumb. These liberal white women are just insufferably fucking stupid. They can't read between the lines. It's just so bad. It's so bad, bro.
Navarro on Twitter saying a PhD in econ from Harvard is a bad thing, not a good thing. Results in the ego divided by brains is greater than one problem, meaning your ego becomes bigger than your smarts. And in the greatest evidence yet that Navarro is more of a showman than an economist, he made a sick comeback calling Elon a car salesman who's simply protecting his own interests. Nice. So we have a completely made up, incorrect, error-ridden mathematical formula based on nothing, determining reciprocal tariff rates.
This is literally what the entire thing is about, is getting rid of trade restrictions from our so-called allies. That's the entire point. That is why we're doing this entire fucking thing, is to get them to drop tariffs and have actual free trade. Oh my god.
But it wasn't written in the New York Times, dude, so we don't know if that's true or not.
Rates that aren't even reciprocal, likely orchestrated by a man who cites two made-up characters in his books, who's whispering in the ear of a megalomaniac authoritarian oligarch who couldn't care less whether any of us lives or dies. It's not quite the same, but Trump literally said he couldn't care less if auto prices increase as a result of these tariffs, and they are almost guaranteed to do so, hurting American manufacturers' bottom lines in the process.
Yeah, it wasn't in the New York Times, guys, so obviously we don't know.
Likely leading to layoffs and closures. Navarro's stated reasoning for why he is so dead set on tariffs is that he believes it will raise money for the government, which will then lead to lower taxes. So the government will levy higher tariffs, businesses will pay them to import their goods, the government will have more money, so they'll need to tax the people less. The problem that most economists who actually have a toe in reality point out is that increased tariffs have consequences, like retaliatory tariffs from other countries, like increased prices on everyday goods, like hurting American businesses, and those consequences will slow the economy down, and they will be felt the most by middle and lower.
Okay, so if they're putting retaliatory tariffs, see, this is where, again, the leftists completely just fucking missed the point. There's consequences to putting on tariffs, including other countries putting tariffs on our products. But wait, if tariffs are a negative thing for the country who imposes them, why would other countries respond to our tariffs by tariffing us in return? If tariffs are a bad thing, why is the response to tariffs more tariffs? They're incapable of thought, guys. I swear to God. Wouldn't the ultimate gotcha be not tariffing the United States and allowing us to suffer the consequences of these increased prices?
I can't afford this shit!
Wouldn't that be the ultimate, fucking own against the United States if tariffs are just so bad across the board? They're just dumb. They're genuinely dumb. But I wasn't in the New York Times, dude, so obviously I don't know what I'm talking about. We'll wait until there's a New York Times op-ed, and then we can all agree that it was a great idea. Let's see. Z-Herb with the 10, I don't know if it was his plan, but starting with big reciprocal tariffs and crashing the stock market allowed a better outcome in the baseline 10%. People would have panicked if he just did the 10% from this. Well, the thing is with Trump, it's all about shock and awe. So Trump comes out swinging big dick energy like, we're going to fuck you, basically. And that brings people to the table. Like when these countries see their own stock markets crash by 30% in 2 days, that kind of puts things into perspective like, oh shit. We better work this out quickly. So, yeah, it's all about shock and awe, which brings them to the table to negotiate. And then Trump has the, threat over their head of, if you don't come to an agreement in 90 days, these tariffs come back and your economy crashes again. So that's the thing. And then we'll do business with the countries that do come to an agreement with us. So it's all about leveraging the actual power that the U.S. has financially, which we do. We have all the power. Most countries are extremely reliant on us. Real controversial truth with the two. Libs on Twitter made me ashamed to be an anime fan. Oh, yeah, dude. The trans anime community. I think I know what you're talking about. I see the, For You page recommendations of them quite often. And Z her with the two. She has an economic degree. DEI is yeah, she's bitching about someone else getting into Harvard. Dear God, I can only imagine what institution allowed this in. And Drewski with the two, I think women just prefer stability over No. It's the complete opposite. The absolute complete opposite. Women will leave men because they're not chaotic enough. Like, bro, literally one of the biggest things women will always say is there's not enough chaos, or they miss the fighting, or the disagree. No, it's actually the complete opposite. Women don't like things when they become too normal, if that makes sense. They like chaos.
I can't afford this shit!
Z-Herb with the 5, they're all emotional. They can't think beyond the now, and if one think that don't alone, these people cry. They are all unstable women and even men. Well, if you can even call them men, bro. I don't know how a single self-respecting male voted for Camel Toe, honestly. And also Z-Herb with the 5, the argument I've heard why the U.S. is doing tariffs is bad is because America is a superpower, therefore them doing tariffs is bad. It makes them a bully. That means they're working. So, yeah. I mean, I get it from other countries' perspectives, but at the end of the day, I live in the U.S., so that's where my priorities lie. And just like every other country should have their priorities on themselves first. So, at the end of the day, you can't cry wolf about, oh, free trade, and then one side has free trade and the other doesn't. So, it doesn't work that way. If you want free trade, you actually have to have free trade on both sides. Do women like it when... This is the thing with a lot of chicks. Yeah, women will cheat on the nice guy. Women like excitement, and they don't like stability to a certain extent. Now, obviously, there's levels to that, but a lot of times girls will break up with you or end a relationship because there's not enough chaos. Like, they miss fighting, or they miss having to wonder like where the guy is, or what he's doing, or what he's up to, or why he isn't texting her back, or why he, said this to her. Like, they love that shit. So there will be straight up women that will leave guys saying he's too nice. Like, what? What guy would leave a girl because she's too nice? Like, think about that. Would anyone here leave a woman because she's way too nice? Like, oh yeah, she does everything I want her to. She's always very positive and is constantly just, kind and loving. Like, no fucking guy would ever be like, yeah, I'm going to dump that whore. I want her to be an unstandable bitch to me. Like, no. But women do that shit, man. They like the emotional turmoil. So, yeah. They want to feel like they're in a fucking rom-com or some bullshit. I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, she's not nagging me enough. I'm going to fucking divorce that whore. Like, the fuck? Nobody's like, no dude would ever say that. Like, oh yeah, she's just way too nice and is always thinking of me and doing thoughtful things for me. Fuck that bitch, dude. I want nothing to do with her. I want the fucking disgusting, cheating slag that's been run through by half the fucking city, has, 2 kids from different parents, and, treats me like absolute shit under her shoe. Like, no. No guy would ever do that shit, but women, on the other hand, it's pretty common.
Lower income Americans, because a billionaire doesn't know what an egg costs, let alone notice when egg prices change. A billionaire can buy whatever car they want without noticing the price tag. Multimillionaires will still buy their Switch 2 and their new car and their imported washing machines and their shoes made in Italy and their organic produce from Mexico, and they won't notice a thing. Meanwhile, lower income Americans will not only feel the squeeze at the grocery store, and anytime they need a new pair of shoes, they'll also have a hard time even finding those things to begin with, because
now they're worried about grocery prices. This is my new favorite liberal cope too, is, the obsession with egg prices. Where was that energy for the past 5 years? Where was that energy for the past 5 years, might I ask you? How many leftists did we see, storming on social media like, oh my God, groceries are so expensive. Oh no, it was, wow, it's obviously inflation is out of the control of the president. Joe Biden can't affect grocery prices. One day into Trump's presidency, why aren't eggs cheaper yet? Trump lie. And it's like, oh my God. Like, they don't even hide it. They really don't even try to hide it. They're just disingenuous, like, just vacuous cunts, bro.
Will be less of them in the market due to the slowing economy, and those that do exist will have higher prices. And then, on that magical fairy tale day that Navarro promises, when the tax cuts magically rain down upon us, they will mostly benefit the richest Americans who already don't pay their fair share, and the rest of us, if there ever even is a tax cut.
Wait. If tax cuts rain down, they will mostly benefit rich Americans. How is getting rid of tax on tips, Social Security, and on people who make less than $150,000 a year going to benefit the rich? I would love to hear the logic behind that. Please, woman, let me know how that benefits the rich. Like, they just, I'm not sure how much longer I want to fucking watch this video.
Not a given outcome of increased tariffs. You might see a modest drop in the taxes we pay, but that would be after literal years of being pummeled with supply chain issues and overpriced goods due to tariffs. The only people who benefit from this no pain, no gain approach that Trump is advocating for are the rich, who feel the price increases less and who get the most out of tax cuts. And even they are feeling the squeeze right now. Last week, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by over 1,500 points 2 days in a row. That's the first time that this ever happened. The market overall has seen the greatest.
Oh my God, not the stock. Wait. Wasn't she just talking about how it would only affect the poor and not the rich? Hey, dumbass. Only 8% of the country owns 95% of the stocks. So the stock market doesn't affect the poor, only the rich. But I guess that's a problem now, right? Now we're worried about those rich people. Meanwhile, in your previous sentence, you weren't. It's just complete and total, moral fanooking, bro. Pure moral fanooking and posturing. They don't have a genuine belief in their heart.
Dip it's seen since March 2020 when the pandemic hit. The S&P 500 is nearing bear market territory, meaning it's lost almost 20% since its peak.
Why do you care, bro? Only rich people have stocks. Doesn't matter.
Last week alone, the S&P 500 fell by nearly 6% in one day. 6% is when the circuit breaker kicks in and pauses all trading for 15 minutes to protect against a complete market free fall. Earlier today, amid unsubstantiated rumors that Trump was going to pause the tariffs on Wednesday, the markets jumped back up, only to crash back down when the administration said on Twitter that it was all fake news. The extreme volatility is sending investors into an even greater tailspin, sowing doubt in the stability and strength of this economy. Worldwide, markets everywhere have been in free fall, from Europe to Japan. Germany's index fell into near bear market territory. Hong Kong's fell more than 13%. Shanghai's by over 8%. Japan's by nearly 8%. The volatility index, which measures market volatility, so higher is worse, is the highest it's been since the pandemic. One analyst described it to the BBC as a bloodbath. Goldman Sachs raised its forecast from 35% to a 45% chance the US will fall into a recession in the next 12 months. JP Morgan estimates a 60% chance of a US and global recession. The world's richest billionaires lost $200 billion in a single day last week. Mark Zuckerberg alone.
Isn't that good? Aren't you happy about that? Weren't you just saying that the tax cuts are bad because they only help the rich?
Lost $18 billion in one day. This has led to rare backlash by billionaires aimed at the Trump administration. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman took to Twitter to lambast the president, saying, quote, the president is losing the confidence of business leaders around the globe, and adding, quote, we are heading for a self-induced economic nuclear winter, and we should start hunkering down, which says a lot because billionaires literally have bunkers in which to hunker.
Oh my God. I'm done. I'm done, bro. I'm actually kind of getting a headache from listening to this dumb bitch. Honestly. I cannot do leftists. Oh my God.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Jesus Christ. Like, it's just hard to believe that people like that exist. Genuinely. Let's see. Real controversial truth of the 5. Trump getting no-scoped twice and getting faced with so many tariffs at once is way too convenient, because where was all this when Biden was in power? Yeah, dude. None of this energy is ever held up for the other side. So, dude, it could just be she's wearing glasses with clear lenses. A lot of people do that, too. Where they'll just wear glasses with non-prescription lenses in them to look intelligent. She has an OnlyFans. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Drewski with the 2. Men seem to be better at calculating pay. Well, I wouldn't even go that far. It's just white liberal women are the most insufferable breed of human beings on this planet. Tim Marco with the 279. The crooked glasses are triggering my OCD. Yeah, just wear glasses on stream, Griffin. You'll look smart. I actually have glasses, but I don't wear them. I do not use them. I use my contacts primarily. Neonverse of the 10, I agree. America should have tariffs in their products because everyone else. But what I don't get is why Trump's putting tariffs in other countries. I thought was about focusing. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is we're tariffing goods from those countries, so they're tariffing us in return, which makes the entire argument of, oh, tariffs are bad for the country that imposes them pretty idiotic, because let's say we tariff the UK, and if tariffs hurt the US more than they hurt the UK, why would the UK then in turn put tariffs on the US if that would hurt the UK more than the US? Like, that's the whole argument. It's like the whole argument. It's like, it makes no sense. If tariffs are a bad thing, why countries would respond to our tariffs with tariffs of their own. Like, it's just kind of idiotic. No, the problem with glasses I don't like is if I wear them for like 5+ hours, I get that phantom glasses feeling where it feels like you have a pair of glasses on the bridge of your nose. Even after you take them off, and you have like that just fucking constant tingling feeling that never goes away until you put them back on. Like, that shit drives me insane. That's why I can't wear glasses, bro. It absolutely drives me up the fucking wall. Like, no matter what I do, I can't get rid of that feeling. It lasts for like a week. It's awful. So, that's why I don't wear my glasses. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, just thinking about it's making me like physically wince. Who remembers Fousey too? I remember he like had a mental breakdown or some shit and threw like a concert. Or no, didn't he get like arrested recently? I don't know. We watched something on him. Yeah, when Drake would be at his concert, I remember that. You don't feel like feeling like Harry Potter? No, I do not. What's my thoughts on the Switch 2 price? I think it's fine, personally. $450 is fine. I thought it was going to be $500 personally, so I don't know. I think it's fine. Griffin is not the boy who lived. Yep, no life, no wife, no friends, no hope. Let's go, baby. Griff, what if the Switch was $5,000? Would you? No, I wouldn't buy it. If it was like more than, all right, so I think my absolute max for the Switch 2 would be $1,000. That is the absolute most I would ever spend on a console. especially a handheld. So yeah, $1,000 I'd be tapped out. Just generally speaking across the board. At that point, eh. Look, it's Griffin's white. No life, no wife, no friends, no hope. That's my motto now, guys. But yeah, no, Melanie Mac could never get it, bro. She could never get it. Hear me? Never. Ever. Coffee just got political. Oh, this was the other one. Maybe we'll watch that later. We'll watch a Dreamcast guys video. Because the thumbnail was funny. Zelda on the Switch 2 is downgraded. It's literally not.
Nintendo.
Where the fuck is he sitting? Creativity. Where is he? Is he at the library or something?
Nintendo, what in the world are you possibly doing? I'm
oh my god, the echo.
Actually confused about, for every day now, for the last week, I've been able to make a video, if not multiple videos, every single day about how they're botching the Nintendo Switch 2 with their bad state.
You're more so botching the videos than anything else, but that's fine.
With their weird uppriced
I have no idea where the fuck he is, bro. He might be in like a hotel lobby or something.
With the fact that it really...
The casting couch is a possibility, you know?
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
This is giving hand jobs in an Olive Garden parking lot.
It does seem like Nintendo does not like their audience, doesn't understand their audience, and...
I mean, I really can't blame them if you want to count, you know, these type of people as their audience, but I'm pretty sure they have a pretty good idea.
I feel like today's two news stories are just confusing.
I just can't wait for him to buy it and inevitably soy out over it. Like, that's going to be the best part of this entire chain of events, because you know it's coming. Just like the PS5 Pro was a scam. Oh, I can't wait to get it day one. Oh, I love my PS5 Pro. Like, it's a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before it happens. Just like he hated the PlayStation Edge controller, but decided to keep it rather than return it.
Let's talk about the fact that the Zelda Breath of the Wild version you can buy for the Switch 2 actually sucks.
What?
And I'm shocked to say that. And also...
It's the exact same game with better performance. How does it suck?
They have decided that the new GameCube controller release, it's getting downgraded over the standard version of the GameCube controller. More Switch 2 controllers are basically bricked for $100 price tag. Let's talk. I'm actually getting...
Bro, what the fuck is he talking about?
Frustrated. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if...
Yeah, I'm getting bricked up, man. The rage boner's building.
You could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. My house currently has a big hole in the roof. They're fixing it, so I had to rent an office for a day. Check out this backroom casting couch. Okay.
Is he in a WeWork or whatever that fucking company's called? Oh, God.
So, I want to start with...
How much money do you think he wasted on this office compared to how much money he's going to make off this YouTube video?
The fact that this truly just blew my mind when this came out 50...
Bro, you just go sit in a fucking park and talk into your phone. Why would you rent an office?
Minutes ago, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition does not include the expansion pass. Now, let me explain why...
Like, bro... Yeah, 30,000 views. So, best case scenario, this made like $60. Come on, bro. This is why you don't own a home.
Why this is... Honestly, it's disgusting. So when Breath of the Wild first came out 8 years ago, it completely took the world by storm because it was an open world Zelda. People were saying, finally, the Skyrim effect. It really showed the power of the Nintendo Switch. It was honestly such a big, cool game with the memes and the Korok seeds and the mysteries. But after the initial release, we got a very big expansion pass with new vehicles, new characters, new lore, new extra stuff. I even have a new difficulty mode called Hero Mode. They decided that for the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, which, reminder, is more expensive. That was $60 on the Nintendo Switch 1. This new version is $70 on the Nintendo Switch 2, even though it's been 8 years, and they just confirmed it does not include the Switch expansion pass, meaning you're literally paying...
Okay. I would assume if you already own the game and the DLC and you pay the $10 to upgrade, it wouldn't matter anyway?
$10 more for better frame rate, better...
That's exactly what they advertised. What? Oh my god.
Resolution and literally nothing else. Now...
Okay, has anything changed?
Some Nintendo fans are trying to defend this, saying, oh, who would have thought? I mean, my thing is that...
Yeah, who would have... This is literally what they advertised from the very beginning. If you didn't pay attention, that's your own fault. Like, it took you how long to figure this out? Jesus Christ, bro. It's just comical, man. Like, sure, it would have been nice if they included the DLC, but why are they spurging out over something that was never even mentioned in the first place?
It is almost a standard in the entirety of the gaming industry at this point that if you're doing a remaster, a port, and upgrade, you include the content. If you're buying The Last of Us on PlayStation 3, it got some very good DLC called Left Behind.
Sorry, the words very good DLC and Last of Us just made me laugh. But yeah, they also cut the multiplayer out of the Part 1 remake, so that's not true.
You buy the remastered edition on PlayStation 4, what does it include? Oh wait, that's right, all the DLC.
What about the PS5 version? What about the PS5 version? Where's the multiplayer mode, Dreamcast guy? Come on. Come on. You didn't give a shit about it on PS5 when they cut the multiplayer.
The fact that they just decided to basically cut content.
Oh, like The Last of Us did? They didn't cut content, you fucking nitwit. Holy shit. They didn't remove stuff from the base game. Holy fucking shit, man. This is incredible. If you already own the DLC, you don't have to rebuy it.
Literally every other game I can possibly think of. Oh, you're re-releasing Borderlands. Of course it's got the DLC. Oh,
like he already has the DLC on his fucking Switch account. You already have access to it. Pay the $10 upgrade and you're good. That's it. Nothing changes. This is crazy, man. This is actually fucking funny. Oh my god. Lay Epic with the 2. I hate the way Dreamcast guy talks, but yeah, it's definitely unique.
Oh, you're re-releasing Saints Row, the Saints Row collection. It includes the DLC. This is the first time I can literally ever remember where a company is taking their own game, repackaging it for full price. I truly cannot get over that. $70, and it's not including the expansion pass content.
You literally just named a game that did that. Oh my god. Holy shit. This is incredible, man. I want to just, let's see if somebody called them out on it. I guarantee you they didn't. They just read the fucking title. Yeah, dude. Updoot. Updoot. Updoot, bro. Updoot. Let's see if anyone called them out on it. Nope. Nope. Oh, there we go. No, you're wrong. PlayStation does charge for graphic upgrade pack. Uncharted Collection with 4 and a Thief's End. I owned it on PS4. When I got a PS5, I decided to boot it up. Looked horrendous after a little. Realized I had to pay to get. Yep, exactly. But nobody's mentioned The Last of Us literally cutting the multiplayer, which is the most damning example, because The Last of Us launched at $60 on the PS3, included the multiplayer. Launched at $50 on the PS4, including the expansion DLC. And then it launched for $70 on the PlayStation 5, missing the multiplayer. So PlayStation is the most egregious example of remastering games and cutting content. Hands fucking down. They literally removed content from the base game. Not even talking about expansion content. This is actually funny, man. I'm actually genuinely amused by the, and I cannot wait for the backpedal. The backpedal's going to make it even more amazing.
Honestly, this is the kind of stuff that it really annoys me when people try to defend it. I do see some comments where people saying, well, it's still worth it. I'm glad I'm going to buy it. To me, it's worth that upgrade. I saw this tweet by RGT85 where he says, look, man, it's just common courtesy.
I agree. Like, it would be nice if it was included in the price. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. But holy fuck, bro. Like, now you're just rewriting history to prove a point that doesn't exist. Like, sure, it would be nice if it was in there. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. I think it'd be perfectly fine to say, like, hey, you know, Nintendo, why aren't you including this? But to be like, how fucking dare they? Like, it's just so gay, man. It's so fucking gay. Like, this is literal fucking unemployed behavior.
$90 for an 8-year-old game, the least you can do is include that extra content.
Hey, what about content from the base game, Dreamcast guy? What about that $70 Last of Us port that literally removed an entire game mode?
Stuff that basically made a good game better. I feel like Nintendo is very much just losing focus on the fun, on the games, on the stuff that's supposed to just make it, hey, I like to pop it in, to play it, to explore.
Selective argument, Griffin. No, he's the one that literally used The Last of Us as an example. I didn't even pick it. Look, it's right here. Bro, I didn't even pick that game. It was him. Oh my god, bro. It's too bad. It's so bad. I mean, Dreamcast guy typically refuses to like do himself any favors, but this is actually incredible.
Or to have that fun. They're just kind of thinking about.
I mean, for him, not you. What do you mean for him? A selective example? I don't know what you mean by selective example.
Now, the profit over any sort of consumer trust, of rewarding fans. They're just basically saying, hey, screw you, pay me. And I want to additionally say, I still stand by the fact that...
To be honest, the Breath of the Wild DLC would deactivate... The Breath of the Wild DLC, I would deactivate if I could when playing the game. It makes it quite worse in many ways. Oh, interesting.
I think this should be free. I think that if you have the Nintendo Switch 1 game, I think all the upgrades, 100%, I'm serious, all the upgrades should just be free. It's a great...
That's fine. Nobody cares. Nobody's arguing with you on that one. But to fucking spurg out like an autist over something that was never promised in the first place is stupid.
Graphics patch. Why the hell am I paying for a graphics patch? I mean...
What about... It's just... There's so many other games that do this. None of this energy has ever been felt from him.
Look, PlayStation's pretty greedy at times. Even PlayStation's not doing that, but...
Nick, you ain't funny. That's not true. maybe you're just boring as fuck and lame as hell. Cause only lame niggas say that shit.
Remember when
Oh my
Sony
God.
tried to
Yeah.
fucking break their promise about God of War Ragnarok? If you bought it on PS4, you'd get the PS5 version for free, and they had to walk it back because the lawyers were circling with the class action lawsuit. What the fuck is he talking? PlayStation is the only company that does it. Oh my God. No. Oh my Lord. This is so bad, man. This is incredible.
This other story has me actually confused because it literally just boggles the mind. Now, this just came out a couple minutes ago, and everybody is still kind of reacting to it. The Nintendo Switch GameCube controller that they're releasing for the Switch 2, people are very, very, very excited for.
That's exactly how every other Classics controller is. Again, what are you you have completely made up expectations, and now you're freaking out over something that was never promised. You can't use the N64 controller on the Nintendo Switch on any games other than Nintendo 64 Classics. That's literally what they're marketed as, to be used with the backwards compatible games. Wowie zowie, man. Just like if you buy the GameCube adapter for the Nintendo Switch, which I have, and then you bought like the Smash Ultimate controllers, they only worked on Smash Brothers and select games. This is nothing new. It's like when you plug in a DualSense 4, or not DualSense, DualShock 4 to the PS5, you can only play PS4 games with the fuck. I can't keep the name straight. The DualShock 4. It's just like, what is this, man? This is really fucking...
for it, because there is definitely a massive fan base that specifically thinks this is the best controller of all time. It definitely takes some getting used to, kind of adapting to the GameCube controller's funky buttons and odd placement, but once you get used to it, this is a very, very uniquely fun controller. But what they're doing is, they have said officially now that the GameCube controller that you can buy for the Switch 2 doesn't work on anything except GameCube games.
Let's see. Trying to see where they have it. Yep, it's the exact same thing. Wowie zowie. The Nintendo 64 controller is designed to work with Nintendo 64 Switch Online software. Although it's possible that the controller can be used to navigate Switch menus and even play other games, we cannot ensure that all game options and features are supported. It will say the exact same thing on the GameCube controller. So it might work on other games. But they're not promising that. They never have. Just like the NES controllers, just like the SNES controllers, and just like the N64 controllers. I have all three of those. At no point was I ever under the impression that all three of those could be used universally on my Nintendo Switch. They literally tell you that this is what they're for, is for playing the classic games on Nintendo Switch Online. That's why it requires a Nintendo Switch Online membership in order to purchase them in the first place. You literally have to buy this controller through your membership. You can't walk into a Best Buy and buy it. You can't go on Amazon and order it. You have to buy it through Nintendo Switch Online if you're a member. For that exact reason. So people don't get confused over how you're supposed to be able to use it. It's just, again, inventing a problem. At no point did Nintendo ever say you'd be able to use it across all Nintendo Switch games. Now, it might work on most Nintendo Switch games, because the layout's pretty damn similar. But they're not making the promise, which is fine. So, it's just, I don't know, dude. This is pure outrage farming at this point.
And again, this controller is probably going to be $80, $90, or $100. A lot of the other Switch 2 controllers are $100 with tax, with shipping. So you're telling me that there is going to be a $100 controller, which is a re-release of a controller from 20 years ago.
Wait, hold on. What was that?
$100 with tax, with
How do we know that? Let's see. Nintendo Switch 2 GameCube controller price. Let's see. I don't see anything. Wait. Hold on a second. Give me a second here. This may even be funnier. According to GameCube, I don't see anything about the price. I don't know where they're getting the price from. Where is he getting the price on the GameCube controller? I haven't seen anything. Yeah, Switch 1 Pro controllers work on the Switch 2. Yeah, I'm going to get as many of those GameCube controllers as I can, bro. I want one. I mean, the N64 ones I think were $60 as well, but I don't remember. According to Nintendo, I don't see anything about the price. I think he's just making that up.
Shipping. So you're telling me that there is going to be a $100 controller, which is a re-release of a controller from 20 years ago, that is actually worse than the one from 20 years ago. Now, let me talk about why that's a big deal. So, in case you haven't played Super Smash Bros., Smash Bros. Is literally the biggest fighting game of all time. The highest
GameCube controllers are compatible on Smash Brothers. They literally released an entire adapter for Smash Ultimate with branded GameCube controllers. Oh my god. Dude, this is great.
Highest selling, it has the most tournaments, it's got the most hype. It's not my favorite, but I definitely have probably played more hours of Smash Bros. Than any other fighting game combined. It's just kind of the things that's always on at parties, and you go there and you get your butt kicked and play some Samus or do some YouTube combos and stuff. And by far, the version that's made people the most endlessly addicted is Smash Bros. Melee on the GameCube. That game was just so influential. Playing it with a GameCube controller has been the pinnacle of play. People have basically said, yes, this is the best controller for Melee play. In fact, Nintendo knows that. Nintendo released a version of the Switch controller that's playable on the Wii U, that was playable on the Wii, that was playable on the original Switch, but the Switch 2 version doesn't work with other games. And that's the thing.
How do you know? Has anyone tested it yet? Has anyone tried it? What Nintendo promises during a... So this is what's even funnier. There was no actual listing for the Switch 2 controller yet. They pulled this information from a trailer, which the trailer is going to have the most, blanket, cover their ass language as possible. So we don't even know if it's going to work on regular games or not. So I guarantee you it probably will work on Smash Ultimate. I would be shocked if it didn't. But I guess we'll find out.
All the other versions, they worked with other games. You could play indies or RPGs because it's your damn controller. Of course, you can play whatever the hell you want because it's...
The GameCube controller does not work on every Switch game. Does he own one? It doesn't work on every Switch game. I have the adapter and the controller. It works on some of them, but not all.
Yours. I am actually shocked by the fact that so many people are like, okay, another L for Switch. Just to recap, the system is overpriced, the games are overpriced, there's a button on the controller that you can't click unless you're paying a monthly fee. That's the chat button. You actually have to pay to use that. Last gen hardware, it's about as powerful as PlayStation 4, which I do think is good, won't support your current GameCube controller. You have to pay $10 to play a better version of your old games.
It won't support your current GameCube controller. Yes, it does, you dumbass. What the fuck is he talking? They already confirmed that you can use the Switch GameCube controller adapter. Oh my god. Hold on, let me find it. Look at this shit, bro. Nintendo GameCube controller adapter. Compatible. The accessory can be used in TV mode by connecting via USB port to the Switch 2 dock. Like, these people don't have actual fucking points. It's just pure misinformation at this point. On their own fucking website, they have it listed as compatible. So it's just crazy, man. It's just pure reactionary bilge at this point. They've got nothing. It's how do I pay for this office for the day? Holy shit, man. But yeah, there you go. Right there on Nintendo's own website that anyone can access. The old GameCube controllers do work on the Switch 2. Shocking.
And as of yet, there are still rabid Nintendo fans trying to defend this. The last week,
there are still rabid.
I've been covering the eternal blunder of Nintendo quite a bit, and the love has been great.
The eternal blunder of Nintendo. Okay. JE5150 with the 4 months. Nintendo mind broke. This is incredible, man. It really is. Like, this is just genuine forced hate at this point. Like, why are these fuckers even in the gaming community at this point, bro? Like, you obviously don't like games. You like the drama.
There's been tons of, tens of thousands of likes on this channel, tons and tons of new subscribers and stuff. It's been very overwhelming, but I kind of appreciate the fact that a lot of the most dedicated people in my audience are saying, I'm still excited about the Switch 2, but this is definitely a big, giant L for the first time in my Nintendo career. This is the first time I'm seeing where they just...
The Wii U wasn't? See, this is how you know these people aren't genuine. Bro, if the Wii U wasn't the first big L in Nintendo's career, then you're obviously just a tourist.
just continually feel like they have lost their way. And it is...
Bro, I grew up with Nintendo. Like, Nintendo was my favorite gaming company growing up as a kid. And even I didn't buy a fucking Wii U. Like, the fuck? Even I didn't buy a Wii U. That's how bad that shit was.
Strange to see. But how do you feel about this? How do you feel about, in my opinion, the rather pathetic paid upgrades? And how do you feel about the fact that over and over again, it seems like the controllers kind of suck, just across the board? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. I hope the audio is good in here. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I bought a 3DS as well. I actually need to find my 3DS. I kind of wanted to play Alpha Sapphire, since I already played Omega Ruby, but I kind of had the urge. I don't know where I put my 3DS, but it's somewhere around here.
Sounds good to me, but the mic, you never know. Thanks so much for watching that video.
God.
If you want to see something else,
Wowie zowie, man. That's all I could say. That was incredible. That I think was the funniest one yet. Like, that was just pure retardation, bro. Like, oh my god, they're not doing something they never advertised. Like, yeah, it'd be nice if they included the DLC. But you're throwing an autistic fit over something they never once said. Second, the classic controller works the same as every other classic controller before it. I just... Oh, man. Another day, another $100 in ad revenue, I guess. Yeah, bro, all these people are still gonna buy it. Like, that's what's funny. So... I thought the first Nintendo L was the GameCube. The GameCube could never be an L. It's literally impossible for the GameCube to be an L, bro. The GameCube is by far the best Nintendo console of all time. The GameCube is Nintendo's best console. Hands down. Doesn't matter if it's sold like crap, bro. What does everybody collect now, Nintendo-wise? NES, SNES, and GameCube. Those are the three most collected Nintendo platforms. GameCube probably the most, I would say, for anyone under the age of 30. I don't know if the Wii is going to be super collectible, to be honest, man. Like, as much as I liked some of the games on the Wii, like, I don't really have a desire to own an original copy of Super Mario Galaxy sealed or something like that. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe there's a market for that type of stuff, but the Wii just didn't hit the same as the GameCube, man. The GameCube was special. The Wii felt way too gimmicky. Like, that's the thing, is you have to use motion controls on the Wii, which really hurts the retro gaming experience. How much is 3D All-Stars resold? I don't actually know. I graded my copies, so let's see. Wait, you're telling me my copies of Sunshine, Twilight Princess, Skies of Arcadia, Tales of Symphonic, and Wind Waker are worth money? Nah, they're worth about $2 a piece, man, but I'll give you 20 just to be nice. Let's see. So Mario 3D All Stars is 100 and oh, that's the European version. Gross. So we want the new US version. Condition, brand new. $140. New. So if you bought that for $50, you made out pretty well. Yeah, Galaxy 2 is good. I like Galaxy 2 better than 1 personally. I think it's a more refined experience, but, you know, you can't really go wrong with either one. Both of them are very good. Yeah, well, you know, they didn't really make many Pokemon console games. What, only Pokemon XD and Coliseum, which Coliseum, not really a traditional Pokemon type game, but... Battle Revolution wasn't an actual Pokemon game, though. It was more of a companion to the DS games. Omega Ruby is... Bro, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, I will die on the hill, are the 2 best Pokemon games ever made. Like, from just a end game content perspective, obviously it being Gen 3, so it's already goated. Like, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are exactly the format that all Pokemon games should be, just with better graphics. Pure fucking peak. Like, that is the formula that Game Freak should have stuck to. I'm still surprised the GameCube has done a 180 on its reputation. If you had one back in school instead of a PS2, you were seen as poor or... Really? How old are you? Because when I was a kid, bro, if you had a PS2, you were the boring nerd. Like, everybody wanted to go to the person's house who had a GameCube. Okay, you're 36. That makes sense. Alright, yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, because I'm 27, so yeah, we have 9 years difference. Because when I was growing up, if you didn't have a GameCube, nobody wanted to go to your house. You know, the GameCube was like the console everybody wanted. It's like, oh, you have a GameCube? We can play Smash Brothers and more. Like, everybody wanted to play that type of stuff. Nobody wanted to play like GTA or anything like that on PS2. That was kind of boring. When I was growing up back in my day. Yeah, everybody had a PS2. Only certain people had a GameCube. And the GameCube was the console everybody wanted. Damn, we got people here that are older than PWR. That's right, man. No life, no wife, no friends, no hope. Melanie Mac looks like that Shao Cow or Slam Cow warrior yokai thing. What the fuck? Well, all right, we'll watch it, PK. I'll do it just for you, okay?
Look, one thing I'm not afraid to do is admit I'm wrong, and in this case, I have been wrong on this. Crocs. I know. Crocs.
Crocs. Ugh. Get the nails on the chalkboard, please.
I'm just saying. I told everyone on the quartering stream, I said, look, I've never worn Crocs in my life. And I didn't plan on it. And I said, hey, if they make them in Nightmare Before Christmas style, I will get a pair.
That's not very Christian of you, Melanie. The Nightmare Before Christmas? That's paganistic, Satanist shit. What the fuck?
So I did. They're extremely
Are you spitting in the face of our Lord?
comfortable, life-changing. I guess I was wrong. Look, one thing I'm not afraid to
I'm
do
so
is
quirky
admit I'm
and
wrong,
funny. I like Crocs.
Oh my god. Yeah, the Nightmare Before Christmas. That's not very Christ-like. Oh, dude. I don't want to fix... Bro, she's beyond repair. She's like covered in tattoos. You can't fix that at that point. Even if you had extensive tattoo removals, it would still show up. Drewski with a 2, did you ever watch the Gay Frogs video? Nah, it was too long when we were... the night that she sent it. It's like 40 minutes or something, man. That's too long for that type of stuff.
I can't afford this shit!
People say she's hot. Imagine the standards of this world. Dude, it's sad, honestly. It is sad. Griff, you can't fix your loose skin either. Just what? What are you talking about? My loose skin? I didn't know I had any. Alright. I guess I got fucking, you know, wings of redemption, as in fucking fat wings hanging down from my arms or something. I don't know. I can fly like a gliding squirrel. I think he is back on Lol Cow, but I'm not sure. Oh, I guess we could watch review text. What the fuck?
Hello, everyone. Live.
What the hell? What is this perspective? So Dreamcast guy's recording in a hotel lobby, and review tech is in his bed?
From a hotel room.
Oh, maybe him and Dreamcast guy are meeting up.
You see the ring light in my eyes. This is kind of impromptu. I didn't expect to make a video while I was away, but of course something major happened and...
Dude, alright, so let me get this straight. Rich went for 6 months saying, I don't want to fucking make any sort of content about gaming news. I'm sick of talking about gaming news. Fuck gaming news. I want to do what I'm passionate about. He deletes his million sub channel for that reason. He now is on vacation and is filming a video about, wait for it, gaming news. Oh my god. Ah, man. Incredible.
I'm definitely talking about this. So this is regards to the Switch pricing or Switch 2 pricing. It's high. A lot of people are afraid with the tariffs in the States that it's going to go even higher. And Nintendo's been very weird about the pricing of it. They don't really want to address it. At a media roundtable they had on Wednesday, people asked about the price and they're like, oh, we're just here for the fun stuff. Let's not talk about that. It's like, okay, everyone wants you to talk about the pricing. There's been live events that Nintendo had on their YouTube channel, and everyone there was saying, bring down the price, bring down.
That's him trying to seduce you to be your sugar daddy. Ooh, I need some money.
The price, whether it be the hardware, whether it be the games. People are not happy with what Nintendo chose for the pricing of the Switch 2. Now, look, like I've said before, it has a lot of features that I didn't expect Nintendo to go for, like the high refresh rate screen. But nonetheless, people are not used to Nintendo products being so expensive, even though you could still get the Switch OLED for $350, which boggles my mind. But anyway, Nintendo of America president Doug Bowser had a very interesting response. Now, if you remember, it feels like another lifetime ago, during E3 2013, Don Matrick, who is the CEO of Xbox at the time, he was asked by Jeff Keighley, the big issue with the Xbox One.
Griffin Gaming, also known as the After Party channel that you go to after Synthetic Man livestream. Fair enough, man. I'll take what I can get. If it was an iPhone, they price $800 for it? Huh? What do you mean if it was an iPhone? iPhones aren't well, I guess the lower end ones are $800. They're like 1,000 something nowadays. For the pros, at least.
One was the always online thing that they were trying to push, which in 2013...
No, I refuse. So the big thing for me of why I didn't buy an Xbox One is because I didn't want the Kinect. Like, I genuinely thought that thing was, like, fucking disgusting. Like, the spy camera that's on 24/7. Absolutely fucking not. There was no way I was putting that in my bedroom. So, yeah, no. That's the reason I never bought an Xbox One at launch. But when they took it out of the box, dropped the price by $100, I bought the Xbox One immediately after that. So that was my holdout, was the camera. I did not want a Microsoft spy camera in my house.
Was pretty...
Gonna see you goon to Aura. Hey, man, I would never disrespect the nature of that show. It's a beautiful story about family values.
Premature. And his answer was absolutely amazing.
It's a great line for games.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think people are going to love it, and then they're going to understand what we're trying to create and how it links.
They did have a great lineup of games. The Xbox One launch was really good, game-wise at least.
Games and entertainment, the functionality of the box, some of the advantages that you get of having a box that is designed to use an online.
Notice what they're not talking about, though. Price. Price had nothing to do with what Don Matrick said.
State. So that, to me, is a future-proof choice, and I think people could have arguably gone the other way if we didn't do it, and fortunately we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360, that's your message if you don't, like it?
If you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device. I mean...
I don't, again... You know, not the biggest fan of Xbox here, but I really did not find the statement that controversial at the time, and I still don't today. Like, pointing out, like, hey, yeah, you know, we have a product for you if you have zero internet. You know, it's called the Xbox 360, which I don't see it's like literally pointing to somebody like, hey, you know, you may not have a place to charge your electric car, but we sell regular cars too. Like, I really don't see an issue with this, honestly. It's just kind of Reddit rage, if you ask me.
Seriously, when I read the blogs and thought about who's really the most impacted, there was a person who said, hey, I'm on a nuclear sub.
Right.
And I don't even know what it means to be on a nuclear sub, but I've got to imagine that it's not easy to get an internet connection.
Don't have internet or don't have continuous access to the internet? Get our previous generation hardware. What a great way to sell. I mean, I'm kind of giving...
Yeah, but what do you want them to say? What do you want them to say? We made a device that requires internet. Well, what about people who don't have internet? Well, we have a device that we sell that doesn't require internet. But for this one, it does require... Like, what do you want them to do? Like, that's like basically saying, well, I want a car, but there's no gas stations near me. What should I buy? Like, what? You want them to overhaul the entire product for like one or two? It's just, I don't know. I'd never really thought that was that big of a deal back in the day, personally. And I thought it was completely overblown.
Giving you a summary of what he said there, but he went into a whole thing. Oh, there was some guy who messaged us or left a message and said he's in the military and he's on a nuclear sub and he doesn't have internet. So we told, get an Xbox 360. Really... Many people argue that that interview with Jeff...
Well, the Diablo thing, I think, was justified, okay? Diablo, like the do you guys not have phones thing, I think was justified because you have to pay to go to BlizzCon. Like, BlizzCon's not like some free thing. You go like, oh yeah, let me just walk in and see what it's about. You got to pay like hundreds of bucks to go in person. And then even if you want to stream it, you have to pay $80. At least that's how it used to be. You had to pay money just to watch the live stream of it. So for them to make the big announcement of a pay-per-view gaming event, a fucking shitty Chinese mobile game, like that's pretty fucked, man. I think there's some genuine fucking, criticism on that front. That your big announcement that you charged people money to watch is literally a 10-cent mobile game, or NetEase. I don't know who made it, but yeah, that I think is a little more valid to be pissed off about than, someone pointing out like, hey, yeah, if you can't use this product, we offer something else that'll work. So I think those are two very different, very, very different equations, but yeah.
Jeff Keighley and Don Matrick that Xbox hasn't recovered from that interview to this day. That's how awful it was. Well, Doug Bowser, the president of Nintendo of America, decided that, you know what? I'm going to take a play out of Don Matrick's playbook, and I'm going to basically say the same thing about the Switch 2 in regards to price. This is what he had to say. Nintendo, I guess they're feeling arrogant after how wildly successful the original Switch was. We recognize there are some people that may not be able to afford the Switch 2's price point. That's why we wanted to make the other Switch platforms available, so people still have an opportunity to come into our gaming universe, be a part of these characters in these worlds, and see value, if you will, in whatever rung of the platform they come in. Now, Bowser also...
What the hell is wrong with that statement? That is like the most normal thing imaginable. Like, hey, we realize not everybody can afford the new one. We're still going to continue the production and sale of the less expensive previous generation so that people can still buy and play our games. What do you want them to say? Like... That's the most normal, non-controversial, understanding, whatever you want to call it, statement you could have possibly said. It's not like Pokimane on stream going, if you're a broke boy, just say so. Like, that's not what he said at all. He's like saying we want to make sure we have options for people who may not be able to afford the new console right now.
Also went on to talk about how he thinks that the Switch 2 could be just as successful as the original Switch. Here's what he had to say about that. Sure, there are extenuating outside circumstances that could affect positively or negatively, and we can't necessarily control those. What we can control is that we think we've got a device that is going to bring more developers onto the platform. I do agree with that, if you don't screw up the launch, that we can lean into as a developer ourselves or a publisher ourselves, and as a result bring a lot of smiles to people's faces. Now, the outside circumstances he's referring to are the tariffs. I've beaten those to death before in terms of what they could do for how affordable the Switch 2 is.
Yeah, it's like going to the Lexus dealership and then them offering you a Toyota if you can't afford their most expensive model. It's like, what's wrong with that? I don't know, dude.
But that's a really bad thing to say. It was really awful for Microsoft to tell you, oh, you don't have the proper internet connectivity? Get our previous...
Yeah, but that's a completely different thing. An online requirement is not the same as, I don't want to pay for it.
Generation hardware.
Because in the case of Microsoft, the guy wanted to buy it. Like, the intent to buy it was there. It's just he couldn't use it because of the online requirement. These people are not complaining about an inability to use it. They're complaining about not wanting to, purchase it for a set price.
And Doug Bowser's doing exactly
scenarios.
the same thing. Granted, it's about the price of the Switch 2, but so you're telling people to stay away from the next generation hardware?
That is not at all what he said.
If they can't afford it, because the price of it is, many people, including me, feel is too high.
That's not what he said at all. He didn't say stay away from it. He just said we're going to continue to offer the more affordable option. That's like quite literally. He said he wants people to buy into their franchises, whether they do it on the last generation model or the new one. He's not saying, back off, broke people. Don't you dare touch my Nintendo Switch 2. Go back onto the peasant Switch 1. Like, that's not what he said at all. He just said that we're going to offer the more affordable options moving forward, and then people who can't afford that, or the Switch 2, can afford that one. This is the most nothing ever.
Understand
this is a big fat nothing.
Tech that's in there, and it's comparable to an ROG Ally or something along those lines, or it's more powerful than a Steam Deck, at least from what I'm reading. But the average consumer is not seeing that. They're seeing a successor to the Switch 2 that is $450. Hopefully it stays there. Or if you get the limited edition bundle with Mario Kart World, is going to be $499. And that is a
Bro, the circles are really bothering me.
huge asking price for a Nintendo console, and people are not used to that. And for a Nintendo of America president to come out and say, just...
Wasn't the Wii U like $400? I don't remember. Was the Wii U $400? I think it was. For the black one? Again, $450 is not that crazy. JD Scream with the two gamers are so sensitive and entitled. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know, get a...
But I wouldn't even say gamers, bro. Most people are sensitive and entitled now. That's just society as a whole, unfortunately. It's the mentality that has people stealing shit from Walmart because I want it, so I'm going to take it.
Switch Lite. It's like, what are you doing? Look, do I think that the Switch 2 is going to fumble like the original Xbox One did? No. But you could just tell by how Nintendo is reacting. There's so much value in Mario Kart World that's why we could ask $80 for it. And with Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which is $80 if you want to get the Switch 2 edition and you just get it retail. And if you have the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, you could actually get the upgrades to Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom for free. But people may not have that. People may just have the basic Nintendo Switch Online, or maybe the Switch 2 is their first Switch console.
Griffin is on Soylent? No way, dude.
And you're going to ask $80 for a game that they could have gotten on the original Switch because there's graphics upgrades and frame rate upgrades. Every company does this. You could say it about Microsoft going from the 360 generation to the Xbox One generation. They were very confident, and that's why they stumbled with the Xbox One. Sony stumbled with the PlayStation 3 because of how wildly successful the PS2 was. And I'm hoping honestly against hope with how they're acting right now that Nintendo may fumble the launch of the Switch 2 because of how wildly successful the Switch was. Remember, companies or corporations are run by people, and people have egos, and if their previous product blew up, their egos may not let them see reality. It's just how human nature is, and every Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo have done it in the past before. And it seems like Nintendo is going to do it again. Just like they did with the Wii. Well, I don't think the Switch 2 is going to do bad like the Wii U, but we'll see. There could be issues. This is Rich of Rich Tomorrow signing out for my hotel room. Sorry if this video is kind of a disaster, and sorry if you see nothing but Mr. Magoo reflections in my glasses. I'll be back home soon. Have a good one.
Hey, if you watched the whole video, what the hell are you doing? You're not subbed yet? Click that sub button. I live stream here all the time. We have a good time.
I just find it ironic he's back to gaming news videos, man. That shit's funny. Yeah, make RTU again. Hope you keep the videos coming. Rich, for what it's worth. Yeah, see, I like this type of content from Rich. This is the type of content I like. No obnoxious bird humor, no over editing, no fucking soundboard. Like, just like reading an article and talking about it. Like, this is the type of content that I liked about his channel in the first place. So I agree. He should make more content like this. This is like the perfect type of content to make. It's what he was good at. So keep it up, Rich. Good video, dude. Now just go back to the gameplay commentary, too. See if there's anything that catches my eyes. I don't see anything. Damn, bro, I have a headache. It's really irritating. I've been getting a bunch of headaches lately. I don't understand why. Nah, it's not allergies. Beyond over for Griffin? Yeah, well, it never began, man. It never began. Dreamcast guy is the Girth Master short. Okay. Grift Master. Oops.
Good morning, everybody. The grift is real. The Xbox tax is real. And one of the...
oh, God. The Xbox tax is real.
The preeminent purveyors of this ridiculous nonsense is Dreamcast guy, who is getting absolutely incinerated online, which is part of his brand. Part of his
dude, his eyes are freaking me out.
Brand. He is a bad take machine. He is the grift master, and you know his part of his relevancy is being goof about hating Xbox, and it's always a negative Xbox video. And he's even there's a little clip of him out there going, "Hey, look at the views on my Xbox hate videos." The man lives on views. The man consumes views.
Well, he quite literally does live on views because it's his only source of income.
Like vampires drink blood, okay? Good morning.
Oh my God, bro, that was awful. I like Dreamcast guy even more now. JD Scream of the two, who's more annoying, Dreamcast guy or... Oh, definitely Yong. 100% Yong, bro. We already watched the Synthetic Man video earlier. I guess we can see what this is, since we were going to watch it last night.
It's time for the quartering! Okay.
We'll watch Quarter Pounder. Maybe there's something interesting going on with them.
Okay.
Oh, God.
This tweet has had a massive backlash because it's one of the most tone-deaf things I've ever read.
Beyond.
For those of you who don't know, Donald J. Trump enacted Liberation Day 2 weeks ago, which meant liberating everybody of their stock market gains. Everybody's capital gains were liberated into capital losses there. His entire purpose on this earth is to slobber on Donald Trump's orange fucking knob and just give the most partisan hack fucking takes in the world.
This is wild.
This is the cope that he came up with, which it's like, listen, you can defend the policy.
Oh, yeah, this is not a... Yeah, I saw this. This is not what you should be posting as a political commentator.
But this ain't it, Chief. This ain't it.
Yeah, it's not.
Chief, this is what he says. You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone.
Yeah, everybody knows this, but if you're trying to be like a serious political commentator, you don't say that type of shit.
You do not need the new video game console. You want them. There is a big difference. And if you look at the people whining about the tariffs, I challenge you to ask them how their lives have been affected in any way. Hey, Jeremy, have you ever considered, buddy, you didn't need that 4th scoop of ice cream, buddy? You ever consider you didn't need the...
Yeah, see, it's true, but it's like you shouldn't... I don't know. It's like a generally accepted thing, but if you're trying to be like taken seriously over political commentary, this is free ammunition for the libs.
Fucking second.
See, they want to take your video games. They don't want you to have an iPhone.
Bag of flaming hot Cheetos, you fat slob.
Like, everybody understands this already.
Hang on, guys.
The fucking ham planet?
Quartering for every video for 4 years is selling you $100 freeze-dried strawberries every day. Please save me.
This is the guy
yeah, exactly. And he sells a bunch of worthless shit, too. So now everybody's going to dig into the pricing of his coffee and all of his e-begging and all this other shit, so...
Multi-millionaire that owns a plane.
And a black guy to fly him around.
Telling you that you don't need a cell phone.
He owns a black guy a black guy to fly him around.
This is him becoming Klaus Schwab.
Jeremy's on that fucking 1800s plantation grind set.
You can eat the bugs for Donald. Like, is it okay if we own nothing, but it's for Trump? That's basically what you're saying. So the take here is that you're going to be poor. Your quality of life is going to go down.
Yeah, see, the thing is I don't care about saying shit like this. Like, yeah, obviously you don't need a fucking video game console. Duh. But to like throw this out there in like a political conversation is stupid. You don't need that Aerith card? Yeah, I don't. I don't need it, but I want it.
But it's okay because Orange Man did it. Like, read it. How about you don't need a coffee grift, buddy?
1 week.
How about
you don't need coffee.
You don't need a coffee grift business where you try and sell people coffee with freeze-dried strawberries for $99,
You know
damn
what?
planet.
I got a coffee brand coffee. What a fucking shit name. Oh, hey, I don't need the MAGA fucking...
I disagree on the name. I think Coffee Brand Coffee was actually a very good name. Now, whether it's utilized to its full potential is one thing, but I actually think it's a decent name.
Cookbook or whatever the...
But this is crazy. The guy is the biggest consumer in the world. This is so tone deaf. Like, behind the quartering are hundreds.
Off.
Just go to a quartering video, right?
Hang on, watch this. Cocoa. Let's see how much the cocoa is. $23 for how many grams?
No, but just like behind quartering in every video is hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of Funko Pops. So this is a guy that's spending thousands of dollars on children's toys, on fucking Funko Pops, the lamest consumerist garbage ever. And he's going to tell you that you don't deserve to have the new gaming console, that you don't deserve to have a cell phone, that you don't deserve to have a new vehicle. Isn't that fucking rich? The irony of it all, to have a cell phone, that you don't deserve to have a new vehicle. Isn't that fucking rich? The irony of it all.
$36 for four fucking pots of coffee. You don't need. You don't need.
I believe
that's ridiculous. $36 for 4 pots of coffee? Damn. Jeez. Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy, man.
Believe that Trump has a mandate. I believe that Trump has an opportunity and should have a chance to enact his policies, and we'll see if they work out in the long term, right? But to tell people that their concerns are invalid and that they're greedy and that they are going for things that they want instead of what they need. How about this, Jeremy? All that you really need is rice and beans, right? All you really need is a pod to sleep in, right? All you really need is 3 bug meals a day. You don't need to own anything.
Look at this new video 4 hours ago. Woke journal harasses my staff and smears my coffee company.
American.
Are you for real?
They smeared my expensive coffee company that made
This is one of the weirdest interactions with a lefty.
Let me just say this. Jeremy's coffee business is not a business. It's a charity because it can't actually compete in the marketplace. It's not actually a legitimate value proposition for the consumer. It's so much more expensive than a product of comparable or better quality that all that it is a political donation. You may as well just have a donation button, buddy, and set yourself up as a charity, because that's all you are, is begging for a fucking handout, asking people to buy your coffee, and then looking down your nose at and spitting on people who are concerned that because inflation has been rampant over the last 5 years and our quality of life has gone down so drastically that they're concerned that the prices of things are going to go up even fucking more, and meanwhile their retirement savings and their investments are going way.
I have really good coffee from Japan that costs less. Yeah, I don't drink coffee at all, so I don't really give a shit about it.
Down, and rather than actually properly explaining to them,
I don't know. Like, coffee to me, I hate the smell more than anything. The taste I can deal with, but the smell, bro. Ugh.
Why you think the tariffs in the long run will make the American economy stronger? You say that they're entitled pieces of shit who just want. Meanwhile, you're a big fat with toys behind you like a child. Shut the up.
Watch this.
The journalist that I've ever had in my life, apparently, he infiltrated my coffee company and has totally exposed me.
Whoa! Coffee company exposed.
Likes of almost 70,000 likes on Twitter. People were letting me know about this thread and how it was going viral, and I was like, what's going on?
I want to hear this.
Pretty straightforward and honest about it. This is what's so weird.
This guy has dog hair all over his shirt.
He's a slob!
What a fucking bum.
All right, I have dog hair all over my shirt too, so I don't know. If you have a shedding dog, it's impossible not. Especially if you let him up on the couch and stuff. Like, no matter what you do, you will have dog hair on you if you have like a golden retriever or a lab or something like that. So, that's kind of unavoidable. Yeah, I guess I'm a bum.
He's got his coffee on like a pedestal with a light on it. That's cringe, dude.
Why do people care so much? Why are they trying to destroy an American company?
Buddy, destroy an American company. That's what you did. You destroyed your own company through mismanagement. It's $300,000 in the hole, buddy. What are you talking about? How about we let the free market decide if your company should exist or not? This doesn't seem like it can exist within a free market there, pal.
Pray for coffee. Pray for the coffee company, Ash.
Like 15 U.S. American employees. We buy our packaging.
Whoa. I love how his 15 employees are the most important thing in the fucking world.
Yeah.
But all of the people getting laid off because of the tariffs, like the workers in Windsor who've been laid off for 2 weeks because of the tariffs, don't matter at all. But we all need to, sacrifices have to be made, but not by me. Not by my coffee.
Jay Rose of the 2 subgroup question. Is Hogwarts Legacy a good? Yeah, it's very good, man. Oh, if you have a PlayStation Plus Essential, I forgot about this. They added Hog Snort's Legacy into the Essentials game libraries, but I think it's on sale for $20 right now anyway, so yeah, definitely pick it up. I really liked it. I had a good time with it. Griffin's grading card company will disappear, guys. I don't have a grading card company. I use PSA, which has shut off the rest of the world right now, which is cool. Z here with the 5. This fat dude looks out of breath from yelling, and it seems he's the type that loud equals funny. To a certain degree. I don't know. I like PPP overall for the most part. I think he's pretty entertaining for most videos we've seen from him. He's got a lot of energy, though. So he's a good orator, or whatever the fucking word is. Dave Blunts should be the third casino co-host. Yeah, I agree, man. That should be funny.
company, buddy. My 15 staff are the holy, blessed employees that need to keep me rich and fat. Right, okay.
From America. We buy almost everything we use from America. There's obviously some exceptions because, you know, I can't buy Ethiopian.
But your coffee sucks. Who fucking cares?
The main product is coffee, and there's no coffee in America. Whoa.
Look at his eyes.
He's on pills.
Buddy.
He's on pills. Bro, yeah.
Wow. That's
He's
a
giving
pinned
like
eye,
that
bud.
fucking,
Coffee.
you know, just like, I want to fucking kill you, look.
From America. I can't buy Colombian coffee from America. It's kind of hard to do that. Kona Coffee is from Hawaii. We're going to be offering that.
Oh my God, he's panicking. He's in panic mode.
I don't know what to say. Like, why didn't you start a business that wasn't coffee then?
You know?
If it's all about America and patriotism, like, coffee is not that.
Yeah, sell
I don't know, why
flags.
didn't you start a fucking Wisconsin cheese company? I don't know.
Kona Coffee has never been a big demanded product for me. American coffee is just
By the way, I'm sorry to say this. If your coffee company hinges on one guy's tweet, it was never going to be
It was never
successful.
going to make it to begin with.
Like-
so we're talking about a leftist woke journalist who's broadcasting to his leftist woke audience. Do you think that audience would ever buy quartering brand coffee?
Yeah.
Dude, I would have a tobacco company. I would definitely do that. I would do cigars, bro. I love the smell of cigars. I don't know if I'd ever smoke them myself, but the smell of cigars is very nice. So, yeah, since I'm in Virginia, I could do Virginia tobacco cigars. But I don't know if you can advertise them is the problem. Yeah, I could start my own plantation.
No, they never would. They never would, Jeremy.
an industry that America's involved in because of its climate. Any idiot knows that. But this psycho,
what did he say?
Went into my customer service. You guys all know Maggie.
Hey.
We all know the customer service bitch.
We all know the customer service lady at your coffee company. You guys know Maggie, right? On a first name basis, she's your friend. You want to make sure Maggie stays employed, guys.
You all know Maggie, right?
Submitted a fake ticket as this weird gotcha, and it like completely makes no sense. And it's backfired.
Isn't this guy the most unreliable narrator in the entire world? Like, you can't trust anything this guy is saying. It's
Maggie? No one knows fucking Maggie.
On him because I'm going to use him to first of all, I'm going to
this video's amazing. Well, I just found this.
Maggie a bonus revenue deal with this weirdo.
Wait,
with what money? With what money? Well, wait a minute. So Sticks, Hacks, and Hammer has to work for free, but Maggie's getting a bonus
for one troll email.
You're in debt, $300,000, but Maggie gets a bonus. By the way, I trolled you.
Wait, one troll email?
Scam. This is such a scam, bro.
One troll email sent this guy's business spiraling. Buddy,
oh man,
that's not good.
But second of all, I'm gonna sell a bunch of coffee off of his dumbass. So,
my God, you don't need the
mask
coffee.
Off. Here it is, mask off, just transparent. He's like, listen, I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to grift. You know, it's like, did you ask the leftist journalist to do this specifically so you could play the victim and grift?
Oh,
is that what this is? Did this even happen?
Honestly, that is a possibility. You know, Quartering never wastes a good controversy. To his credit, though. Griffin doesn't need cigars, he vapes. That's right, dude. Nah, I don't do it. Unfortunately, I don't. I probably should try nicotine. I've heard it's good for you, so. It's supposed to be better than caffeine to keep you focused and, like, alert. But, yeah, I don't have any of it.
Like, I have to
You get, like, those fucking, whatever they're called, the Zens.
Did any of this even happen? You just admitted that the entire point is to shill your desperate, like, failing coffee brand.
I run a sweatshop. This is
Yo, that's so
well, you do because Sticks is working for free. At least in the sweatshops, they get paid 10 cents an hour.
Wait.
Taro's doing it for free.
1.3 million followers. There's 100.
What a hero! This guy.
There goes my hero. Watch him as he walks.
50,000 likes. Says I use a sweatshop. Of course, this is a libelous statement. I do not use
my God!
It's not libel and slander, guys. It couldn't possibly be a joke or hyperbole or anything like that. No, guys, this was a libelous statement. What a pussy you are, Jeremy.
What a slur.
Like, lawyer up. Like, you got a grip,
What a
man.
loser, dude.
Sweatshops, obviously. If it mattered to me, you know, could I force him to take it down? Yeah, probably. But I'd rather do this.
Obviously, it does matter to you a whole awful lot because you're making a whole 13-minute scene session.
This is nuts, dude.
How's he going to afford the lawyer when he's in debt, by the way, up to his eyeballs where he's begging you to buy a $99 coffee bag?
Wait, let's see this tweet. So, okay, sweatshop. So, okay, he has the coffee.
This is all lies. Like, this guy, I guarantee you, he's not even in debt. Like, to me, the guy is like a multi-millionaire who's just super greedy and is just trying to squeeze his fans for every last penny based off their political affiliations.
That's what I think, too. Quartering, there's no way he's broke. There's no way he's fucking broke. He just doesn't want to pay for anything. He's cheap. which is probably how he got all his money. So, yeah. I mean, I can't really blame him, man. If you can get your audience to pay for everything instead of you having to do it, then ask and ye shall receive, right? You know? Obviously, he's built up that rapport with the people who watch him that they don't care.
Because apparently the Republicans and Trump can't win without a monotone fucking ambient fat man from Wisconsin. Apparently, the entire GOP would fall into the fucking ocean and be like Atlantis, lost forever, if it wasn't for this guy's coffee group. That's what we're meant to believe.
Look at the bottom left of the screen. Oh, the coffee club? Okay. This is amazing.
I'm gonna leave a link in the description. You can also just go to Amazon and type in coffee brand coffee.
Oh, $100. Yeah, guys, don't buy the video game, but buy coffee?
I know, right?
What a fucking asshole.
You don't need a cell phone, but what you do need is $99 a week coffee.
What the fuck?
Just spend $400 a month on coffee.
Wait, he's got chocolate-covered almonds and pretzels, white chocolate pretzels. And
nobody wants your white chocolate pretzels. What the fuck? This is crazy. How many different products is this guy getting involved in?
Yogurt-covered pretzels, universal K-cup adapter, honey stick, and chocolate-covered coffee beans.
Somebody in chat here goes, Boat Knight says, he's just selling mall kiosk garbage.
Yeah.
Seriously, if you go to a mall, which probably most of you haven't been to a mall in a half decade or more, but if you did, you would see many kiosks like this. They sell like, I don't know, like deli meats and shit in a box, or like cheese in a box, and like coffee combinations.
Yeah.
I wonder what chocolate-covered coffee beans taste like. That sounds fucking gross. Who eats coffee beans?
Father's Day and shit like this. And the businesses, as Jeremy explained in a previous video, they only exist based off people purchasing for Mother's and Father's Days and birthdays because they don't know what to get their family members. So they're just, I guess they'll like this.
Yeah, it's an easy buy.
It.
Yeah.
Basically the only sales that exist. This isn't a real business.
Our Mother's Day gift boxes are here. What I need is for people to pick it up now, and then the second they get it, take a picture.
This is 4 hours old.
What? Okay,
and
so now we have to, oh my God, so now we have to stand up for Jeremy. We have to take a picture, share it to social media, tell everybody.
Yeah, dox your location.
No, ask yourself, when was the last time that Folgers or Maxwell House or
Timmy's, yeah.
When was the last time they told you to do this? Because he says that he's just a normal coffee company that's competing on the value proposition. It's not about politics. It's not about anything like that.
Bitter as fuck. Yeah, I would imagine it's gross. I don't know. Yeah. No thanks.
When was the last time any other company asked you to do this? Never.
Amway, but worse.
Sure, come back and leave a review. I'm calling on my hardcore supporters for that.
Hang on, wait. 4 ratings. He has 4 ratings.
Picture, come back and leave.
She's got 4 ratings here.
Well, these are written obviously by him.
These are AI.
There's no way to know for sure, but this seems like it was written by ChatGPT. Listen to this review. Does this sound organic to you? This gift is awesome for Mother's Day. It has all of her favorite snacks to go with her coffee.
It's a commercial.
The coffee is great. Taste awesome. It's not even tastes awesome. It's taste awesome. Good quality, and the beans are roasted to perfection for our taste. I will be ordering more of my coffee here. I recommend trying it. I'm stoked. They are on Amazon now. There's no real person wrote it. That's not real. Jeremy's like, I'll sue you. It was real.
Read the second one.
CBC is great. Their all-4 roast is my favorite, and their snacks are delicious. Really looking forward to sharing this gift box with my wife. Maybe it's more for me and less for her. Thanks, Jeremy. I mean, that one might be real, but that first one in no way is legitimate.
I don't know, man. I think he wrote all these.
Leave a review. I'm calling on my hardcore.
Wait. Here we go. One more. Perfect gift box for Mother's Day for all moms who love really great coffee, premium candy, and snacks. My mom loved the honey sticks and super fresh coffee. This is fake.
Yeah,
Hang on.
Sounds fake.
I have not purchased this coffee, but I did get it as a gift.
What?
Coming from someone that is not a regular coffee drinker, I quite enjoyed it. What do you mean?
How the fuck did you know where to go to find the review? Yeah, these are definitely fake, man. Joby G. Cummings. Yeah, how did you know exactly what page on Amazon to go to review the thing you received as a gift that you didn't purchase for yourself?
How he's showing these as a flex?
Buddy,
that's Ricardo comes up, maybe.
Like 1,000
supporters for that. I know it's early for the Mother's Day gift box.
Wait, by the way, Ashton, a few of those go, this is great for Mother's Day. How do you know? It hasn't come yet.
Exactly. Yup. And when was this video that Quartering Made uploaded? Those were on March 1st? Or March 31st. So let's see. Alec. Let's see if we can find the video. Is the bigger question. There it is.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering.
Okay, so March 20th. I guess that might be possible. But it is kind of strange that they're all like from the exact same day, pretty much.
Yeah, 1,000
Supporters for that. I know it's early for the Mother's Day gift box.
Wait, by the way, Ashton, a few of those go, this is great for Mother's Day. How do you know? It hasn't come yet. Scam.
But I need to get reviews, so hopefully normies can come. For
Buddy, oh my God.
Everyone else,
Okay,
I'm linking
this
the...
is how delusional he is. He thinks that a normie on Amazon, going through all the various coffee options, isn't just going to order the coffee that they already get, that they like, they're familiar with, that's at a price point they can afford, but they're going to see, scrolling through Amazon, a much more expensive coffee that they've never tried called Coffee Brand Coffee.
Like, bro, look at that. Blueberry cobbler, strawberries and cream. Like, who drinks this shit? That's my question. Like, I understand, like, people drink coffee. I don't like it. But blueberry cobbler coffee? That just sounds gross, man. Talk about spraying shit down with chemicals and artificial flavors and all that type of shit.
And decide that they're going to spend their money on a $99 coffee.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to happen.
Oh,
that's not going to happen.
My mom loved the honey sticks. Did you give the gift a week, 2 weeks early? What the fuck are you talking about?
Gifter Scout the Paddle has gifted 3
subs. He's outlining his scam right here, by the way.
This
Main
is
store.
crazy.
This is nuts.
Everything.
This wasn't even part of our show today.
That goes no gimmicks. It's literally only gimmicks. That's it.
Yikes.
We have flavored coffee. We have unflavored coffee. So our normal coffee, right?
Oh, the unflavored coffee.
Whole beans out of stock till like tomorrow. All of our K-Cups are in stock, including the brand new butterscotch toffee. I'm calling on everyone to help me get to it.
Ask, like, which of his fans is asking for this? Like, which of his fans are asking and pleading for him to shill his coffee more? Please, sir.
Milk, chocolate, citrus, and plum. Like, that just sounds so gross. I'm sorry, like, milk, chocolate, citrus, and plum. What?
Sir, please shill your coffee to no one.
Yeah, but do you like plum coffee? Have you ever drank coffee and you're like, damn, I really wish this tasted like a plum?
Asking for this. Holy shit.
Look at this girl here.
Crazy.
These psychopaths need to be held accountable. It's getting ridiculous. Like, it's a tweet bashing.
Like, listen to the cope about this.
Yeah.
When the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser.
It's coffee.
It's not a debate. It's your coffee business. This has nothing to do with Trump or Biden or Kamala Harris or anything. This is a coffee business, which, by the way, the battle of the coffee business, according to Jeremy, is going really bad, and he's going broke. This is delusional.
Time to contact a lawyer and sue for defamation.
Right.
Oh my God.
1,000 reviews. I'm only 225 away on K-Cups and like 250 away on ground coffee. Pick up our medium roast, our blueberry, our new butterscotch toffee, or our dark roast.
Buddy, hang on. I have to do this.
Infomercial.
I was about to put in infomercial music. Listen to this while infomercial music plays. You ready for this? Here we go.
Strawberry. Pick up our medium roast, our blueberry, our new butterscotch toffee, or our dark roast, or our strawberry. Everything's in stock. Free next day shipping. Nobody's offering that in the coffee space. And then take a picture and come back and leave a review, or even better, do a video. Let me get to this psycho, and then hopefully you'll decide.
Make a video.
By the way, there's these psychos going after us, but be sure to expose yourself personally by making a video so that you can get doxxed and fired from your job over my coffee. That's real smart, Jeremy. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we're all going to rush out to do that, bro.
Want to support the company against this crap. Because now my customer service department's overwhelmed from people emailing because this guy thought it was funny to, look, email addresses,
Maggie?
public, that's fine.
His customer service department is one person. Like, stop it.
Oh, okay. We have the portrait of a coffee brand coffee drinker. You ready for this?
Okay, here we go.
All right, let's see what this guy looks like.
Sunglasses. Let's see.
Hello, coffee
connoisseur. Oh my God. This is wild.
There we have the Chad conservative standing up for our rights against the woke left. Like, if you showed this picture to somebody and you said, guess their political affiliation, most people would say left wing. Look at them.
I'm your host, the Coffee Snob, and today
The Coffee
doing another
Snob!
Okay.
I don't know if I can deal with this.
Is this real, guys? Let's move on. Back to quartering again.
The
Incredible.
Coffee Snob.
This coffee brand coffee is fucking nuts.
Is that
This
me?
arc.
I don't drink coffee, bro, and I don't like Resident Evil. So, two things I strongly dislike: Resident Evil and coffee. So no, that is not me, man. Sorry to disappoint.
All of this is because I made fun of Nike. So the Nike stock tanked because
Wait, so you make fun of Nike and someone goes, yeah, what about your shitty coffee company? And then you're like, I'm going to sue. What the
they make all their shoes in Vietnam. There is a tariff in Vietnam. So Nike stock tanked. Nike also donates, I think, $40 million a year, $40 million to BLM and other Marxist causes.
Oh my God,
so I don't care if Nike goes away tomorrow. They don't employ many Americans.
Okay, well, no one cares if coffee brand coffee exists tomorrow.
I just don't understand. It's like, okay, this guy wants to sell coffee. So rather than actually sell coffee, he starts tying it into all of these political causes that you do care about. So it's...
Well, dude, I'm drinking caffeine right now, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, I am a morning caffeine person, but I just drink like G Fuel or like just black tea. So, I drink a lot of black tea. I like do a big ass pot of tea. Like I just boil like a big pot of water, and I have a gallon jug, like a Yeti jug that's like stainless steel, and I'll dump the tea in there, put a bunch of ice in, and it's like just, you know, cold black tea, and I'll drink that during the day. So, yeah, I don't drink coffee. Not a fan of it. The BBC pot, that's right, bro. I'm British. Nah, the British put shit in their tea. Like, they put milk and sugar and lemon juice and a bunch of other shit. I just literally drank straight up cold black tea. So...
It's not about selling the coffee. It's about trying to grift you based off your politics. And nobody is going to buy their everyday products based on politics.
I still believe owning a business as an entertainer is a bad idea. No, so owning a business as an entertainer is a good idea if it's completely independent from the entertainment you provide. So, like, if the Quartering went out and bought, like, a bunch of car washes and laundromats and things like that in his area, and they had nothing to do with the Quartering or his online presence, then that's fine. The problem is when you create a business that's solely propped up by your viewers because they like you, they buy your product. So the company actually has to be able to operate independently of your YouTube content. That's the thing you have to make sure when you start a business as an entertainer or content creator.
Stupid, sir.
Oh, shit.
Really good response. Hey, Derek. Thanks for reaching out. The brand is Gildan, made in Nicaragua. 50% cotton, 50% polyester, dry blend. Let me know if you have any other questions. By the way, total waste of her time. So he thought to get a Twitter own, he wasted her time. Obviously, he wasn't interested in buying the shirt.
So wait, it's an L for him that he wasted your staff's time. Isn't that a W for him? Like, what are you talking about? Weren't they on the clock being paid on your dime? If they're still being paid, apparently they're getting a bonus.
It's her job.
But apparently this guy wasted your time, which means he wasted your money, but that means that he lost. Right.
Oh, I don't give a shit about, I don't care about selling shirts. One day I tried to do merch.
Heaven forbid he say a swear word. That might affect his grift.
I don't care about selling shirts. I tried to sell shirts, but nobody bought them. Okay.
It's like, by the way, he was too lazy to even censor his swearing.
Yeah.
He got this in one take. Yeah, good enough.
I don't care. I don't care.
Right,
so he wasted my customer service department's time so that he could post that, by the way, we use Gildan. You know, we didn't print our own t-shirts. Some place in America printed it. Gildan t-shirts are like the most popular t-shirt that anybody uses to print. I also never said the shirt was made in America.
Yeah, but you could also buy Made in America t-shirts.
All of it. So it's a complete lie.
The shirt isn't made in America, and you employed sweatshop labor to make your t-shirt as you cried about Nike using sweatshop labor from outside America.
Oh! Yeah, that's where the hypocrisy comes in. You know, it's the concern. I wouldn't even say concern trolling. It's the moral fanooking.
Do you see how stupid this all is?
This is crazy.
It's so transparent.
The whole thing, like the whole op is a complete lie. I never said, you know, that like.
Where is Gildan made from?
My stuff was made in America. Any idiot knows that I'm paying tariffs on Colombian coffee because it comes from Ethiopian coffee or Vietnamese coffee.
I don't think they don't get the 5-star employee treatment in Nicaragua. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Josh is right though. Like, no textiles are made in the United States. You import base textiles and print them in the U.S. It's as close as it gets. He's a t-shirt merchant. But I just, it blows me away though. The lengths that this guy will go to sell this coffee. Like, no one wants the coffee, man. No one wants it.
So and then he goes on. So of course now I'm like, well, what's going on here? So then he says, may I ask why you don't use USA grown coffee beans, such as Kona beans from Hawaii? Well, we've never had a demand for Kona.
Wait, I thought it was wait. I thought it was American though.
Buddy, no, but there's no demand for any of your coffee. That's why you're in the hole. What are you talking about?
It's extremely expensive. It's already hard enough as a small company to sell $20 bags of coffee. Try selling $40 bags. And by the way, we will offer Kona brands. We will. If we have demand for Kona, I'll offer it. This entire
$40 coffee for 5.
Yeah, well, Kona coffee is expensive as shit. I bought my parents Kona coffee when I got them the espresso machine like a year or two ago for Christmas, and that shit's fucking expensive as shit. So, to his credit, Kona coffee is very, very expensive. Like, I think I paid like $200 for a few pounds or something. It was like fucking ridiculous, man.
Pots? Buddy.
Like the left's whole thing. It's completely disingenuous.
The left.
What do you mean?
The left has nothing to do with any of this. Oh my God. The boogeyman. There's a boogeyman, guys. They're trying to make you all slaves, guys. If you just buy my coffee, then you won't go into Marxist tyranny control state somehow.
Yeah, if you drink my coffee, you'll wake up from the Matrix, dude.
Of course, we've had Kona coffee in our roaster's choice. I'm almost certain. I'm not specifically not offering Kona, but he knows that. But this is the left. He's like so pro tariff that like this is what he's doing. So again, before I show again more stuff, please do go to my Amazon store and buy some of our products that are made right here in the US of A.
The guy is so pro tariff. Aren't you?
To be fair, the guy who's calling Jeremy out is this dude probably. I mean, that's why he's calling him out.
Pro tariff?
Yeah, wait.
I don't understand. He must have misspoke there.
Coffee is packaged chip. Yes, obviously Colombian coffee doesn't come from America. That would be called American coffee. So some of his hot takes are just legendary. So obviously, no, I don't use sweatshops. That hasn't done well, so I've used that to sell my gift boxes. If your company with 100, you do not need. So these idiots are throwing out hundreds of thousands.
Well, that is the quartering. Not going well
God.
over on the quarter pounders camp.
What was that? RTU exposes himself? Is that old? Okay, yeah. Review Dropbox USA. Bro. I thought they uploaded a video today. Did it get deleted? Interesting. Griffin used Mexicans to sell his merch. I don't make or sell my merch directly. I just get basically a little royalty whenever something sells. So I don't ever touch it. All you do is upload a design, make your listings, and then the company that, hosts the listing will fulfill the order for you, and then based on, the revenue split, you get a certain amount of money. So, I have no idea. PWR has the best merch, yeah. Exactly, bro. Yeah, PWR raging about the shitting. Yeah, that shit was funny as fuck, man. That shit was funny as fuck. Oh no, dude, look. Look, this is 9/11 for fucking internet jannies, bro. Internet hall monitors are in fucking crisis. FBI disbands crypto enforcement team. No, not the Redditors. No, dude. This is like fucking 9/11 for these retards. Holy shit. Griffin wears his merch at the gym because he can't. Actually, no, my stuff has sold pretty well in the past. So, comparatively speaking, for what I had to pay to have the designs made, I made a lot of money off the merch. So, Especially bro, I made a shit ton of money off the pathetic masks. Like, I just did that as a joke. But apparently, like, the company Teespring or whatever promoted my mask on the internet, for me. And I guess because people thought it was like a political thing, like, oh yeah, this is fucking pathetic that I have to wear this shit. I sold like a ton of them. It was really weird, bro. Like, that was not, I just did that as a joke. Like, oh yeah, I'll make a mask. So yeah. I actually made a lot of money off of that. I should do monthly drops. I'll make a kill. I don't think so, man. The sell-through rate for merch is super fucking low, comparably speaking. Like, for every, 10,000 people you market something like that to, you'll be lucky if 100 people buy it. So I wouldn't say I would be making a kill. I would be making like a few $100. Yeah, you have to be fucking monstrous in size to make a lot of money on merch. Yeah, Synthetic Man should sell a t-shirt that just says Synth Cell and like white lettering on a black t-shirt. He'd probably make a shit ton of money off of that. Because nobody would know what the fuck it means in real life. So he should do that. Told him to make a shirt that says rope is free. Yeah, you could do that too. He said he's not going to sell merch. Why? A Nazi eagle, but as a griffin. That actually kind of would go hard. Yeah, the big eagle. That's right, bro. You don't need an artist anymore. You just need AI. I'll just buy like a subscription to one of the AI image generators. I can get one. You don't even have to fucking hire somebody. I could hire some Indonesian dude to do it on Fiverr too, so they're not going to give a fuck. But the new Kanye song. That's right. Just like that can be the trailer for the merch with this in the background.
Already better. Already better. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how they don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
That shit's wild, bro. The best timeline. That shit's funny as fuck.
All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitlers. You wanna fight the bands? I put the chrome in the bands. Niggas they say I'm a masochist, my bitch be fucking my friends. Niggas get mad on my Twitter, I said that happens taking a ban. All my bitches is white because I got so much self-hate. Niggas be acting like faggots so much, I think they might be great. Niggas they change me, they do it so gay. Here you go. Nigga, how Hitler?
It is hard. Like, it's so catchy, dude. Yeah, if you hear that song blasting from a Hyundai in the DC area, that was me. But nah, once it releases, man, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think his World War III album's in the editing phase right now, so yeah, I think it's coming out soon. Dude, that is like one of the best meme potential songs ever, so... It's gonna sell 200... Oh, the album? Maybe. I always buy Kanye's album digitally whenever it comes out, just in case, like, a song gets taken down, or in case, you know, something happens to it, so I always buy it, so I have digital copies. Like, one of the songs off his recent album got taken down due to a copyright, whatever, so I still have it on Apple Music, because I bought the digital, and I have the files as well, too. 6 million sold. That would be that would be fucking funny. Just sell it for $1 so you can get 6 million sales. Wait, what the fuck is this? Extremely disappointed with dense withholding all day.
Tonight, Kick has been having on and off issues for a while. Yesterday they were having issues. Just before, when I was trying to start the stream tonight, it was having issues. Hopefully, we'll hit those goals. And since again, we didn't hit the goal earlier today, tonight I'm willing to offer the discount on Kick for 20 gifted subs, which would be $100 of support. I'll give both the VIP and the OG badges, and you can either keep it for yourself or you can choose someone who's a friend of yours in chat who you'd like to gift them to, whatever it may be. I'll make that offer tonight, so that way we can hit our goals and get the momentum back and do DSP tries it tomorrow, okay? $5 tip. From Only I Civic, can you make a video of your morning routine? No. Well, I mean, technically could I? I mean, actually, I don't even have a camcorder anymore. I'd have to do it with like my phone, because that camcorder is like ancient. I don't even have it anymore. It doesn't work anymore. So I'd have to use my phone to do it.
How exciting.
But there's no interesting thing to my morning routine. I get out of bed, I use the bathroom, right? I shower, I shave, I put clothes on, things I'm not going to show you, right? Then I go downstairs, I make myself a black coffee. I usually fill Jasper's food bowl. I eat the breakfast sandwich, which takes like a minute to nuke, and I eat it, and I talk to my wife, which I'm also not going to show you. And then I come upstairs and I set up for the stream, which takes, 20, 30 minutes, everything. Like, there's nothing there to even show you, right? Like, I don't know what you would expect me to show you. Like, there's nothing to show. It's not like there's a giant, interesting sequence I can show you of stuff. There's nothing there. It's all private stuff. I'm not going to show myself half naked in the shower and shit, you know what I mean? So, no. But
you already have. We've already seen that.
It's the $5 tip. That's the biggest tip of the day. $32 of support and climbing, guys. Please, tonight, let's hit the goal. We didn't hit it earlier because South of Midnight was a humongous disappointment for most people. They did not like it. And I want to do DSP tries it tomorrow, which we will do if we hit the goal tonight. So let's hit it tonight.
We've had an ulterior motive this whole time. Worst case, he got us kicked off the island, making things a lot harder.
Well, I guess we're just searching on foot then.
We could always kidnap Rodriguez, rough him up for some information and what have you.
Good idea. I'll help with that one.
Uh-oh.
I'll pretend I didn't just hear you say that.
We're really out of options. We just have to wait for Shigaki and his crew to find this village. Ugh.
Hey, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
If we could, we'd want to ask the Polycona people about the village of heretics, right? Sneakily, I mean.
If we could, yeah. But after, we'd want to make sure it doesn't get back to Rodriguez somehow.
Well, then I know someone we can ask. Gora and I found him while
The
exploring
South of Midnight one? We can watch that one instead. Let's see. I would imagine Memology has it. We'll see. Yeah, there we go.
I want you to understand something. This literally is a situation where I'm in dire financial straits, and if this stands where I'm going to be making half as less money on YouTube as I ever did before, starting now. I'm gonna lose my house.
Is boring,
I'm gonna have all my shit reclaimed. You know, credit card bills are gonna go default. I'm probably gonna have to declare bankruptcy. I'm gonna lose everything. The girl goes into the woods, starts getting powers, and then that's it. Like, there's nothing at all woke about the game in the first 2.5 hours. Now, maybe later on.
What about the evil white woman who don't care about her black daughter-in-law or her black granddaughter? Oh my god. Yeah, there's nothing. This is more proof that the Overton window shifted, man. Nothing woke to see here.
Ron, there is. But for the part that I was playing, there was absolutely nothing whatsoever woke about the game. Zero. So anyone who says that is a fucking liar. I don't actually care what your take is, because your take is fucking wrong. The game's not woke in the first 2 to 3 hours. You're just lying. You want it to be woke, so you can join an online hate mob and crapping on this game, but there's nothing woke. Just because the protagonist is black doesn't make the game woke, you incredible fucking...
Yes, it does, because they literally brought in a fucking DEI consultancy firm that changed the character from white to black. So, yes, if you know absolutely nothing about this game, maybe you can make that claim, but don't claim to be an expert on something you don't know about.
Racists. Close. Dude, I was joking! Dude! I was fucking joking. I said Black Mamba. There's a fucking Black Mamba I'm racing against right now. Oh my god, could it be any more stereotypical? Black fucking Mamba's right there. El Coco. Just because it involves a certain culture doesn't make it woke. You don't even know what woke fucking means if that's what you think. You're a moron. You've bastardized the term for your own racist purposes. And I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna let anyone tell me that this game is woke at the beginning. It's not, all right? You're wrong. You're just fucking factually wrong. Deal with it, okay? So as I'm playing the game, here's what happens. We go from 300 to 400 viewers, all right, to down to only less than 2...
Someone needs to tell Phil that US AIDS is gone now, so they're no longer gonna pay content creators to promote the message.
200 viewers, and that's combined between YouTube and Kick. I don't care about views at all. What I care about is people enjoying the content and supporting it, and they do. And when I'm asking people, well, what's the problem? Oh, this game is woke. Why are you playing it? This game is so woke. Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. Look, it's a black female protagonist. How woke? And I'm seeing these incredibly unintelligent people in my chat say this dumb shit. And I'm just thinking, what has happened to human intelligence?
Is he really trying to grift to lefties now? I guess that's his way to own the casino, dude.
Is it that you are so, if you're one of these people who joins these hate mobs, all right, what is it that you just want to be told what to think and do rather than have an independent thought in your head? Is life really that difficult? I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life. That you just need to be led around like a sheep. Like there's the fucking, the herder is leading you. Follow me. The Pied Piper plays the pipe, but you just got to believe everything you're told. What is wrong with you? Because I'm not even kidding. Right now, people in chat are saying shit like, well, what about this game developer of the game who went on X and said white male gamers were a mistake? Was that in the game? Was I playing the game and all of a sudden on a big billboard in the game, it pops up and it said, white male gamers are a mistake? Did that happen when I was playing South of Midnight yesterday? Well, if it didn't happen, then what the fuck are you talking about? If it's not in the game, it's not part of the game. You need to stop being influenced by people online and stop getting rabble-roused by people who tell you how to think and act. I don't give two fucks what anyone who made the game said on X. What I care about is if the game is good. That's it.
Walk the path of Buddha. The living, not without.
I'll walk the path, all right. I'm definitely gonna walk the fucking path. You ready? Here's the path I'm gonna walk. Right to desktop, you fucking piece of shit. I'm not playing this again. The game's terrible. That's the only concern I have right now as I'm playing a video game. Is this game good? If it's good, I judge it on its own merits. If it's bad, I also judge it on those merits. But I don't give a fuck about all the white noise all throughout the social media sphere of the internet that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved and this guy said this on X. I don't give a fuck. You want to know why? Because I have a brain between these two fucking fingers that I'm pointing right now that can think for itself and judge for itself. I don't need to be told what to think or do. I don't need to have an uproar about something before I do anything with it. I can judge something by its own merits because I have intelligence. I recommend that you all focus on what's in here rather than what's out there. You're going to get a much better experience out of life when you stop letting all of those big people screaming on the internet on their soapboxes tell you how to think and act. But as I'm playing the game, my chats on both YouTube and Kick are telling me this game is bad, this game is woke, this game is DEI slop, why are you playing it? Stop. And then they would yell at me and then they would leave. I'm not kidding you. As I started playing the game, again, we lost 200 viewers, and I received one super chat and one tip during playing. Everyone else had contributed during the podcast, and everyone else said, I'm not supporting this game. It wasn't, I'm not supporting Phil. People support Phil. Because guess what? Phil just had a birthday that was one of the highest grossing events I've ever done. The week before, I had an amazing stream. I've been hitting my goals left, right, up, and down. It's not that people don't like me. It's that people had actual prejudice installed against this game. And when I was trying to tell you during this
fucking bigots, how dare you just not blindly support Phil's ultra positive woke game stream.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh my god.
Stream to ignore the white noise and let's judge the game on its own merits. You want to know what in general my audience told me? No, we're not willing to do that. We'd much rather just be a mob, an angry group of people on the internet screaming at the game because we were told to. Fuck you. That is one of the worst mentalities you can have in life, and you're going to find yourself getting not only into trouble, you're going to find yourself completely being shut off to lines of inquiry, lines of enjoyment, and just, in general, intelligent lines of thought if you just let people lead you the fuck around forever. Do you understand that? We're so dumb, they didn't play the game. And this is actually pissing me off, because how can I play games and cover them for you if every game that I play now, apparently I'm supposed to do endless research about the people who made it and what they said on social media and what consultation companies were hired to make...
No, Phil. You don't get to fucking say, oh, it's not woke, it's not woke. You're just a hateful idiot if you say it's woke. You're just a bigot. And then say, like, well, I'm not going to research anything about the game. So you don't get to fucking talk. You just admitted you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe they do. You don't get to fucking sit here and be like, oh, yeah, they're fucking idiots, dude. They don't know what they're talking about. Blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, my God. It's like he just wants to be the authority on every single fucking thing. And he wants everyone to take his word for literally everything. You know, don't question the cult leader. JE5150 with a 5, he really thinks he's the smartest person on the internet. Yeah. He's like willfully ignorant and then claims to be an authority and then, you know, berates anyone that points out how he's wrong.
Make the game. I don't give a fuck if Sweet Baby Inc. was employed to make this game or not. All I care about is if the game is good. And then they refuse to support the stream telling me I'm not going to support this game. Not even, oh, well, Phil, I don't support you. It's, you're fine, but we don't like this game. Play something else. Do you see the problem here? And I hope that you understand where I'm coming from. Because people now are giving me shit, saying, how dare you drop so-and-so game? Whether it's you didn't play Metaphor, you dropped Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you dropped Stalker 2, you're not even going to give
That's criminal, bro. Dropping Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Yikes.
Of midnight, more than one stream, this and this and this, all right? In business, okay? Why on earth would you continue to do something that's not working? Please understand that if you come by and you cannot contribute, don't feel bad. It's not mandatory that you come by and you contribute anything other than just watching the stream and interacting, okay? Really? Seriously? I mean that. I don't do this for the money. There are many other things I can do for money that are a lot more consistent and are a lot less stressful than these people who harass me online every day. Trust me. I do this because I love it, and I do this because you guys tell me there's meaning behind it, and that makes me feel like this is something worthwhile that I need to keep doing. Yesterday, through your actions of tuning out of the stream, disengaging from the content, telling me that the content was bad because the game was too woke, and not supporting the stream, those actions told me you don't want this product anymore, move on and do other things. So that's what I'm going to do. So if you now come back at me and say, hey, Phil, why do you drop all games? Why are you a quitter? Why are you not finishing games anymore and I'm upset with you? I have to be very honest and upfront with you, all right? Because when you are doing something that your customers don't want, you stop doing it. Right now, I'm being pulled in a million directions. People want me to finish ongoing playthroughs while I start up new games. They want me to play indie games, AAA games, middle-of-the-road games. They want me to do other stuff, like wrestling commentary. They want me to bring back my throwback nights that I haven't done now since last year. They want me to build the new Piranha Plant Lego. I'm being pulled in a million directions. I have to do with my time as people are going to see fit when it comes to what they feel is valid for their viewership, their time, and their support. Why on earth, if I'm being asked to do a million things, why would I do things that no one wants me to do? Even if I want to do them. Because that's the other thing that a lot of people don't understand. Well, Phil, doesn't that mean you don't have passion for games? No, that's not true at all. What I'm doing right now, this segment during the podcast, is showing you that I have passion for what I do.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't, I would just have been like, well, it didn't work, that's it, moving on. And I wouldn't have ever mentioned it ever again. We would have never had this segment.
And you have to sit here and cope and berate your audience like, oh, you didn't give me enough money, so therefore we're not going to do this, guys. You know, I'm going to bend you over and give you a spanking because you didn't give me enough money.
Would have had to justify my feelings about what happened yesterday. I would have just blown it off and not given a shit. But I do care. I want you to understand that I have...
Yeah, I mean, dude, he acts like he's like literally held hostage. Like, you can play whatever game you want whenever you want. So there's plenty of nights on stream where I've played shit that I have wanted to. You know, I mean, obviously, like tonight, I got paid to play fucking, whatever it was called, Dino Crisis. But I played Darksiders 1 because I wanted to. There wasn't like a great demand or anything, or it wasn't a new release. It was just a random game I felt like playing, so I downloaded it and started playing it. Crazy, man. You're a gaming YouTuber, dude. Playing games is A-okay.
passion for what I do, and it disappoints me that I'm seeing increasingly people being influenced by online mobs and not even giving games a fair shake, because the case is this may happen more and more and more. Online mentalities of politics and culture are becoming bigger things. I can't tell you how many times something's not out yet. A movie, a TV show, a game, a piece of music. And all you hear about is the controversy behind it, this and that. But it's not out yet. How can you even judge it yet? It's not out yet. But they do.
Why would you buy products from people that hate you? Phil, would you go to a detractor's stream and give them money? Well, apparently he did, because... You know, he went to Kino Casino and donated a shit ton of money in part of his elaborate troll, dude. You know, I guess maybe he would.
And this influences how that thing is received. That's ridiculous. And now it's affecting me in my streams. It is. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Was there social discourse behind it? Did someone make a mean tweet that pissed people off that was involved in the development of this game? Who the fuck cares? And the truth is, no one should. People should stop being such crazy drama queen sissies about this.
Just consume. Yeah, quit being drama queen sissies. Dear God.
Who the fuck cares? And the truth is, no one should. People should stop being such crazy drama queen sissies about this shit. And if you don't care about a game, don't play it. Or if you want to see someone's opinion on a game, watch them play it before you buy it. If you're joining online hate mobs before you've even seen a piece of anything from a game or a movie or a show, you are completely missing the point of what it is to be an independent, intelligent human. Yesterday really upset me, if you can't tell. That's why I'm talking about this at length on today's podcast. I want people to be open-minded when they come to my streams and understand that we're going to judge together if a game is good on its own merits. Not what they told you or this issue or that. Just, is the game good? You have to believe me when I tell you a game isn't woke or isn't slop just because someone else told you that.
Yeah, you have to believe me. Me. My opinion is the only one that's valid. Like, listen to this shit, bro. You have to believe me.
Fucking playing it together right now. Can you please open your eyes and start watching and listening and understanding for yourself rather than just hearing the hate moms? Because if not, life's going to get pretty fucked really soon. That we can't even play anything because everything is hated by everyone on the internet. There's a reason that everything sucks. That's an awful toxic mentality to go through life about.
And then you people, Phil's a toxic streamer. No, you tried to make me look like that.
I'm not here to be anyone's dad. I'm not here to be your idol or guru of gaming. I just want people to stop with this toxicity all around life now. You know, I just don't get it. I don't. Why does everyone have to be so hateful towards everyone now? I don't even know what to do moving forward when it comes to these kind of games now. So just because a game has some kind of a social thing going on online or an issue, I guess I just gotta skip it? Just stay the fuck away from it. Because God forbid that I play it, everyone will just complain one way or the other, and I can't win. Yeah. Even if I like the game, well, I'm not allowed to, I guess. Right? How dare Phil like or dislike something that doesn't...
The thing is, you don't have the fucking balls to keep playing it. Like, if you actually felt passionate about this, Phil, you would have been like, you know what? I really like this game. I'm gonna keep playing it. Tonight's stream, we're going to continue, and tomorrow we're going to continue until we're finished with it, because I like it, and my viewers, you should support me playing a new release game like this, regardless of the negativity surrounding it. But no, he has zero conviction. The only thing that fucking matters is how much money he gets in tips. So, yeah, he has no actual, conviction or anything. This is all empty, vacuous, fucking drivel. I don't know.
Agree with the online hate mob. I don't know what to say, and it's disappointing. It is. For people to actually say, well, Phil, it's not you, it's the game. So we're actually going to tune out, and we're going to come back later when you're not playing that particular game that we all have an online hate boner against. What the fuck? It didn't used to be like that. I used to be able to play whatever, even if it was a game you like.
People are not fucking obligated to watch you.
You hate it or somewhere in between. People wanted to see Darkside Phil play to get the true, honest opinion on. Now it's just like, people just don't want to tune in at all. Like, people even said... I'm sorry, I got distracted by a moron over on Kick that I had to get rid of.
Moron.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to play it anymore because I'm not going to put up with it. And I'm not going to be, like I said, I have to make judgments based off of what people are going to show up for and care about. I can't play this game. If anything, the only thing I can end this with, because then we got to do shout outs and end the show. Please try to have more of an open mind and do yourself a favor. Don't do me a favor, all right? Do yourself a favor. Don't just jump on online mobs. No, Usagi Jojo, I've had enough. I'm going to directly address you. He says, it's weird. Phil's blaming his viewers for the politicization that SBI brought upon themselves and in fact was their jobs to do so. No, Usagi Jojo, I'm blaming you for bringing that to my stream. My stream had nothing to do with Sweet Baby Inc. Zero. My stream was supposed to be a neutral place to judge the game on its own merits. You're the kind of person that brought the Sweet Baby Inc. drama to my stream, not me. I wasn't involved in it. You were, and you brought your baggage to my neutral stream, and that's why it's unfair. If you have an issue with Sweet Baby Inc., go bitch at Sweet Baby Inc. and leave it the fuck off of my content. What don't you get about that? That's not rocket science. Leave the drama out the fuck of my streams, because I don't do drama streams. I don't need this brain rot bullshit on my fucking stream. I just want to play a fucking video game, and if you don't get that, you're in the wrong spot.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
Phil does what his audience wants. That's why he earns a living wage. You play whatever you want, but you don't earn as much. How much money did Phil make today? Want to bet? Let's see. So we need his...
I gotta be honest with all of you.
Daily wrap or whatever the fuck he calls it. There we go. Oh, actually, it'll be... What the fuck are these, like... I guess this is from tonight?
It is the return of Newtown. I'm gonna go with the katanas on. I fired first. It showed on my screen I fired first, but then it says they hit me first, which makes no fucking sense. What a piece of dog shit game. Maybe what I'll do is I'll experiment. Maybe...
So, $179, and I'm guessing this is from his early stream. Adam Fall.
Did a sub over on Kick. Let's save up.
Let's see. So what, $330? Ready? There you go. Oh, yeah, the king's tax, dude. It depends on the night. I don't know. Usually I would say between $200 to $300 is normal. Sometimes it's more. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really keep track, to be honest. By the way, Raw Phil always has Phil's 2 streams uploaded, so you can always go there. Oh, okay. True, I forgot about that. But yeah, this isn't my only source of income, so... I do streaming, I sell, like, my fucking Pokemon cards and shit. I resell video games. I have an actual job. You know... This is not my 1 gig. I have many different income streams. Eventually, my investment property will make money, but that's years away. Well, it works for him so far, so he should keep doing his method now. You're missing the point, bro. If DSP is going to sit there and virtue signal about how, you know, he doesn't like hateful bigots, you know, judging a game not off its merits and instead should give it a fair shot, he literally caved to those exact people. If he was actually a man of principle and conviction and actually had any real meaning behind his words, he would keep playing the game and finish it. He should make the game entertaining. He should make the game, you know, something people want to watch on his stream. People are there as much for the game as they are for him, more so for him. So, the only way DSP is engaging is when he receives money in super chats or tips. So, he needs to work on how to make himself entertaining to the point where people give him super chats and tips, not just because they like the game that's on screen, but because they like what he's doing on stream. Playing a shitty game and rage quitting is at least funny to watch, but the virtue signaling on controversial topics is a line that one doesn't cross like that. Yeah, and then admit that you're not researching, you know, the finer details that you're claiming don't fucking exist. So you can't say something doesn't exist and then plead ignorance at the same time and say, listen to my opinion on the game and no one else's. Like, it doesn't work that way. You can't just say, oh, take my word for it, don't ask questions, ignore what you read online, even though I haven't even read up on this game in my, you know, own admission. All you need to do to make make it entertaining is to shout out slurs during the stream like Synth. Yeah. I don't think that'd work for DSP because he'd probably get banned within a day. His trolls are vicious, man. But yeah, it would definitely make it more entertaining. He said he's trying to judge the game just by itself, not with the external factors, the same way you judge a product itself. Yeah, but dude, it's not in a vacuum scenario. Like, people are calling it woke because of the nature of the game and its creation. You can't say that, oh, there's nothing woke about it, but then be unwilling to research why people are calling it that. So, yes and no, but at the same time, why isn't he willing to play the entire game then? If they're so wrong, why doesn't he prove them wrong and actually play the game, finish it, and show everybody, hey, look, this is why you're wrong. There's nothing here. But I don't know. I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys. It's 6:45 for me, so I guess I should probably get ready to start my day. So have a wonderful Thursday, everybody. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.